A certain author is not a hater of any team, just a passerby. This story is about the LCK revenge and whirlwind romance. Work and study are already tiring enough, so leave your brain at the door. Happy times begin now. Why didn't you ban Galio? After the S7 World Championship defeat, the media posed a monumental question to RNG's former coach Firefox. I don't think that was the key. The main issue was that someone in the waiting room disrupted the atmosphere, causing us to underperform in the deciding game. Moreover, from the perspective of those in the industry, we had already won the championship last year. Then who was it that disrupted the atmosphere? The punishment of the god? No, it was the substitute top laner Limu who kept filling the team with negative energy. I knew it. How could the god be wrong? Wait, who was Limu? As this video went viral across the internet, Limu became the target of hatred from the entire LPL. Damn Limu, you owe our RNG and S-tier world championship. I knew an all-Chinese lineup couldn't lose. My little Uzi. You're the world's #1 AD carry. Trash bang, doesn't even deserve to carry your shoes. This guy is truly a pepper hanging at the neighbor's door, spicy as hell. But it doesn't matter. Next year will again be the LPL's most hopeful year. Honestly, this kid didn't even play a single match. How can they blame him? I think it's just an excuse someone made up because they couldn't withstand Faker's pressure. Who cares about him anyway? Just keep flaming him. I'm enjoying it. Isn't the internet just an outlet for negative emotions? It wasn't just netizens pointing fingers. Even well-known commentators joined in. At the height of the storm chasing the overwhelming online buzz, Sister Zhou fired the first shot publicly. Booer Bujiao Zhou Shuyi, this Limu is truly awful. He even asked for my contact information backstage before, and I decisively refused. Looking back now, I was absolutely right. The moment these comments were posted, public opinion launched another vicious assault on Limu. Words like low standards for a pro player, a toxic man, and a plague on the league. In short, Limu had become the public enemy of the LPL. Cyberbullying is a terrifying phenomenon. At that very moment, a young man stood atop a rooftop. Limu never used to light mosquito coils, but now he reluctantly tried one. Cough, cough. This thing is really choking. If it weren't to contribute to the merchandise sales for our yuan, I wouldn't smoke it at all. Limu kept a positive mindset, not completely driven mad by the public opinion. With his hands in his pockets, he looked down at the seemingly bustling magic city. Extravagance and glamour, neon lights and wine. Yet none of these things belonged to him. Internet cafes and grass. And they even framed me for asking for her contact information. Absolutely shameless. What Limu couldn't accept most was this, because the truth was that Sister Zhou had asked for his contact first. Limu had naturally refused. After all, she was a player of Venom. Now the tables had turned, and a basin of dirty water was dumped directly onto his head. As for the so-called disruption of team atmosphere, Tiger bro, I think you could try being a bit bolder and building some damage items. Building Mercury treads right away slows down the pace too much. I don't need you to lecture me. Honestly speaking, Faker is still a bit afraid of me, Li Yuan Hao. Keep it up. If words like these counted as spreading negative energy, then Limu would admit it. The members of the RNG team each had higher egos than the last and boasted greater fame than the last, to the point that even a substitute who never played was chosen as the scapegoat after the tournament. If this place doesn't appreciate me, another place will. Letting out a sigh, Limu's phone began to ring. It's the first time I've become like this, no matter how I deny it. It was Brother G's melody. Amid this tide of universal condemnation, Brother G gave Limu the courage to keep going. Hello? Why are you calling? Limu Appa, why didn't you pick up the video call? The voice on the other end was sweet, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Lee Ji-yoon, a renowned South Korean female artist. Her singing voice was melodious, her appearance stunning, and she was an undeniable superstar. They met during a Korean server rank game, where Limu's Riven used flash to block a bullet from the enemy Caitlyn for her. That flash seared itself into Lee Ji-yoon's heart. As the two continued to interact, their relationship grew increasingly close. Boyfriend and girlfriend. They seemed to be just one step away. Alright, I'll turn on the camera. As the video call connected, a handsome face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes appeared on the phone screen. This era worshipped good looks, otherwise Sister Zhou wouldn't have proactively added Limu's contact. Ani, why are you on the rooftop? Don't do anything rash. Lee Ji-yoon's eyes were filled with concern for Limu. It's not that serious. I haven't even eaten the gift you sent me yet, so I can't die. A smile tugged at Limu's lips, which set Lee Ji-yoon's heart at ease, even as a blush crept across her pretty face. In this era, when League of Legends was wildly popular, this superstar was also one of the many players. Completely at odds with her public image, Lee Ji-yoon's main champion was the River King, Tom Kench. And coincidentally, Jax, one of the strongest late-game champions in League of Legends, was Limu's signature pick. Greedy Demon versus Dragon-slaying Master. The winner would only be determined after their duel. So your region doesn't want you anymore. Why not come to the LCK? We are the strongest region, the #1 region. Lee Ji-yoon truly felt for her duo Q friend. But I heard there's no precedent for Chinese imports over there, right? Rules are fixed, but people are flexible. You're incredibly strong, you just lack the chance to prove yourself. Li Mu was indeed exceptionally talented. On the final day of the S7 season, he had climbed to the very top of the Korean server. 17 years old this year, ranked first on the ladder. A total of 2,200 points. A dominating cliff-like lead. Yet even with his immense skill, he still never got a chance to step onto the stage. The LPL didn't value strength. That region was all about connections and popularity. Letting out a long breath under Lee Ji-eun's expectant gaze, Li Mu slowly nodded. When he looked into the distance again, the young man's eyes were resolute. Damn the LPL. You forced me to do this. I'm bringing my talent to the LCK. Without hesitation, after hanging up the call, Li Mu returned to the RNG base to retrieve his belongings. The moment he stepped into the club, countless questioning and mocking gazes converged on the young man. How does he have the nerve to come back? So shameless. Exactly. If I were him, I'd just walk into traffic and get hit by a truck. The kid's handsome enough, but he doesn't do anything decent. He couldn't even leave Sister Jo alone. He must be out of his mind. He's finished. At least his esports career is over. Hearing the chatter from members of other divisions, Li Mu merely let it brush past him like wind. When he saw the RNG players in the training room, the young man's expression remained utterly calm. Oh, isn't this Li Mu? Back to grab your stuff, right? I already packed everything for you. No need to thank me. Let me, chuckled, wearing what he thought was a charming expression. Li Mu barely lifted an eyelid, too lazy to respond. This guy was nothing but a weather vane, even more annoying than Uzi. Li Mu, remember this: in our region, connections and social savvy matter most. If you ever want to play esports in your next life, remember my advice. Ming played the role of the good guy. Still silent, Li Mu carried his luggage toward the manager's office. He was going to terminate his contract. While waiting, Li Mu pulled out his phone and posted a comment from his personal account. Whip, I will return as the whip. As soon as the comment was posted, nearly every viewer supporting RNG rushed to leave a message. Has he gone insane? What kind of nonsense is he spouting? A whip? Who is the master and who is the dog? I actually think this matter still deserves discussion. We cannot simply listen to the club's side of the story. Uzi even said it during his live stream. He revealed that Li Mu has poor character and would idle in scrims just to take a shower. I wonder, is he really that obsessed with cleanliness? It is definitely his fault. Can a god make a mistake? Obviously not. The minority must obey the majority. Anyone who refuses to follow management should be expelled at once. Comments beneath the account piled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and for a time, nearly all the attention was focused on Li Mu. This was enough to make a certain streamer famous for his domineering persona green with envy. Since Li Mu had become the target of public outrage, terminating his contract with the club should have been a mutual decision. But he had miscalculated. This was RNG. By terminating his contract early, Li Mu not only had to pay a massive penalty, but would also be unable to sign with another club for quite some time. The contract god was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Li Jian came to Li Mu's aid and hired the finest lawyer for him. Inside an esports hotel. This will be a war of attrition, Xiao Mumu. You had better prepare yourself mentally. Li Jian had cancelled all her upcoming concerts and flown specially to Longhua so that she could remain by Li Mu's side. It is fine. You know me. Endurance has always been my greatest strength. Oh my, you naughty thing. How annoying. The beauty's shy cheeks resembled fiery clouds glowing across the horizon, captivating enough to leave anyone utterly enchanted. So shall we play a match? Li Mu opened a custom room, his spirits soaring. With a beauty by his side, why not enjoy the moment? Let's do it. Of course we are playing League of Legends. This time I want to choose Camille. I just learned her combo, and I am going to use it on you. After saying this, Li Jian rushed into the bathroom. When she emerged again, the sight nearly made Li Mu's nose bleed. The instant the bathroom door opened, mist billowed through the room. Iu's figure slowly emerged like a fairy, her graceful form wrapped in a bath towel as delicate as fresh snow spread across the earth. Water droplets slid slowly from her lustrous black hair along her skin. They were not pearls, yet surpassed pearls in beauty. Tisk Xiao Jiji, do you realize you are committing a crime? Li Mu drew a deep breath. His signature Jax was already itching for battle. I have no idea. Whether you are a mule or a horse, bring yourself out, and let us see. Fine. Do not say I am bullying you. As the #1 player on the current rankings, I naturally cannot use my ultimate trump card. This match I choose you, Jarvan, for. Engage. The first Grandmaster Lu Ziqiao once said that the more ellipses there were, the longer time had passed. April 2018. After nearly half a year of contractual disputes, Li Mu finally secured a narrow victory with overwhelming evidence in his favor. He was so excited that he even recorded a video and uploaded it online. He sang a song titled The Light of Justice. For a moment, public opinion seemed to turn once again. Have you heard? RNG lost the lawsuit. Li Mu may have been the greatest victim of last year. 6 months have passed. Who even remembers who he is? He has lost his traffic and is clinging to our RNG for attention, right? The sister is absolutely right. Royal never made a mistake during S8. It was the version we were best at. This year we will surely aim for the World Championship. Give me a break. Have you ever heard of our little IG's 18-game winning streak? Ma2 is incredible. Ji Gu is invincible. Compare with their results, who is the girl beside that guy? She is incredibly beautiful. Is she some celebrity? What? Is that not my goddess Ayu? Li Mu, you had better keep your hands to yourself. After the contract dispute was completely resolved, Li Mu and Li Jian flew to Kimchiguk that very evening. There was a small incident worth mentioning. Someone played "See You Again" on the plane. Fortunately, the two landed safely, and Li Mu's new life officially began. Honey, there are many teams in our LCK. Which one are you leaning toward? Also, your Korean has become remarkably fluent over the past 6 months. That is just like you. Li Jian was referring to his gift for languages, but her eyes drifted downward. Over the past 6 months, the two had constantly honed their gaming skills together and had long since become inseparable. Their relationship had not yet been officially announced, though Li Jian planned to wait until Li Mu found stable work before making it public. Even if he found nothing, it would not matter. Her savings were already enough to support a lifetime of indulgence. South Korea is not a large place, but it has a legend. Do you know who I mean? Besides, your language came from ours, so it is easy to learn. Li Mu looked northward. At the end of the street stood a towering building. A striking emblem was engraved above it, SKT-T1. As the most prestigious club in League of Legends history, SKT's fans could be found across the globe. There was only one reason the team had a god. A true god, not some hollow idol. Faker, officially recognized by Riot as the greatest League of Legends player of all time. He had led his team to 3 world championship titles, far ahead of everyone else. More importantly, his professionalism was impeccable, and his eyes never lacked passion for League of Legends. That alone was enough to leave 99.9% of the LPL far behind. That region only knew how to start a game, play one match, and fuss over gaming shares. It was rotten to the core. These were Li Mu's true thoughts. He had completely drawn a line between himself and the LPL. Just as I thought. You really do yearn for SKT. Li Jian linked her arm through Li Mu's. She liked the mint-like scent that clung to him. Of course, they are a team of kings. At that, a trace of darkness dimmed Li Mu's eyes. Last year's Bird's Nest had not merely been a nightmare for the LPL, it had also become one of Faker's deepest sorrows. His historic 3rd consecutive title had been only one step away. Ruler, you bastard. Li Mu opened his phone and gained a rough understanding of the current LCK situation. As last year's World Championship runner-up, SKT clearly had not escaped the shadow of defeat. Top laner Huni had departed, and this year they had brought in a player known as Ti Huang. It could hardly be called a successful reinforcement since the two were more or less evenly matched. Faker's most trusted Benji was gone as well. Military service was not something an ordinary person could simply avoid. As for the bottom lane, the legendary duo Bang and Wolf were clearly no longer at their peak. Their glory had remained in S5 and S6. That was simply how esports players were. Their most ferocious period usually lasted only 2 years. The regular season is almost over. This lawsuit has truly cost me too much time. He glanced at the current standings. SKT's situation was far from promising. They could barely squeeze into the playoffs, but would have to begin from the very first round. There was no point even looking ahead to MSI. Given the team's current state, reaching the final would already be a considerable ambition. It is fine. I have a connection. I can recommend you to SKT's manager Koma. Really? Then I will trouble you. We are family. Why call it trouble? You are being too formal. Alright. Once I pass their tryout, I will make you soar like his ear. Ignoring Li Jian's playful little punches, Li Mu gazed deeply at the wing team emblem. LPL, you are finished. For heaven's sake. This time I will make you spin effortlessly. In the SKT locker room after the match. Ah, damn it. Why did we lose this game too? Why did that troll's pillar block our teammate? Sai Singhyok, I know you're exhausted, but if you don't step up for this team, it's really hard. Looking at Faker's listless eyes, Koma couldn't bear to scold him. SKT's current fan base and achievements owe much to Faker. But last year Ruler's God-slaying arrow pinned Faker's spirit in the Bird's Nest. This year's Lee Sang-hyuk has lost all his divine power. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even though we lost the final regular season game, we still have playoffs to play. Starting from the first round, it's not impossible. Bang felt deeply for his mid laner. The disastrous performance in last year's finals, and the image of Faker shedding tears in the Bird's Nest finally, made him realize one thing: a championship truly brings happiness. I'm sorry, coach. I will definitely train harder. Watching the replay of their base being destroyed on the big screen, Faker took a deep breath. Just then Koma received a notification from the management. Upon learning the news, his face changed drastically. Pacing back and forth, Koma slowly accepted the reality. Don't pack up yet. Come with me. Coach, where are we going? To meet a young man who might change our future. At the gate of SKT's base, Li Mu stood there swaggeringly, holding an invitation that Ayu had obtained at great expense. Although he could speak Korean, he usually didn't like to. Come on, we are the noble SKT. How could we possibly bring in a player from the Dragon Kingdom? Are you even that good? Better than Faker. The person in front of Li Mu was a receptionist. No one believed Li Mu because LCK had never had a Chinese import before. I don't want to waste words with you. Have that melon-headed guy with glasses from your team come greet me in person. For the sake of communication, Li Mu still spoke the local dialect. How dare you? I won't allow you to insult my idol Faker. I wasn't naming names, you're the one who took it personally. If you really feel wronged, you can insult my idol, Uzi. You. What? Want to fight? Limu over 8 meters tall stared straight at the other man. The man instantly felt a bit intimidated. You're all bark and no bite. Just as the two were at loggerheads, an anxious voice came from inside. Misunderstanding. Koma trotted out, followed by a guy who wasn't in high spirits, wearing glasses with a melon-shaped head and a book tucked under his arm. He actually came. Good afternoon. You must be the player whip strongly recommended by the management. Come in first. Under the shocked and self-deprecating gaze of that staff member, Limu patted his shoulder. Young man, to survive out here you need strength first, and then connections. If you have neither, then shut up. Thus the young man waved his sleeve, leaving without a trace. Crunch. Something seemed to break behind him. SKT training room. After confirming the invitation was genuine, Koma hadn't had time to speak when Faker opened his mouth first. Why do you keep staring at me? Do we know each other? Of course I know you, but I have no memory of you. Actually, Faker's inner thought was, I'm a total shut, and how could I possibly know a boy with such a delicate appearance? Looking closely, he felt that with a wig this boy might even be prettier than Eunyoung. You haven't seen me, but you should know my Korean server ID. Limu pulled out his phone, showing a screenshot of last year's top of the rankings. SKT T2 Faker. It's you. You kept sniping me during my stream and knocked me from challenger to master. Faker remembered. He remembered everything. 6 consecutive losses in ranked. All the work of this person in front of him. He remembered starting the stream full of joy that day, then ending it in silence. I thought you were from LCK, but I didn't expect. Sang Hyok, you don't usually browse the internet. Actually, this guy is very famous in LPL, but it's infamy. Bang reminded from the side. Limu's name was truly thunderous. So it's you. No wonder you want to come to LCK. Are you here for revenge? Wolf suddenly realized. None of those present were fools. They clearly understood why Limu was here. Revenge. I have no grudge against them. I've long since cut ties. Now I just simply can't stand them. Trash region. Don't let me find an opportunity. As he spoke, Limu made a whipping motion. First of all, I understand your situation. Last year when you played against RNG, it had nothing to do with you. The main reason is that one Xiaohu was too cowardly. I won't name names here. As the team that personally eliminated RNG SKT had the most say, it's too late to say that now. I want to join you as a top laner. Limu got straight to the point. I understand your meaning. Being able to stand here shows you have a remarkable background. But in esports, strength is king. If you're not good enough, then we'll have to apologize. Understood. Let's begin. Limu pulled out a chair and sat down, radiating an air of confidence. He possessed a system, a cheat buff that gave him maximum mastery of all heroes from the start. Yet such a favored son of heaven was driven to a dead end by LPL. Alright. Sang Hyok, you play a solo match with him to see his landing skills. Behind Koma stood several coaching staff members, clearly showing a serious attitude toward Limu. 2200 points, first on the rankings. A truly rare talent in history. Me? Never mind. Hearing that he was to go on stage, Faker hurriedly shook his head. A cowardly lizard. He just thought it unnecessary. Because during that day's sniping, Faker's opponent was Limu himself. Complete suppression. It once made Faker think Limu was using scripts. After reporting, the account was only banned for 3 days. This proved that Limu wasn't cheating. Otherwise, the account would have been permanently blacklisted. Alright, then you go. Coach Koma pointed at T Huang, who had eyes full of anger. He had finally joined SKT. How could this newcomer come and steal his job? Thus, the usually submissive T Huang chose to strike hard. He immediately picked Darius, the lane bully. What era is this? Still playing this champion? Forget it, I'll just use one of my strength. As he spoke, Garen appeared. Everyone was shocked. Doesn't Darius counter Garen? However, this notion was shattered after 2.5 minutes. First blood was drawn and T Huang was defeated. Wait, my computer was lagging. One more game. Fine. Another round, the same scenario continued. This one doesn't count either. It's too hot in the room. I'll turn on the AC. Okay, continue. Wait. The mouse pad is sticky, the screen is lagging, the keyboard has key chatter. When all excuses were exhausted, T Huang actively retreated to a corner, silent. Even with the heel of your foot, you could think someone who could repeatedly crush S7 Faker underfoot couldn't be simple. However, the tryout had just begun. Limu's individual skill didn't necessarily mean he was a perfect fit for SKT. Chemistry was the most important thing. Let's find a team for a scrim to test it out. But everyone is resting at this hour. Who would be willing to play with us? Just as everyone was troubled, Limu gave a suggestion. Call KT's coaching staff. They'll agree. 2.5 hours later at the KT League of Legends Division training base. Why haven't you left yet? It's almost midnight. Someone from KT's other game divisions greeted them. We just finished a scrim and are feeling down, Smeb said, frowning and grumpy. He couldn't figure out why the enemy top laner T was performing so exceptionally today. 5-0. Excluding breaks and review time, each match averaged about 10 minutes. Every game the top lane was a complete stomp. Were they on drugs? You're a clever one, deliberately holding back and waiting for the playoffs, right? Score chuckled. He didn't know what the coaching staff was thinking, agreeing to a scrim against SKT today, forcing him to work overtime. Fortunately, there was an actor on the team who got solo killed every match, allowing the temporary task to end early. How far-sighted. Hearing this, Smeb could only force an awkward smile. If the first game was just messing around, the next four were definitely played with full effort. Can't beat them. Unprecedented pressure. The only time he felt this was in ranked matches against a specific player with such oppressive dominance. That was a Korean high yellow match. The opponent's ID seemed to be SKTT2 Faker. Enough said. You did a good deed today. As a reward, you should treat us to watermelon. Huh? What huh? Just do it, or I'll slap you. Meanwhile, at the SKT clubhouse, the computer screen in front of Lee Mu flickered with T's account. Easy. Lee Mu took off his headphones and looked at Koma. The latter's shock hadn't faded, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. The young man before him played Gangplank in the 5th game, where the critical damage overflow was one-shotting everyone. It almost made him climax. Is this the strength of a 2,200-point player? An eye-opener. Bang and Wolf gasped simultaneously, seeing horror in each other's eyes. Crazy. The AD didn't need to do anything, and the support didn't need to roam. The game just ended. League of Legends isn't that hard, is it? Don't look at me like that. This patch is about top jungle and mid, completely different from the twisted S7 meta. Lee Mu said calmly. Your game understanding is fine, and your individual performance is flawless. Let me call the management first. Koma said, seriously, pulling out his phone. After a flurry of chatter with the other coaching staff, Koma came to Lee Mu. Congratulations, you passed the tryout. From now on, you're officially a member of SKT. I'll send you the contract details later, no rush. Upon hearing this, Faker, who had been silent, couldn't help but feel relieved. Awesome. Finally a human being in the top lane. To ensure Lee Mu passed, Faker played very seriously. Although he was from the Dragon Kingdom, esports knows no borders. Championships are all that matters. Thank you, coach. Oh, by the way, when I'm highly focused, I tend to subconsciously speak in Chinese. Do you understand what I mean? Lee Mu smiled brightly, innocently. Just then a knock came at the door. The door opened to reveal little Lee Jiun. She had come to pick up Lee Mu from work. Oh, IU, Wolf shouted excitedly. In South Korea, idols generally have low status, sometimes even lower than esports players. But Lee Jiun was an exception. She was rich. With her outstanding looks and sweet voice, IU had won over a large fan base. The chubby guy was thrilled until he saw IU holding Lee Mu's arm. Something seemed to shatter. All right, coach, I'll head back now. I rented a place near the base, so I'm on call anytime. Lee Mu waved, and under everyone's incredulous gazes, left with the beauty in his arms. The practice room fell into silence, broken by Faker. During a few team fights, he did subconsciously shout in Chinese. That's a considerable communication barrier. What do you think? Again, no one answered. This was unprecedented. Bringing in a Chinese import was already outrageous, and if communication issues forced everyone to speak Chinese, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? All eyes turned to Koma, who also looked troubled. After a long pause, he said, last year's failure didn't feel good, did it? So do you want to return to the top? One sentence reignited the fighting spirit of everyone in SKT. As long as we can win the championship, I'll accept any sacrifice. Faker's eyes burned with determination. He saw hope in Lee Mu. Good. Since you said that, let's start from tomorrow. Let's all speak Chinese. All right. I'm all in. Besides, we have many fans in the LPL, and more skills never hurt. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, 30 years east, 30 years west, I'm coming. Junsik, I told you to read more, but you never listen. That's not how the saying goes. Meanwhile, at the snack street near SKT. To avoid attention, little Kitty, IU wore a mask. The two wandered the street looking for some late-night snacks. Setting aside League of Legends, your South Korea really can't compare to our Dragon Kingdom. The street food is just kimchi and fried chicken, no variety at all, Lee Mu said with slight disdain. Can't help it, we're a small place with limited options. But there's a breakfast shop down that way that's always packed. IU pointed east. Oh, what do they serve? Seems to be authentic hot and sour soup. No wonder it must be delicious. After browsing, Lee Mu stopped near a barbecue shop. When asking the price, the owner, seeing he wasn't local, immediately tried to overcharge. Come on, is this squid made of gold or silver? Selling it so expensive you won't live to see tomorrow. Although the woman beside him was loaded, that didn't mean they wanted to be taken for a ride. Principal Wong once said, having money and being an idiot are two different things. Squid has been this price for years. Instead of yelling, you should reflect on whether you've worked hard enough. Did you take your job seriously? The owner looked opportunistic, almost writing profiteer on his face. Lee Mu sneered. If only the guy understood Chinese, he would have dropped a rap. His hard-hitting, blowing to the north he practiced was no joke. But his Korean wasn't good enough for the damage. So Lee Mu changed his expression. How about this, boss? I'll bark like a dog for you. Can you give me a discount? Oh, that's new. Bark for me, and I'll give you 20 off. Hearing that, Lee Mu cleared his throat. Here it comes. Squid has been this price for years. Instead of yelling, you should reflect on whether you've worked hard enough. Did you take your job seriously? He mimicked the owner's ugly demeanor perfectly, voice and all. Hey Gu, you brat. The owner trembled with rage, but Lee Mu had already left with the beauty. When they got home, they ordered takeout. While waiting, they had to play a game. When Graves faced Aleoi, a fierce battle in Summoner's Rift was inevitable. The ability wearing boots makes me feel like flying. In Li Mu's hands, Graves was never a marksman, but a melee dive fighter. I'm not afraid. I just bought Randuin's Omen. Your damage can't break my defense. Oh, then watch out, here comes the smoke grenade. Put your head down. Will you attack me from the front? And caught me when I blinked. I told you I'm the best Liu Bei on the Chinese server. Who agrees, who opposes? In this custom game, they were evenly matched, neither giving ground. One was an 18-year-old prodigy with a natural Jax buff. The other was a superstar who could sing and dance with endless stamina. The game only ended when the delivery arrived. Opening the bag, it was full of goodies. Honestly, these supplements you bought aren't as good as a 500 gold elixir of wrath, don't you think? I don't want to hear it. Real men go to the howling abyss. And so the gaming addict and the gaming addict girl started another duo queue journey. Time flew like a white horse passing a gap, and soon dawn was breaking. They had played all night. In between, they went out to sign a contract mastering time management. This time Li Mu was smart, spending half an hour reading the contract before signing. Kid, looks like you've been through a lot. Alas, I was blind, but there won't be a next time. Keep fighting. SKT needs you to break the deadlock. Groggily Ayu opened the esports forum on her phone. There was a pinned announcement from SKT Club. Special statement: welcome player Whip Li Mu to SKT Club as our top laner. Youth never fails, we walk together. Attached an official photo shoot for Li Mu. His handsomeness is staggering, second only to the viewers in front of the screen. TSK Tisk, well, this will stir up both the LPL and LCK, won't it? Have you heard? Have you heard? That former RNG outcast has gone to SKT. Come on, I'm not blind. The club announced it. It's as real as it gets. Oh my god. Looks like the capital is at work. I've long heard that guy has a thing with the famous actress Ayu. It must be true. Boo hoo hoo. Though I've cursed you before, you must promise me. Don't let my goddess eat anything else, okay? SKT is truly desperate. To bring in a waste like that, they broke LCK's long-standing precedent. Just arrived. Which side is better, LPL or LCK? In an instant, the entire esports scene was in turmoil. Li Mu, a scapegoat from last year, had his name spread once more. So much so that the LPL casters even started a special show about it. Guan Ziyuan, Mile Jide, Zhou Jierita. 5 of them gathered the little classroom ready. Because of the explosive traffic, as soon as the show started, the live stream was packed. But some were there for the legs. I won't say who. This is really outrageous. As the #1 region, how could LCK willingly take in a Chinese import? Mal scratched his head. Guan Ziyuan, who usually knows LCK, well, chimed in. As far as I know, since the start of the new season, SKT has been stumbling along. Their top laner has been mediocre, the jungler is messing up, and Faker's form is poor. The 3-time champion has to play in the first round of the playoffs. I know all that. But why does Whip deserve to join a prestigious club like SKT? I know Li Mu. He was the Korean server's #1 last season. His skill speaks for itself. Besides, I've chatted with him privately. He doesn't seem as arrogant as the rumors say. And didn't he win his lawsuit? Rita interjected. Winning is one thing, but he's already declared he'll take down our entire region. Clearly, Whip will be our public enemy. Mao was good at steering public opinion. Zhou Jie followed suit, throwing more mud at Li Mu. So what if he's Korean server's #1? He's a creep. But then again, he's close to Lee Ji-yoon next door. Zhou Jie, if you compare yourself to her. Rita trailed off. Silence was the bridge of the night. Everyone wasn't stupid, and combined with Zhou Jie's flustered expression. If Li Mu could hold Ayu in his arms, why would he waste time harassing Zhou Jie? Someone was lying. I see. Looks like some shameless person is trying to claim credit. A top spender once said Zhou Jie really likes good-looking guys. Who knows who asked for whose WeChat? I've been saying, does the anti-simp warrior, even if suitors. Right or wrong doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that guy defected to LCK. Traitor. It was RNG that kicked him out. How is that defection? Opinions were divided around Li Mu. This is esports. All facts are rewritten by the victors. In other words, from today on, SKT's matches this year will be flooded with a complicated audience. Cheer for Faker. Just to mock Li Mu. Right and wrong will be decided by results. And the same situation was piling pressure on the LCK side. Compared to LPL viewers, SKT's fanbase was noticeably more aggressive. Early in the morning, when Li Mu arrived at the base, he saw several trucks and countless reeds at the entrance. On them were his handsome photos, in black and white. Damn, these kimchi people really steal everything, even our Dragon Kingdom's customs. Though Li Mu was in South Korea, the blood of the Dragon Kingdom ran through his veins. Region and nationality didn't conflict. Otherwise, LPL wouldn't spend so much importing players. I don't mind it. This is our local custom. You'll get used to it. The chubby wolf smiled, awkwardly, accidentally revealing the intensity of their fans. Since the start of the spring season, SKT had been in a huge storm of public opinion. The pressure was immense. If they played badly, they'd get roasted. No problem. As a pro player, you have to have resilience. And your Chinese is pretty good. You have talent. Since Faker's order, the players and coaches of SKT's League of Legends division have been practicing Chinese hard. On one hand for future communication, on the other for the future Dragon Kingdom market. Because Chinese culture is the best. Let's go. Today is our first round. We must not lose. Faker led the team to the match venue. Go go go, let's go. Hearing the little tune from Limu, jungler Blank instantly recognized it. Is that from Running Brothers? I love Super Go. Love or not, can you play well today? We've been planning all these regular season matches. Time to reel in the net. Bang urged. I wasn't throwing. I'm innocent. I recently learned a famous Dragon Kingdom saying. I'm like Chow Pai's wife visiting the garden. What does that mean? Jinji pulling greens. Under Limu's explanation, the tense atmosphere eased. When the bus arrived at the venue, a large crowd of fans had already gathered surrounding the place. Playing against KSV shouldn't be a problem. I won't put you in. For the overall strategy, Koma chose to hide Limu in the first match. Limu didn't mind. When the team was in crisis, he would step in to save them. Slap. The bus door opened, and all eyes focused there. Faker was the first to get off, greeted by female fans' screams. Then Blank Bang Wolf. The last one was a masked figure. Tall, but the mask hid his face. Hello, I'm Wantai Limu. I know why you're here. But I'm not showing my face. Limu spoke in Chinese, which most local viewers didn't understand. They only knew one thing. The guy under the mask seemed like a troll. Escorted by security, the players entered the venue. As Koma had expected, Limu wasn't needed today. 2-1 against KSV, advancing to the next round. The score showed it wasn't easy. The top and jungle kept wandering in a daze, and the mid laner couldn't find his former form. Bang was strong, probably trying to make up for last year's loss. From the second round onward, the playoffs were all BO5. The next opponent was KT. What? That whip didn't even play. Total waste of my traffic. Good news, Capital got him into SKT. Bad news, the Capital is IU. No, my goddess. Promise me your legs are only for walking, okay? Gotta say, first time watching LCK, their fans and female hosts are amazing. What a joke LPL is. Garbage region, not even worth watching. Exactly. LPL isn't even as good as KPL. Look at how pretty their female casters are. Compare that to Georgia. The first round of the playoffs passed without incident. The next challenge was the second round the day after. Same start time, same location, but different opponent strength. KT's starting lineup was quite luxurious. Top laner Smeb ranked first by the officials in 2016, surpassing even Faker at the time. His strength spoke for itself. Creator of the Thunder iconic moment. After the team disbanded, he took the opposite path from Peanut, resolutely declining SKT's invitation. Rather than joining them, I'd rather beat them. Would Smeb one day regret these words and his arrogant pride? Jungler Score, known as Old Captain, had rich experience and was a true veteran of the region. Mid laner Yukul, originally pawn, but due to the general's severe injuries, he could no longer hold the starting position. Being able to replace pawn showed Yukul was no pushover. Bot lane Def Mata, a very luxurious duo. As one of the Samsung 10 and one of the Mapo duo, Def's story was the opposite of Faker's. Some never made the finals, some cried for the runner-up. But times changed. Now it was Def's triumph and Faker's despair. Support Mata needed no introduction. The only player to win finals MVP as a support. Alright, let's get into the BP. The crowd is enthusiastic, but unfortunately Whip is still not in the starting lineup. Is he really just a mascot SKT bot? Today's caster included the Roaring Emperor, a well-known figure. Everyone was puzzled and curious. What kind of prodigy was Limu? The answer remained hidden in mystery. In the high-intensity matches, the out-of-form SKT was soon backed into a corner. 3 games later, SKT was down 1-2 after being reverse swept. Blank was crushed by Score, and Smeb ground Ti Huang into the dirt. No, our top and jungle are always the weak points. We'll be eliminated if this continues. Koma wasn't stupid. He knew change was needed. But when he looked at the corner by the water cooler, he didn't see Limu. Where is he? I think he went to the restroom. I saw him sitting there scratching himself. Hearing this, Koma shouted anxiously, someone go get him back. If he's itchy, I'll scratch him. The situation was urgent. Koma could only place his hopes on Limu. The public opinion was already ruined, the pressure immense. The team was in danger. Quickly summon Ancestor Limu. Breaking news, breaking news. SKT is about to change their top laner for the next match. Thal is benched, and Whip will take the stage. Whip, which translates to a whip in English. This ID also represents the signal of Limu's break with the LPL. Here it comes, finally the long-awaited clown takes the stage, carrying the badge of RNG fans. Interesting. I remember you guys said watching LCK matches is equivalent to defecting to the enemy and automatically losing nationality, right? We RNG people can watch to study other regions' tactics and picks. You're no good. Traitor. This guy won't betray us, SKT, will he? I'm worried he's a spy LPL planted in our region. Not that bad. He was already roasted badly at the end of last year. If it were me, I'd be depressed by now. Collecting heartbroken SKT female fans aged preferably 18 to 25, city accent, enthusiastic and outgoing with curves in front and back, like wearing black stockings. When Limu officially appeared, the female fans in the audience began to shout and scream continuously. This guy is somewhat handsome. Even more handsome than in the videos. Even the female host backstage couldn't help but brighten at the sight. But then she remembered that he was already taken, so she dismissed the thought. Whip, whip, whip. Suddenly uniform cheers echoed through the venue. The famous NBA star Kobe once said, "Those who hate him are as many as those who love him." Not only true SKT fans were looking forward to Li Mu's outstanding performance. Putting aside positions, sometimes the LPL seemed more like the villain. Football and League of Legends in China are known as two great miracles. Miracles that even your own people may not necessarily support. In the player zone. Oh, awesome. This feeling of being in the spotlight is so exhilarating. Facing the camera shoved in his face, Li Mu showed no nervousness at all. His heart is bigger than Jax's. The young man enjoys this lively atmosphere. This is the charm of offline matches. This was Li Mu's debut, his first step onto the professional stage. If it weren't for that damn RNG, he would have had the chance last year. Aren't you nervous? You're such a weirdo. Beside him, Blank kept adjusting his breathing, knowing that if the team lost one more game, they would be completely out of the tournament. He was currently a sinner, needing to find a way to turn around his public image. Honestly, sometimes we play too chaotically. I don't know what I should do, and whatever I say you guys don't listen. Watching the self-muttering Blank and noticing his trembling right hand, Li Mu casually pushed the water cup toward him. Don't be so nervous. A person who has played at Worlds, how can you be worse than me? Drink some water. I can't drink it down. Don't worry, I'll make a move when it counts. Recalling his performance in scrims, Blank felt a bit relieved. But the moment he drank the water, his expression changed slightly. Where did this water come from? I just rushed out of the restroom without washing my hands, then I dipped my fingers in the cup. Ugh. After the little farce, Coma's expression turned serious. He had promised the management that if he couldn't lead the team to Worlds by the end of this year, he would officially resign. SKT's head coach position is a lucrative position with many perks, but it also comes with great challenges. Kids, we have no way back. Let's go. Amid the shouts of the female fans, the two sides officially entered the pick ban phase. It must be said that in terms of professionalism, the LCK seemed to be a cut above the LPL. In this game, SKT chose the red side to maximize the uncertainty that Li Mu brought. First round of bans from both sides. KT banned Orianna Rise and Tom Kench. SKT banned Ezreal Rockin and Trundle. Even though Faker wasn't in top form, KT didn't dare underestimate him, banning both Orianna and Rise. As for why SKT banned Trundle, mainly because Blank liked to use his pillar to block his teammates. Thinking of this, Li Mu unconsciously moved an inch away. On the blue side, KT decisively picked Azir. Ego. KT is pushing Faker to the corner. They either pick or ban his signature champions. There's nothing to say. The caster lamented. They all knew that SKT was a guarantee for viewership ratings. If this team was eliminated too early, the attendance in the following matches would definitely drop. But there was no way around it. SKT's competitiveness throughout the spring was nothing short of a disaster. After much deliberation, Faker could only play Karma. With his poor form, he could only play such champions. SKT's second pick was Jarvan, one of the few playable champions for Blank. KT quickly responded with Olaf and Jace. Without knowing what the opposing top laner would pick, Smeb locked in with confidence. Clearly he didn't take Li Mu seriously. Yeah, right. Bring on more of these mechanical and dueling champions, otherwise it would be so boring. When the camera panned to Li Mu, he was grinning with arrogance. The bullet comments were all waiting for him to be solo killed by Smeb. Whoosh. Tristana locked. As soon as that champion was locked, the camera instantly shifted to Bang's face. Instantly boos erupted from the audience. Viewers from the LPL contributed a barrage of 2A Bang across the screen. Entering the second round of bans, Smeb quickly communicated with his team. We must ban Kennen and Gangplank. I know that guy. He used Thal's account in scrims that day. No wonder I couldn't win. Haha, you're still acting. You wasted your talent on esports. The other 4 on scores team couldn't help but laugh, while Smeb was the only one with a wry smile. But they still banned those champions, all for the sake of advancing to the next round. On the fourth pick, SKT locked in Brown. After a brief thought, KT secured Ashe and Thresh for their last 2 picks. Naturally, the only remaining pick was the counter pick for SKT. In SKT's voice chat, show some real skill. So many people are watching. Faker let out a long breath, staring intently at Li Mu. He had already picked Karma, planning to pass the responsibility to his teammates. The bottom lane had Tristana, which could theoretically be trusted, but Bang's Poppy in cannon form was hard to evaluate. Right, the top lane definitely needs a carry. Which champion can farm steadily under Jace's pressure? Maybe Gangplank. I saw you hit one shot. Oh, I'm losing my mind, it's already banned. Koma scratched his head, anxiously unable to think of a top lane carry. Camille. That champion would get destroyed by Jace in the early game. And the opponent is Smeb. Hearing his teammates' pessimistic discussion, Li Mu unconsciously smacked his lips. Having finally gotten a chance to appear, he naturally couldn't waste it. System confirm once more. In official matches, do I have ceiling level proficiency with all champions? Ding. Reply to host yes. All 100 champions in League of Legends are included. This system was called the all-round system, designed to achieve perfection in one go. No upgrades, only invincibility. With such a cheat code backing him, Li Mu had no need to stall. Jace is a ranged champion with a troublesome dual-form kit in lane. Ordinary top laners would certainly be suppressed, but why must he choose from the top lane pool? Give me that. Let me carry you. When Li Mu's cursor pre-selected a blue champion faker and the other's expressions changed dramatically. Don't mess around, man. This is a do-or-die game. Blank's voice trembled. Conversely, Faker, who had seen many storms, nodded immediately after frowning. I think it's fine. With so many champions in League, if you don't dare to pick, what's the point? During his prime, Faker could do anything. Soaring to the skies and diving into the earth, unstoppable. He perfectly embodied the phrase, anything can be played mid. Now, due to his form and the meta, he could only settle for karma. But the top lane was different. It was a position with many possibilities. So how sure are you to stop Smeb? In your Chinese saying, what's the split? This was crucial, so Coma confirmed again. 50-50. I often solo kill him in scrims. That phrase sounds familiar. This 50-50 won't do. I'll send him back to base 5 times in 5 minutes. And coach, let me correct you. It's not stopping, it's crushing him. Alright, I believe you. Give Smeb some pressure. Bang. Without hesitation, Wolf locked in immediately as the timer ended. All traitors must die. Swish. The final counterpick of the red side. Kalista, the Spear of Vengeance. What? Are you kidding me? What kind of move is SKT making? With Tristana already in their lineup, they lock in Kalista as the last pick. I don't understand. Can someone explain this to me, Sybil? The shoutcaster on stage glanced at his colleague, both of their eyes filled with shock. No matter how they allocated the roles, the top lane was bound to be an unconventional pick. In a do-or-die match, they dare to play like this. Is this even SKT? Not only the casters were stunned, fans from both the LPL and LCK were equally dumbfounded. Geneva, they come out swinging like this right from the start. Setting aside the facts, I respect their courage. I've long heard SKT has a tradition of research and development. A do-or-die black tech pick. Looks like they've been putting in some serious work on their betting strategies. I watch LCK matches often. It's either Ornn or Shaun every time. Never thought I'd see such a thrilling matchup today. Just wait, the world's best top laner Smeb will teach this kid a lesson. What? Isn't the world's best top laner our brother Shy? I'm a time traveler. These two are nothing but trash compared to my brother Ben Doghead. Amidst the barrage of comments, both teams began adjusting their positions. All eyes remained fixed on Kalista. After the adjustments, the final lineups were as follows. Blue side KT top, Jace, jungle Olaf, mid Azir, bot Ashe Thresh. Red side SKT top, Kalista, jungle Jarvan, 4 mid Karma, bot Tristana Brown. Sybil Osaka. So it's indeed top Kalista. Compared to his teammates' confusion, Smeb's expression darkened. Here it comes. This man has come to punish him. It's just an AD top laner, no big deal, Score said, sensing his top laner's unease. Well, gank him more. This champion dies easily to ganks. Alright, with the enemy's top jungle combo, I can 1v2. With only one step left before advancing to the next round, KT clearly held a winning determination. KT versus SKT. The fourth game of the telecom war begins. Right from the start, Li Mu brought a tactical ceiling that King T could never match. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Level 1 team fight. At that time, SKT was still known as a team that excelled in late-game macro play. They didn't like to force things in the early game because that could lead to unpredictable variables. But Li Mu had arrived, and this game's core was the Kalista. What's there to fear? We have the king of level 1 team fights, double marksman with Brown. I don't see how we can lose. On the minimap, all 5 red side champions gathered together. Invading KT's jungle silently was unrealistic. Deft and Mata spotted them first and immediately pinged the danger. We've been spotted. Let's retreat, Blank said, instinctively moving back. Retreat, my ass. I picked this champion. If we don't gain an early advantage, are we going to wait for Azir to poke us all apart in the late game? Li Mu's words weren't pressure, but encouragement. At least when IU duo queued with him, she liked being pushed like this. The whip, the lashing. Listen to him. We have a clear advantage at level 1. Faker didn't back down. His game understanding matched Li Mu's. Sometimes playing conservatively was because teammates didn't understand the strategy. Thus the two teams began to dance around the red buff. Smeb was still on his way. He hadn't expected a level 1 team fight to break out. Taking advantage of the enemy's numerical disadvantage, Faker struck first with a long-range RQ. San PDD. The skill landed accurately, hitting 2 opponents. Go. In an instant, all of SKT surged forward. And Bang, perhaps having held back for too long, actually leveled up his W at level 1. Bang. Swish. Thud. In an instant, the entire red buff area erupted into chaos. Flashes were thrown out without hesitation and skills intertwined in a mess. But the sharp-eyed players were all watching Li Mu. His Kalista was the core of this team fight. Look at my position. Let's kill this Olaf. With Braum's passive applied, Li Mu flashed forward. E-ability rend. Calculating the damage, Kalista decisively pulled the spears. First blood. Li Mu earned his first point in the LCK courtesy of Score. H. Sybil. He's using Hail of Blades. No wonder he triggered Braum's passive so fast. Run, run. Score shouted anxiously. This team fight was unwinnable. But Kalista kept hopping faster, and Tristana took off for a second time. Bang was holding the enemies. He was sacrificing himself. Awesome. Bei Jun sick. I won't forget this. Li Mu shouted a virtual thumbs up. When your own AD is willing to sacrifice himself to lock down the enemy, the team fight inevitably becomes a one-sided slaughter. Double kill. Triple kill. SKT whip is killing Spring. Before the mid lane minions had even met, Li Mu had already entered a killing spree. With 3 kills in hand, it was not only his own mechanics, but also his teammates' follow-up and coordination that proved crucial. A 2-for-4 trade. Apart from the late arriving Smeb, every other KT member had been wiped out. The double marksman plus Brown comp was still too dominant at level 1. SKT only lost their bot lane duo, and that was thanks to Mata's Thresh landing his hooks. Otherwise they wouldn't have traded a single kill. Holy crap. Is this still the LCK? Level 1 is this bloody. Come on, I came here to fall asleep. If you're going to play like this, then I'm wide awake. Kalista with 3 kills. I just checked. This whip's mechanics are seriously impressive. Brotherly Mu is so handsome. Kalista has slid right into my heart. Bang, I'm crying. If only he had shown this kind of resolve last year, our little Lee would have 3-peat by now. KT just doesn't dare to win. The capital behind SKT has made its move. Because of Li Mu, fans from both major regions had never been this close before. From then on, the comments section under the audience's masks became a complex mix of allegiances. Objectively speaking, Li Mu even boosted the viewership of the matches. This kid was destined to be no pushover. Woohoo, time to take off. I'm unstoppable now. Do whatever you want. Li Mu returned with a triumphant smile because he could now buy a full item upon recalling. 3 kills plus an assist. He purchased Berserker's Greaves outright. Anyone who has played Kalista knows that a better pair of boots is a game changer for her. No need to save teleport now, just rush back to lane. The only good news for Jace was that this Kalista didn't have flash. When this anomalous Kalista appeared in the top lane, Smeb's forehead involuntarily beaded with sweat. Damn it. How do you play against a champion who starts the game with a built-in advantage of a tier 2 boot? And soon Li Mu provided the answer. Don't eat. Don't eat. Who said you could soak XP? He immediately started bullying him. He had promised to ramp up the pressure and he was determined to keep his word. A closer look revealed that Li Mu's aggression was calculated and methodical. While auto-attacking minions to advance, Li Mu kept an eye on their health. The moment was right. Pop. He closed the distance and locked onto his target. Hail of Blades triggered and Kalista executed 3 consecutive hops. The death of a minion refreshed her E ability. Pop again. The double rend maximized her firepower. The mechanics were clearly visible. Ego. Smeb has to use his summoner spells. A Kalista with 3 kills comes to lane. There's absolutely no way to fight back. The shoutcaster began to roar. He had never seen the top lane produce such a bloody scene. And just as the caster finished speaking, Jace's only advantage, Flash, was forced out. His reaction was still quick enough, though at least he didn't die. In the frame, Smeb was huddled under the turret, while his counterpart Li Mu stood like a gatekeeper, blocking the edge of the experience zone. Majestic and defiant. Bro, you actually know how to play this. No wonder SKT took such a big risk to bring in a Chinese import. Who's your bro? Brother Whip has always been strong. It's you LPL folks who couldn't see the treasure. Am I seeing things? Jace getting bullied like this at level 1. Such insane mechanics. No hesitation, smooth as butter. I definitely couldn't do that. Jace is only level 1. He just wanted to come up and soak some XP. What did he do wrong? Looking at this, it turns out Whip was right all along. RNG is the real clown. As everyone knows, the LCK has a certain culture of bullying to some extent. And the scene Li Mu and Smeb were creating together was essentially no different from bullying. Blank, who had been watching the minimap, swallowed unconsciously at the sight. This top lane Hail of Blades Kalista is truly Smeb's nightmare. Let me get a last hit. As a once top-tier top laner, Smeb might not be at his peak this year, but he had never suffered such humiliation. 3 minions in 3 minutes. Absolutely shameless. Especially since the opponent was a castaway from the LPL. The comparison made his fury burn even hotter. He picks that hero top to annoy you, so having an early advantage is normal. You're not tilted, are you? Score said, half joking, while making his way toward the top lane. When Olaf appeared on the top lane, Jace finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, the old captain's help was just a minor episode for Li Mu. The clunky Olaf couldn't touch the Kalista at all. Swaying left, swaying right. Rocking and rolling. The deadly axe grazed past, and the roles of prey and hunter swapped in an instant. Oh. He's sliding. I'm being kite like a dog. Score turned around and found Smeb greedily devouring minions under the tower. Look how starved the kid is, wasting skills left and right. Come over and hit him with a combo. Coming, don't rush. Just as Smeb looked up, an emotionless mechanical announcement echoed through the arena. SKT Whip is on a rampage. Olaf died miserably right in front of his own top laner. Score was stunned, taking nearly 2.5 seconds to react. The mastery of this Kalista far exceeded all expectations. What just happened? Nearly a third of his HP vanished in an instant. The casters were both baffled, and it was the Roaring Emperor who reacted first. When the replay of this kill was shown, the casters finally took a closer look. Oni. So Callista's Q pierced through the cannon minion full of spears, causing all the spears to burst out at once. The angle was perfect and Olaf became the biggest victim. Brilliant. What incredible mastery. After the caster's explanation, the audience was still half confused. A solo kill. He killed the enemy jungler right in front of your top laner. Whip is ruthless, he doesn't even treat the two KT brothers as human. With this much item advantage, even I could do it. I see it now. SKT's capital is backing them. KT doesn't dare to win. I asked the temple master how good score really is. The master didn't speak, just pointed at a boiling kettle. I said it's boiling. Master trashed. Had just two garbage teams fighting each other, a mere warm-up for IG's toy selection. Not only the spectators were shocked, but SKT's other teammates also wore expressions of disbelief. Wait bro, are you cheating? Cheating? Do you think the referees behind are blind? Facing blank stoutly, Moo even turned his head to glance back. There's a pretty referee lady, her legs are quite fair. You've indeed brought me a pleasant surprise. Keep it up, very good. Faker concealed his astonishment, and when he looked at Li Mu again, his gaze carried a hint of appreciation. Given Lee Sang-hyok's skill and status, few people earned his recognition. Li Mu was one, and Chovy next door was also acceptable. Then I guess I know how to play now? Top lane is the daddy, I just need to camp there nonstop. Since realizing this, Blank began to harass Smeb frequently. With Jarvan joining, Jace couldn't even fight back under his tower. Even more absurdly, Callista's bound contract was this Jarvan 4. There was no need to worry about tower aggro at all. Score's arrival changed nothing, it was just a buy one get one free deal. In less than 10 minutes, KT's first tower fell. The economic gap between the two sides officially widened, mainly concentrated in the top lane. Impressive, you raised your own data, you handle it yourself. I'm not going to look at top lane again, I don't want to explode. Score chose to cut his losses this time, placing his hopes on Deft. At the Dragon Pit. Since Faker had lane priority, SKT had the right to start the dragon first. It was an Infernal Drake, a must-contest objective. KT didn't want to give it up, frantically pinging. Smeb didn't want to come, but he had to follow the calls. Thus, the first 5v5 team fight of the game arrived. Give me your abilities later, I'll clean up the battlefield. Li Mu pinged Faker and Lee Sang-hyok understood instantly. I picked Karma honestly, just to serve you. I'm glad you've built this advantage. But your tone just now, I didn't like it. At a critical moment, Faker could still crack such jokes. Seems he wasn't depressed enough yet. The reason was simple. Li Mu's arrival had given him hope. What about me? Wolf pointed at himself. Go front and sell yourself. Now. Quick. Wolf was being remote controlled, so he had to grit his teeth and tank. That's the duty of a Braum. Li Mu needed an opportunity. This Olaf used his ULT, he wants to steal the dragon. Ha, comparing burst thresholds with my Callista? Are you still dreaming? Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a cold, killing intent flickering in them. Listen to my command, 3, 2, 1. Burst. Roar. In an instant, Li Mu and Blank both activated their abilities. The combined burst of Callista and Smite far exceeded imagination. This dragon belongs to SKT. Nice. Whip secured the dragon, now it's time for the teamfight clash. The moment the caster's words landed, both sides engaged in a brawl. Karma cast a group shield first, protecting the support, while also granting the team a massive movement speed boost. Now all eyes were on Li Mu. Callista with Blade of the Ruined King was extraordinarily powerful at this point in the game. Callista is coming, Callista is coming. Deft, who had suffered greatly, didn't even fear Jarvan's ULT, but he was extremely wary of this Callista. Li Mu was too ruthless. 3 swift attacks forced Deft to burn both summoner spells. Tristana followed up, and bang, with Li Mu executed a clean ADC-style cleanup. Quadra kill. SKT Whip is legendary. A debut to godhood, Li Mu became the brightest star of the entire arena. A silky smooth quadra kill completely ignited the atmosphere of SKT's live fans. The crowd roared and wailed, some even shedding tears of emotion. Even IU, who was used to grand occasions, felt a surge of excitement. She was busy, but Li Mu was clearly more important. Li Mu Oppa so handsome. Your Callista is so smooth, just pierce me like that, kill me. The scene shifted. Li Mu raised his head and looked to his left. Seriously, Sang-hyok, why did you steal my pentakill? Nonsense, the first kill was mine, so clearly you stole my 4 kills. Faker said calmly. In truth, he wanted to laugh, but he had to maintain his image. What a secretive flirt. Hey, you rascal, what kind of logic is that? Li Mu rolled his eyes. When he came out again, he walked side by side with Faker. Their destination was the red buff, as Karma was short on gold. Come on, I'll leave this buff at 1 HP. I dare you to take it. No one had ever dared to speak to Faker like that. Li Mu was unprecedented and likely to have no successors. Faker was tempted to take it, but ultimately turned toward the Krugs. Snap. Callista took the red buff elegantly, and Li Mu even blatantly ignored Bang's need. A godlike score, a shattered top lane. Without any words, that was his entitlement. So when I came here, there's one thing you all must understand. I am the only Brother Lee in SKT. Alright, I'm just teasing you. SKT is yours, I'm merely a mercenary. Seeing Faker's uneasy expression, Li Mu couldn't help but laugh. After all, Faker was just a youth with a rather heavy addiction to gaming. His life revolved solely around League of Legends, and it was precisely this pure, untainted heart that kept his initial passion alive. Steal his team. Limu wasn't that wicked. His current 2 goals: first, make it into MSI and utterly demolish his opponents. Second, taste the charm of South Korean girl groups. As for the second goal, he'd already made a start. Lee Ji-eun was indeed alluring. As for the first goal, its difficulty was considerably higher. The revolution had not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue striving. Alright, play it steady. They're a late-game composition, we must not give them any openings. This decisive dragon fight had firmly established the rhythm of the early to mid-game. The gold lead had stretched considerably, yet for a seasoned squad like KT, this wasn't entirely fatal. Within their ranks, the formidable brain, MVP winner Mata, began to flex his strategic muscles. Thresh began roaming frequently, coordinating with Olaf and Ashe to seek picks. Def's arrows were remarkably precise, catching Faker and Wolf twice in succession. Nice. The alpaca remains the alpaca. Any chance of him returning to EDG? LPL is garbage. They can't cultivate talent, so they just buy it right. Our talents are all in cram schools, enduring over 10 hours of intense study daily. Do you Koreans even understand the value of that? He gotta thank RNG for releasing Whip, or else this year would truly be SKT's most hopeless. One feels like Faker isn't in his former form. Such arrows he'd have dodged effortlessly before. It's already 1 a.m., yet the mall downstairs hasn't closed. Miso dedicated. Security guard No Choice Blank is still wandering around. With Karma and Brown falling consecutively, SKT's vision pressure multiplied. Around the 14-minute mark, the goal difference between the two sides hovered at merely 2 to 3,000. Not enough. Still not enough. As the situation grew tense, Mu quietly circled around to Smeb's flank. An AD carry cutting off Jace's escape route. Only Mu would dare such a maneuver. Sybil Masaka. I'm dead, alright. The instant he spotted Callista, despair was written all over Smeb's face. Jace turned and ran in the opposite direction, greedily scooping up the minion wave. SKT Whip is legendary. Another legendary announcement echoed, and Smeb became Mu's stepping stone. On the top left of the big screen, the real-time gold of all 10 players appeared. Mu stood head and shoulders above the rest, dominating the entire arena. He had carved out a nearly 3,000 gold advantage in his lane. A Jace without even a completed item by now. You could imagine what he'd endured in lane. KT Smeb has disconnected. At 17 minutes in the top river area, ending his wandering, Blank finally remembered the Rift Herald still needed securing. Had Mu not spammed ping signals, the kid would have been communing with celestial beings. They still want to contest. Looks like they're desperate to keep their mid-tower. Faker saw the enemies trickling in and couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. The worst outcome would be if the enemy turtled and refused to fight. Actually, they don't want to fight, but their side lanes are collapsing too hard. No one on KT can handle the Callista side lane. Bang articulated the essence of this game. Blame Mu for being too ruthless. So much so that even KT Caesar couldn't push the wave. Smeb was a cripple. If they didn't fight soon, Callista would be knocking on their inhibitor turrets. At the commentary desk, the Roaring Emperor maintained his shocked expression, pointing at Faker's items. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Our great Sanghyuk actually built a support item like Ardent Sensor. Ever since the end of Worlds 2017, Ardent had been gutted, and throughout the LCK spring split, its win rate lingered below 50. But Faker still built it, simply because Mu could uphold that trust. If that's the case, this team fight should be the pivotal turning point of the match. SKT needs the Rift Herald to break towers, while KT doesn't want it falling into enemy hands. I said earlier that Blank's pace was a bit slow. This thing should have been SKT's long ago. The criticism targeted Jarvan. The kid had a chance to redeem himself. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a blue teleport beam landed in SKT's jungle. Yukel's Azir. KT wasn't just contesting the Herald. They wanted to crush SKT outright. No one noticed the Azir was hiding deep. The main reason was Def drawing too much attention at the front line, forcing Wolf and Faker to compress their positions. Watch your backs. Wolf, what are you doing? This position, this angle. Yukel is coming for Whip. Please. Azir must succeed. Mu must die. Disaster. SKT, no one is even looking this way. Ah, honey, watch out. Let's lend all our energy to Whip. Fans in the audience erupted, but the players on stage couldn't hear them at all. In a sense, the invention of noise-canceling headphones had truly severed many joys. Thump, thump. The river skirmish hadn't even begun, yet amid the tug-of-war, Mu's adrenaline was surging. Callista had short range. He couldn't charge in first. The Azir's absence from his vision left a lingering question mark in his mind. I can't take it anymore. I'm going in. Blank cast aside his hunger, transforming into the one who soared through the night. Jarvan forcefully initiated the fight, and Karma followed up with a team shield. At that very instant, Yukel moved. Summoning sand soldiers, he drifted into the battle. His target was Mu. If they could kill the legendary Callista, the rest of SKT would be nothing. Here it comes. A blind drift. Emperor's divide. Whip is about to get caught. The Roaring Emperor roared, and millions of fans' hearts leapt to their throats. This was nearly a guaranteed kill situation. SKT's defensive vision had been plagued by severe issues since that year's bird's nest. Limu, would he still fail? Bam! In the face of doubt, the youth's answer was a flash that was nearly impossible to react to. Flash through. Flash through. Kalista narrowly dodged Emperor's divide and successfully flashed right into Azir's face. Whip. An 18-year-old's reactions. Crazy. The entire arena fell silent for a second, then erupted into deafening cheers. This was SKT boasting the largest fanbase in the world. Inside the arena, over 70 of the crowd hoped Limu would survive. This clean-cut youth did not disappoint. Gotta hand it to you, you little rascal. Always sneaking around. Love to ambush. Alf King. Once Azir's crucial ultimate was dodged, the rest was Kalista's playground. With extreme kiting and weaving, Limu chased all 5 KT members alone. Jace and Olaf. Mere toys. Modest Thresh also lost his touch. His supposedly unerring hooks worked on others, but before Limu they were utterly useless. The FMVP himself suffered a total whiff. Grab the lantern. Mata roared. Can't grab it. There's a control ward on it. I got it, but I'm dead. How is Kalista's damage so high? Where did he get so many items? In an instant, KT was routed. Bang was bouncing with joy. This Tristana game was pure bliss. With Limu clearing the way, you could tie a leash to a dog in the bot lane and still win. Ace. 2 for 5. SKT had wiped the enemy team once again. In fact, as long as Limu didn't die in team fights, their offense was unstoppable. Faker reserved his skills for Limu, who fully unleashed Kalista's dominance. While SKT retreated to secure the Herald, the big screen promptly displayed the damage stats from that team fight. I thought the Tristana racking up kills would have high damage, but it's only 2-0-0. That's not the point. The point is this damage bar that towers over everyone. The roaring Emperor visibly gasped at the sight. Whip, oh whip. His Kalista dealt a staggering 7777 damage in a single team fight. This is whose lifetime achievement. 666, not even pretending. This reaction feels even more exaggerated than Eboi. Eboi is not at the same level as Whip anyway. 7777. Is this hinting at clear love? EDG should contact Whip, he's much stronger than Mouse and Ray. Look, RNG, the soldiers you trained. Manually tagging RNG Club. Why are so many people still watching? Isn't the outcome of this match already decided? It was a club with a K that won this playoff round. Not just the barrage was stunned, everyone on site was amazed by Limu's extreme reaction just now. If the Kalista had died instantly, the consequences would have been disastrous. Below the stage in a corner of the viewing area. Phew, that scared me to death. Young people are so quick to react. Appa really knows what to do, knows when to be fast. And when to be slow. Li Jin blushed deeply at this thought, clearly having a desire for duo Q. Her long slender legs kept crossing and uncrossing, unable to find a comfortable position. Fortunately, she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, so she didn't have to worry about being recognized. Jin, I'm here. Just as Ayu was lost in thought, a faint scent of Chanel drifted over from the seat next to her. Upon closer look, it was another superstar beauty. Park Ji-yeon, a member of the Tiara girl group responsible for visuals and rap. The two beauties have a close relationship offstage, like sisters and best friends. Jian, why are your cheeks so red? Me? Nothing, just thinking about something happy. Ayu turned away with a proud pout. Don't hide it from me. Spill it. Both had simple disguises, and with the match at its climax, not many people were looking their way. Well, there's an old saying in China, like a piggy superhero dreaming, letting imagination run wild. After spending so much time with Limu, she had picked up plenty of playful banter. I don't understand, Samita. It's okay if you don't understand. Appa Limu is incredibly skilled at the game. We'll have him carry us both later. Li Jian, a girl who believes in sharing and following the principle that the more the merrier, pointed to the brightest star on the stage. Park Ji-yeon focused her gaze, her eyes noticeably brightening. Much more handsome than in the videos. So her little sister was enjoying such a treat. Share fortune and misfortune, love you, of course. Don't you love the Howling Abyss mode? We'll play together then. You're making me excited. Let's not wait until then. Let's do it tonight. Deal. Just as they were chatting, the game screen suddenly froze. Pause. It was a request from KT player Yukul. According to the rules, players cannot communicate during a pause. Limu stretched lazily and leaned back into his gaming chair. That's how you get an inverted triangle. The scene shifted to Yukul constantly talking to the referee. Referee, my Zonya's hourglass didn't trigger during that last team fight for some reason. Otherwise, that Kalista couldn't have killed me, and we wouldn't have lost the Rift Herald. In theory, that previous team fight was indeed crucial. If they could turn back time, it would be a huge blessing for KT. Zonya's hourglass. You didn't even buy it. Before the referee could respond to Yukul's confusion, Score couldn't help but interject. Silence. Silence followed by more silence. Only when he noticed Score's piercing gaze did Yukul shrink back in fear. And another thing, I think that guy on the other team is using a hack script. How could anyone react without vision? Don't question the impartiality of our referees. He's clean, no issues. But, no buts. Keep being unreasonable and we'll disqualify you immediately. The The referee returned to his position and Yukul wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Sharing his sentiment was Smeb. In nearly 20 minutes of the match, he was behind by almost 100 CS against his opponent Limu. One would think the Jace had disconnected. The match is back on. We have one last chance. After winning 2 major team fights, SKT had extended their gold lead to around 7-0-0. Red alert. KT's jungle vision and turret disadvantage were glaringly obvious. They had only one path, Baron Nashor. At this moment the Kalista had the most luxurious build. Blade of the ruined King Ginsu's Rage Blade, plus a Mercurial Scimitar. If Kalista remained standing in the team fight, KT would have no chance. Come on, they're about to turn up the heat. Bang's blue trinket precisely spotted KT's movement. Everyone just play around me, I'll provide the firepower. Limu's confidence came from the system cheat. All-around stats supreme mastery. That was the main reason he suppressed Smeb. They're not taking Baron very fast, let me check it out. Don't go. I'm not with you. Blank ignored Limu's words, and the contract bond between Jarvan and Kalista didn't activate due to the distance. Blank was caught out, hooked by Mata through the wall. A ward was placed under him. Mata is still too authoritative. At the critical moment he stepped up again. Deft and Yukul follow up with damage. Blank is deleted. In the stunned silence of the roaring Emperor, Blank had so easily thrown himself away. With the Baron alive, the jungler was gone. Someone was committing a crime. Just then the camera cut to the SKT waiting room. Koma and the coaching staff behind him all wore stone faces, the atmosphere oppressively tense. Seeing Limu's performance, the old guys had even popped the champagne early. But KT was formidable, and in a clash of titans the situation could change in an instant. Only one person in the entire waiting room was smirking, T-Emperor. If Limu carried this game, there might be a permanent seat on the SKT bench. My bad, sorry. I didn't expect the EQ to be interrupted by Azir's ultimate. Blank had been particularly lost this season, clearly not living up to Benji's legacy. The problem was that all the good junglers on the market were already taken and SKT simply couldn't swap players. What now? No jungler, and we still have to take this team fight. Wolf was hesitant. We fight, but we need to fight indirectly, flexibly. Faker, as the team's commander, said they had to fight, so it was final. Pinging Death's ultimately, Xianghe then asked, this guy still has his skill. Make sure you don't get hit by the first crowd control. I know I have Mercurial Scimitar. They'll definitely target me. Limu replied calmly. It was just Ash's arrow, nothing he couldn't react to. His arrow had a 2-3 second cooldown, but Limu's reaction was under a second. Just fight. Forget about all that macro. Win first, talk later. With Limu's shout, all of SKT advanced. Wolf was at the front, bronze shield blocking a lot of damage. In that instant, KT immediately abandoned the Baron, turning all their focus on Limu. KT engages. 5 versus 4, they have a clear numbers advantage. Smeb seems to have been suppressed all game. Before even firing his cannon, he flashed his team's emblem. Is this to intimidate SKT's spirit? Smeb was dealing damage from the flank. Jace's empowered cannon shot seemed to put enormous pressure on SKT. Smeb charged in. He wanted to explode on the Kalista, but Smeb was instantly deleted. Whip's damage. It was simply terrifying. No one expected that the hail of blades Kalista's burst could still be effective at this moment. No, it was more than that. Here Limu had a subtle detail before the teamfight. He kept his Rage Blade stacks at 6. The stacking damage of the on-hit effects was no joke. Shield me, I'll make KT fly. Surpassing 2.5 attack speed at an exaggerated pace, the Kalista was about to take off. His slender fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, Limu's focus at its peak. Thwack. At that critical moment, Thresh hooked the twitching Kalista. How predicting my landing spot. You've got some tricks, but your tricks lack substance. In an instant, the Kalista instantly cleansed with Quicksilver. Limu's reaction frighteningly fast. Mata had burned out, as a support forcing out the Kalista's summoner spell was already quite something. Quick, shoot him down. Deft fired the crucial ultimate, knowing that the Kalista had no abilities at this moment. The angle is right, the position is right, I don't believe you can survive this. Thwack. The enchanted crystal arrow hit. Deft had found an extremely tricky angle. But the stun target was not the Kalista, but the Karma, who had been silently providing shields from the back. Faker shielded with flash. Shut down. For the sake of victory, Lee Sang-hyuk gave up his first death of the match. What the heck? Your mother's kiss. How dare you kill my big Sang-hyuk die? In an instant, Limu went berserk. With the Kalista's lethal attack speed, the young man staged a scene of speed and passion on the LCK stage. He chased down all remaining enemies alone. Tear boom. Yukul couldn't hold on either. This timing was not Azir's power spike. Deft, he had to die too. Triple kill. Quadra kill. In the relentless pursuit, score became the biggest backdrop. Pentakill. A pentakill descended, shocking the entire arena. Without Faker stealing kills, Limu's pentakill was unstoppable. Who said Chinese imports are no good? Let the haters speak. Whip. Husband. So handsome. I want to bear your monkey, 10,000 of them. I was first, get behind me in the queue. Hey, were we wrong last year? He's so strong. Feels like he can fight even better than the Shy. Come back, our LPL needs a true top-tier domestic top laner. If you had known this, why did you do it? You chose this nice. Li Mu, you're my Superman. Blank was almost in tears knowing how serious his earlier mistake had been. If this huge advantage game had been thrown by his own fault, then Blank's ID would likely not be seen in the summer split. Replacing it would definitely be trucks and wreaths. And now you're worried. Why didn't you listen when I called you? Also call me Dad. Li Mu said calmly. Dad? Father Mu, please accept your son's bow. Enough. If you're going to kowtow, don't kowtow to me. Thank your Shanghai Hyung. Indeed, Faker's arrow blocking was crucial. If Deft had caught him, things might have been different. It's my duty. For victory, I can sacrifice anything. Faker's eyes burned with the fire of revenge. This spring split, his team had been demolished by all the top teams. None of them could be beaten. Had there not been some weak teams in the league, SKT might not even have made it to the playoffs. As the saying goes, one wears socks before shoes, and one must endure before becoming the master. This revenge battle would start with KT. Don't think the opponents are too strong. Treat them as power banks. We'll overcome them and drain their hidden backup energy. Li Mu could feel the excitement of his teammates. Winning this match would make it 2-2. Both sides would be on equal footing, and in the fifth game SKT would have a buff. I understand the logic, but what is hidden backup energy? It's useless to explain to you. Pigs can't eat fine brand. It's a specialty of our dragon country. Mentioning animation, Li Mu unconsciously felt proud of the dragon country. Small, your vision is too small. I went there last year, and we were deeply impressed. Li Mu suddenly remembered that these SKT members seemed different from those with ugly faces in South Korea. I was narrow-minded. I'll forward it to you later. When the red side secured the Baron Nashor, the scales of victory tipped completely toward SKT. Setting aside the fully grown Tristana, just Li Mu alone was enough to give KT a headache. Thus the blue side, clearly on the decline, resorted to a desperate measure. When in doubt, focused the Callista. We give this game, but if we kill him, we haven't lost. Score said expressionlessly, his anger already burning within. If Smeb's Jace was the first victim, his jungle had also suffered no less. What was a Gromp? Olaf had only eaten 2 of them. The rest were all taken by Li Mu. Let's go, he must die. In the scene, KT sent 4 of their star players. They even used double teleport to flank just to completely crush Li Mu's face. Holy crap, they've gone crazy, you guys push fast. Realizing this, Li Mu immediately turned and fled into the jungle. He could handle a 1v2, but definitely not a 1v4. With Azir present, the Callista was especially restricted. Meanwhile, led by Faker, KT's base was wide open. Tristana was destroying structures extremely fast, and Deft couldn't stop her. Later, Blank made a brilliant flash EQ combo, successfully killing Ashe under the tower. Shutdown. The shutdown was credited to the Callista, but Li Mu ultimately died a tragic death in the jungle. Right. Come and gank me all you want. Kill me, I don't want to live anymore. The Dynasty password. The base is almost gone, and you're still doing the electric surge. Amid Li Mu's bitter amusement, SKT pushed through the enemy base. 2-2, this series was not over. Fantastic. This is the clash worthy of top teams. Team fights can be lost, but Whip must die. Didn't they say LCK matches are for sleeping? I think this is much better than LPL. The other side is just weak teams pecking at each other. Friends without appetite can go watch that. What a fuss, as if they've won the championship. Look how excited the tadpoles are, isn't it embarrassing? I'll call it. KT wins 3-2 and advances to the next round. If my prediction fails, I'll livestream challenging a 5-speed fan. Can the director even direct, eh? Why keep giving Faker close-ups? Switch to the audience. I've already prepared the tissues. 2-2. In the most crucial 4th game, SKT deployed Li Mu to forcibly prolong the series suspense. So the final ticket to advancement would ultimately be determined in the 5th game. Absolutely thrilling. This 4th match was incredibly intense. What words could possibly describe this game? The Shouting Emperor was ecstatic, for his heart leaned more toward SKT. Back in the OGN days, he had already adored Faker. The meteoric rise of S3, the lows of S4, then the back-to-back championships of S5 and S6. Now the wheel of fortune has turned to this year is undoubtedly SKT's most dismal. He wished for this team to go further. Only as long as Faker still fought would the popularity of LCK not decline. Alright, enough talk. Let's take a look at the MVP of this game. Amid the gaze of thousands, a handsome young man suddenly flashed across the main stage screen. He stood with hands in his pockets, an indifferent expression on his face, as if he had no idea what an opponent was. SKT T1 Whip. When Li Mu appeared on the screen, the fans below erupted with powerful cheers. Among them were the roar of tanks, the revving of motorcycles, and most piercingly the cry of 1,000 birds. Oh, no wonder he's my little boyfriend. Debut and already POG. So impressive. Li Jian's eyes were filled with pride as she looked at Li Mu. He's yours now, but later he'll be mine. Pu Jian licked her lips unconsciously. A handsome and capable little brother like this. She had to test his depth. Alright, we're good sisters. Joy shared is joy double. That's an interesting phrase. It seems the cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom is truly extraordinary. Of course, but little Mumu doesn't want to return to LPL for now. The public opinion environment there is suffocating him. If it were me, he'd be breathless too. As the two girls chatted, Li Mu's specific stats on Kalista were displayed on the big screen. Champion used Kalista, previous pick rate 0. KDA 15-1-6. Kill participation 88. Damage conversion rate 260. Team damage share 47. Gold difference at position 4,396. Personal MVP count 1. The so-called debut is the peak. Li Mu embodied these 5 words to the fullest. In the entire history of LCK, and even across all region records, Kalista appeared in the top lane for the first time. It could be said that Li Mu pioneered a new path. After tonight, the Summoner's Rift would inevitably see a flood of Kalistas in the top lane. Holy crap, that's too luxurious. Is he good? The stats don't lie. This whip alone dealt almost 50k damage. I feel like he's smuffing. If I encountered a Kalista like this in ranked, I'd definitely report him. He's a total booster, abusing us in LCK like this. This kid is a god-tier smuff. Boohoo, finally seeing Faker smile. The team's top laner is finally somewhat decent. Average, honestly. If the Shy were here, the game would have ended in 10 minutes. Enough drama, enough drama. 2 trash teams, a KZ toy selection match. The break arrived, and both teams returned to their respective waiting rooms. Nice. Beautiful play. Choosing you was for this very moment. Coma let out a long sigh. At least they hadn't been eliminated immediately. After last year's finals defeat, the team had hoped to make a comeback this year. But who knew it would be this difficult? Fortunately, Li Mu was like a blade cutting through the fog. His Kalista not only saved Faker, but also the entire team. I told you this patch is about the top side. Give me the right champion, and no one can stop me. Li Mu crossed his legs, having found his rhythm in the game. And his teammates regained their confidence like a luxury phone finding a power bank. In esports, morale and form are paramount. Now SKT had the momentum, and it was KT's turn to be nervous. But I still have to say this game wasn't easy. We need to improve on many discipline issues and unnecessary mistakes. You can only be happy for a moment because there's still a 5th game. Coma pointed at the computer screen and began a frame-by-frame review. Look, this wave Kalista created a perfect space for you, but what did you do? Why didn't you ult at the F6 camp? This has happened several times. Is your thinking flawed? Coma pointed at Blank, frowning. Li Mu leaned in. He remembered this wave. He had almost been killed by Blank's mistake, but managed to pull off the tactical retreat, break, withdraw, sell, and flee. In response, Blank hesitated, then tried to shift the blame. The enemy jungler keeps invading my jungle. It's tough. And the bot lane keeps calling me. How am I supposed to go? As he spoke, Blank spread his hands, cosplaying LeBron James. TSK, you're talking back. Think it's tough. Then I'll get someone else to do it. In LCK, the coach's authority is absolute. If Blank didn't listen, Coma had plenty of ways to deal with him. Eventually, Blank bowed his head. He had indeed been holding Li Mu back. It's not just Blank's problem. Wolf, come here. This wave you and Sang Hyok threw together. I know you wanted to contest Vision, but at least you should have kite. I was kiting. Check the replay. I am watching the replay. Lee Jae-won, why are you talking back to? Have I been too gentle with you usually? Seeing the team's atmosphere turning sour, Li Mu quickly waved his hand to play peacemaker. Coach, don't put pressure on us. We'll digest it ourselves. Trust me, today is not the end. With Li Mu's words, Coma's anger subsided. This year's goal was to make a comeback. SKT had always been a team that considered any season without a championship a failure. The pressure was immense. Under these circumstances, losing his temper was normal. I admit I got a bit worked up. Come on, give it your all, and win the 5th game with a stunning comeback. Of course. I love decisive games. Under Li Mu's guidance, the SKT members put their hands together. 3, 2, 1. Fighting. The break ended and both teams returned to their respective player stations to await the start of the band pick phase. Meanwhile, the official background music began. The BO5 anthem. Passionate and stirring, every play sent chills down the spine. Hurry up and start, I can't wait. This farce should end now. Send SKT home. Wow, that female guest earlier was really something. I don't have her number, but I still called her. I think she's not as good as our director Wong. I can only use 3 words to describe that woman. Soul-stirring. Just arrived. Who's guilty, who's innocent, whose playstyle isn't team-oriented. Smart people will definitely ban Kalista this round. That whip is probably a one-trick pony. As one comment said, Li Mu really was a Kalista one-trick. But even if they banned Kalista, Li Mu wouldn't bat an eye. Because he was a one-trick on every champion. Take it slow. We're on red side this time. Save me a counter pick, and I'll give you it tomorrow. Li Mu's declaration was bold because the red side win rate in this patch wasn't that high. Especially in the 5th game, the blue side's first pick advantage was particularly pronounced. As I said, I trust you. Faker nodded. In the past, the counter pick was always reserved for him. But times had changed. Lee Sang-hyok's landing ability was clearly not what it was in his prime. Thanks for the trust, Sang-hyok Hyung. Huh. Bro, why are you closing your eyes? Oh. Player Faker has begun his signature meditation ritual. He needs to focus his attention intensely before the match begins. Or perhaps he is praying to the heavens. In this most crucial 5th game, which year's Faker will he summon? On the commentator's desk, Pao Xiaodi understood perfectly what Faker was doing. In his heart, he wished far more for the relaxed killing machine Faker from the S3 era to manifest. That was impossible. The relaxed Faker was peerless, unmatched throughout the world. My God. Fear. Faker is meditating. Damn it. Last year when he closed his eyes like that he crushed my favorite RNG. Is the all-Chinese lineup truly unworthy of a championship? An all-Chinese lineup could win the championship, but RNG cannot. That team even kicked away a powerhouse like Whip. What is beyond their capability? You know what? The neighboring RNG is also playing in the playoffs. Their situation is similar to SKT's. They are climbing from the bottom. What? Xiaohu is closing his eyes too. No good, he's done for. The bullet comments for this match contained many from the LPL. Some were Faker fans, while others were trolls. Of course, most people hoped SKT would advance. International tournaments, without Faker, lacked something essential. Young Master Mu, please give it your all. I heard RNG has found their form winning several series by overcoming the odds. If you want revenge, MSI is the perfect stage. Bang reminded him. Don't worry. Since I've taken the money, I'll be a qualified mercenary. This tiny LCK, I'll sweep it clean. With Li Mu's bold words, the atmosphere on the SKT side brightened. At that moment, the draft screen appeared. Blue side KT, red side SKT. Soon both teams entered the first round of bans. As expected, the Hex deck Rocketborn was picked off first. As expected, KT was not RNG. They were not recklessly stubborn. Aside from the Rocketborn, the other heroes saw little change from the fourth game. Both sides wanted to remain unchanged and respond to the opponent's moves. The blue side's first pick. Ornn. Smeb understood. He could already feel the intensity of Li Mu. In the lounge, they had discussed playing another Jace since the Rocketborn had been eliminated. But he was afraid. During the break, KT's coaching staff dug up Li Mu's ranking records from when he surged to #1 on the Korean server last year. Master of all 5 roles. A 95 win rate. In 20 complete games, not a single repeated hero. Brother, are you playing with global draft? Precisely because of this, Smeb could feel Li Mu's oppressive pressure through the screen. The Rocketborn was gone, but what if another strange pick emerged next? Therefore, after careful consideration, Ornn was the safest choice. In a deciding game, stability was the correct approach. Seeing the opponent pick Ornn, Li Mu couldn't help but sneer. A reckless man may not win the final championship, but a coward definitely won't deserve it. Whoosh. SKT revealed their first 2 picks, Malphite and Leona. Faker is avoiding the landing phase again, playing Malphite. Give me a Briar, and I could roam too. Yukil was full of fighting spirit. Then Mata picked Morgana. This hero counters Leona in lane, and her spell Shield, which immunizes against crowd control, was particularly annoying. Seeing this, Bang picked Ezreal. With the first 3 picks settled on both sides, they moved to the second round of bans. Nautilus and Kennen were banned. Smeb, in order to withstand Li Mu's relentless assault, forcibly took priority picks from the draft. But this hardly affected Li Mu. You have your clever stratagem, I have my way through. SKT's 4th pick, Sejuani. Blank was better off sticking to utility-style junglers. It offered higher margin for error. KT then picked Spider and Jinx. Score was going for something vicious. Meanwhile, Def's Jinx was also quite famous, one of his signature heroes. At this point, all eyes in the arena focused on Li Mu. Another counterpick slot. The question was what ace Li Mu held in his hand this time. How about this, brothers? State your needs, and I'll match you accordingly. Hearing this, Koma's mouth hung wide open. What kind of confidence was required to say such a thing? This was the 5th game of a BO5. Why did it seem like child's play in his eyes? There was only one answer. A naturally clutch player. Do Hyukyu go first? Faker thought for a moment and offered his suggestion. We must include crowd control. Only then can our coordination flow smoothly. Crowd control. Noted. Bang, there must be a dash as well. The enemy's Briar has strong gank pressure on the sides. She will definitely target your lane later. Wolf, don't forget the shield. The Spider is specifically designed to suppress top laners. Shield and crowd control. I immediately thought of this hero. Li Mu rested his mouse cursor on a masked hero and chuckled. That's right, it's me, Pantheon. No, Pantheon is too weak in the late game. We need a hero who can carry later. Blank shook his head repeatedly. This kid still wanted screen time. But he had a point. To ensure survival, Bang had picked Ezreal, who lacked late game damage output. In other words, the pressure fell on the top lane. Shield and crowd control were basic requirements. Mobility combined with carry potential was the real priority. Alright, you guys really have high demands, but I do have a choice. Gently moving the mouse, a charming female figure appeared on screen. How about this? This works. The most perfect top lane hero in my heart. But it demands very high mechanical skill. Do you think I lack that? Fine, I'll take it. Amidst Wolf's excited gaze, SKT's final pick was revealed. It was a female champion, slightly older in appearance yet elegant in demeanor. Especially those long, slender legs, radiating a fatal allure as if she could twist your head off the very next moment. The difference between precision and imprecision is the divide between slaughter and surgery. Camille. Crowd control, shield, dash, lifesteal, true damage acceleration. All gathered in one. The eldest of the 4 sisters. Her weakness was equally obvious. She was weak early and extremely technique dependent. Nice. Double Camille, double carry. You can trust them. Player Whip was valued by SKT precisely because of his hero pool and carry ability. If this were the old Thal, it would probably be Xiaon versus Ornn. Pao Xiao D visibly relaxed upon seeing this Camille pick. Subsequently, both sides adjusted their lineups. The final results were as follows. Blue side KT top, Ornn jungle Spider, mid Briar bot Jinx, and Morgana. Red side SKT top Camille, jungle Sejuani, mid Malphite bot Ezreal, and Leona. If comparing the solidity of late-game compositions alone, the left side was undoubtedly superior. Ornn plus Jinx. KT had clearly pinned their hopes on depth, but their coach was smart enough not to put all their eggs in one basket. Do you know your mission for this game? Before leaving, the KT coach looked mysteriously at score. I know. Since I picked Spider, I must go head-to-head with their top laner. Either I survive, or he does. There can be only one. Camille. That's a solid pick. Just wondering if he can pull it off. Better than playing a tank and waiting to die? In the late game, those scissors will take down one by one. KT is doomed. Do you really think Elise can let Camille scale? KT isn't made of dough. In this finals, how could they just give up? I'm a Camille one-trick ranked 367th on the Heavenly Ladder last season. Honestly, Ornn seems stronger in the early game. Why are you announcing yourself? Even if you're number one on the Heavenly Ladder, you'll have to kneel before me. Remember, this is the internet. You still need to practice. At that moment in KT's voice chat, should we take a level 1 fight? I feel like my hooks are on point. Modest Thresh last game had done everything he could, but a support can't change the overall situation. Taking a closer look, Mata looked just like a big quail. No. Last game we lost at the level 1 fight. The opponent got a few kills on Kalista, and I was ruined. To ensure stable scaling into the late game, Smeb huddled under his tier 1 tower, refusing to make any risky plays. Thus both teams simply formed a straight line across the river. The LCK's pace was naturally slow, and with this being the 5th game, at least 8 out of the 10 players were reluctant to cause trouble in the early stages. But Li Mu was an absolute exception. He thrived on chaos. Let me guess, are you here? The first ward went into the top lane brush. Li Mu was quite bold. Thus he had to secure an advantage in the landing phase. The camera operator, being perceptive, immediately locked the focus on the top lane. The top lane is called the battle lane because it's full of subtlety and mind games. Wow, did you see that? Whip and Smeb are already engaging in extreme trading at level 1. They retreat when the enemy advances and advance when the enemy retreats. It's like dancing the cha-cha, a truly beautiful sight. The back-and-forth rhythm made the two top laners seem comedic. And in that fleeting moment, Li Mu suddenly changed the tempo. Turning, raising his leg, he landed the auto-attack. Indeed, Camille's legs were longer. The adaptive shield triggered, making Camille invincible for those few seconds. Smeb understood quickly, using his Q to retreat. But this played right into Li Mu's hands. The minion wave had scattered. Good. Using Q first at level 1, the lane is over. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 members of SKT were utterly baffled. Especially Faker. He hadn't even reached level 2, so how could the top lane be over? Thus Lee Sang-hyuk began his signature move, intense camera switching. With lightning-fast APM, he left the referees behind him dizzy. In this observation, Faker saw Li Mu's meticulousness. Extreme kiting combined with the advantage of long legs and immediately entering the brush after trading to avoid minion aggro. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Roughly counting, Camille had landed 5 auto attacks on Smeb, while the latter only managed to retaliate twice. Even more unacceptable was that Camille had taken W at level 1. With a tactical sweep, Li Mu effortlessly restored his champion's health. Use your potion? With a snap, the animation for using a potion played. Li Mu's words became reality, and Smeb immediately felt the pressure in the lane. Oh! A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. At this point, even if you were a casual viewer, you could feel the unique elegance of Camille's kiting. Elegant. Truly elegant. This is how I imagine the top lane for sisters. What's going on? Smeb, no pressure. It's clearly the jungle gap. Such a meticulous Camille. The small steps are perfect and lane priority is effortlessly secured. If only RNG had him instead of Let Me last year, it's unimaginable. Thank you, RNG. Thank you, Xiaohu. Thank you. Thank you. Did you see how joyfully Whip was laughing with Faker and the others? Can someone like that really affect team morale? What's the use? Once Elise comes, Camille will have to give back all her advantages. Tiskesh, how am I supposed to play this? Although Smeb privately had a fondness for beautiful legs, the thought of Camille's legs being blades made him instinctively clench his thighs. When he was young, the villagers called him Brother Pong, and he thought it was mighty. But after that trade, Brother Pong turned into Brother Pummeled. He was kicked senseless. Not level 3 yet. Come quick. Hearing the top laner's please score was dumbfounded. The game had only been going on for 2 minutes. How could the top lane already be in trouble? You've got eyes under your eyebrows, but you only blink without seeing. I'm only level 2. Can you hold on? As the veteran captain, Score had to suppress his anger and reminded him, impatience is a cardinal sin in warfare. Don't fall into this trap. We're a late-game composition. After 35 minutes we can easily. But before he finished, his face turned an even deeper shade of red. Faker suddenly appeared at the river entrance near the top side jungle. With a gold card on sight, Twisted Fate accurately revealed Elise's position. Old geezer. How does this guy play the game? Score was stunned. Faker had sacrificed several minions worth of experience just to catch his position. And all of this was solely to serve Limu. Old Lee was so team-oriented. Wow. Is this still League of Legends being played? He found my position. How can I gank top now? Score hesitated for a moment until he spotted Blank near the river. Thanks to Faker's interference, both junglers were level 3. Elise had lost her advantage. It's fine, no rush. Impatience is a cardinal sin. I'm done with that crap. Due to Faker's personal sacrifice, Limu successfully transitioned to level 3. He saw Lee Sang-hyok's selfless act, said nothing, but kept it in his heart. The next second, capitalizing on the cooldown difference, Camille began to charge her hookshot. First an auto attack with Q on a minion for speed, then immediately a wall dash for a surprise stun. A smooth auto attack into the true damage kick. Ornn was in agony. A high heel boot with true damage, and Limu finally rewarded the enemy with a W. There was no room for retaliation as Smeb was mercilessly kite like a fool. Ornn had to recall again. A champion who could buy items in lane was forced to return to Fountain twice in a row. And Limu still had a teleport in hand. Playing one life against two, Limu didn't go straight to lane after recalling. He was waiting for an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the camera suddenly shifted to the bottom lane. Both junglers showed up. This was a 3v3. Not over yet. Both mid laners' teleports were activated simultaneously. No wait. The red team clearly had one more beam of light. Limu's cross-map teleport. On the commentary desk, the two shoutcasters were ecstatic. Oh, a full map teleport assist before the 5-minute mark. A 3-way standoff. 2 reds and 1 blue. The gods have taken their positions. Let the performance begin. 3 teleports descend. 2 red and 1 blue. The mighty from mid and top lane return. Anyone who knows arithmetic knows this wave. It's a 5 versus 4 for the red side. Limu's entry completely tipped the balance of what was once a stalemate. Wolf led the charge, sacrificing himself to lock the enemies down. Both teams' junglers and mids showcased their skills, each trying to avenge their AD carries. As for Limu, he picked his target and delivered a fatal blow. Bang. E-flash. Camille's kick stunned the spider midair just as she landed. Limu saved Faker. All of this was a cascade of butterfly effects. If the Twisted Fate hadn't sacrificed his lane in the early game to locate the spider, Camille would never have saved that teleport. Without the teleport, a 4 versus 4 would have been uncertain. So you thought you could scheme against me? Die. With a magnificent high heel kick, Limu sent the old captain back to the fountain. With Conqueror fully stacked, Camille stood like an indomitable Valkyrie in the midst of battle. Conqueror at this stage was overpowered, boosting damage while also ensuring sustain. Even so, Limu's unassembled Camille scared off the hesitant opponents. 1 for 3. SKT netted 2 kills. Nice. Great teleport. Limu's teleport won the approval of Faker and the others. That was crucial. The kill on Jinx stalled Death's development. And with Dragon secured, even Blank, who was sleepwalking, knew what to do next. After the team fight, everyone returned to their own lanes. Wow. Is this high-level play? Damn, that was awesome. Heck, I've got goosebumps. That was so hype. Is this still LCK? This is the charm of League of Legends. I declare, teleport is one of the greatest inventions in the game. I think it's overrated. Ooh, we have such moments in Silver, just too lazy to do it. Silver players don't even take teleport, do they? Don't they all take Ignite? It's like challengers learn Diamonds, comprehend Plats, watch Gold's frown, Silver's critique, Bronze's sneer. Masters are in the Grandmaster. After that wave, KT's already gloomy atmosphere froze further. Were you shorthanded in top lane just now? What were you doing? Mata frowned. If it had been a 4 versus 4 or 5 versus 5, he believed his Morgana's skill shots would have secured the win. I was there. What do you mean there? Why hasn't your CS caught up? I was bullied hard earlier. You have no idea how terrifying this person is. Smeb didn't want to argue. He just wanted to farm as much as possible while Limu was away. Because once Camille returned, he wouldn't be able to farm normally. This hurts. Do you know what it means for Jinx to die early? Death was struggling as his minion wave was frozen by Bang. Jinx dying early. Maybe it means Jinx died once. Ugh. Listening to you is like Zhuangzi with a cleanse. You've mastered nonsense literature. Hearing Death's complaint, Score shifted his primary focus to the bottom lane. Limu had secured a kill and was about to hit level 6. At this point, if the spider came to cause trouble, it would be a free kill. Then I'll camp bottom for a bit. The spider's early game ganks were strong. Score waited in the bottom river for nearly half a minute before finally finding an opportunity. Wolf tried to trade, but didn't expect an ambush. Not only did Tom Kinch feed, but he also got the little yellow-haired boy killed. There was nothing to do about it. KT was never a pushover. The moment the spider appeared, Limu moved. With Tiamat, Camille could easily secure lane priority. His target, Eucl's Talia. When Camille was in position, a gold card precisely hit Talia's head. Next came the most annoying zone control skill in League of Legends. Little Talia, taste my sea of God's domain. Once this skill activated, no dash ability could escape its confines. Camille leaped high Hextech energy, forming a cage that effortlessly trapped Talia. Ultimate Hextech ultimatum. Yukul couldn't do anything, his flash couldn't tear open the cage's gap. Thus Yukul was brutally beaten. You take the kill, ooh I don't need the gold. Faker turned to farm minions. Oh, I heard you were really stingy when you were in the LPL, 4 people sharing 1 can of cola. Looks like that was just a rumor. Not entirely a rumor, I actually did that. Whoa. While they were chatting, Limu claimed another kill. This was the Camille Twisted Fate combo. If one hit, the second was almost a guaranteed kill. Yukul was dumbfounded. His jungler had just reported success in the bottom lane, and his own bad news arrived simultaneously. The key was that Camille had taken the kill, making everyone on KT anxious. Come to top for the Rift Herald. Do I have to do everything myself? He pinged Blank, who seemed to react half a beat slow. The blue team has destroyed the first turret. In the blink of an eye, the first turret was gone. They were too slow, Jinx's development had caught back up. As always, KT was never weak. They kept the gold deficit around 1000. But upon closer calculation, SKT was actually the one behind. Because Twisted Fate had fake economy, you couldn't just look at the surface. So if you ask a smart guy why is Gangplank's economy more practical, the reason is that these two champions serve completely different roles. Gangplank's damage can be fully converted into teamfight power, while Twisted Fate's is mostly relegated to split pushing. Therefore SKT had no apparent advantage. At 13 minutes the second dragon spawned. Since the first turret had already fallen, both teams entered the lane swap phase. During this time Limu was caught once, but escaped thanks to his high mobility. Score was too late for various reasons. 30 years east, 30 years west. This Camille had already grown up. I'll go bottom, that lane is dangerous. No, I'll handle it. You just farm normally. Faker was still the commander-in-chief of this team, and Limu obediently followed his orders. Since a regular season match, Faker had indeed been transitioning his style. He had given up his most comfortable domain, no longer insisting on picking a late-game AP mage in the mid lane. Carrying games and winning MVPs wasn't bad, but for Faker, utility champions were the true vast world. Because top lane was Limu, every investment in him was worth it. Then let's go kill that Ornn. A quick glance at the mini-map revealed a fleeting opportunity. Coming. In an instant, Twisted Fate's ultimate destiny activated. As he landed, a gold card hovered in his hand. Seeing this, the victim Smeb quickly used his W. He wanted to negate the crowd control with his unstoppable charge, but Faker was playing on another level. He used the S key to cancel the auto-attack wind-up. He baited out the Ornn's crucial skill. Faker is so seasoned. Such a small detail showcased Faker's composure. Without his W, Ornn had no more room to maneuver. The second R was almost certainly dodged by Camille's ultimate. Limu played Smeb as easily as playing with the neighbor's dog. Oh, not that hard. Awesome. Queen, kick me harder. With Smeb's twisted smile, Limu granted his request. That second Q was too painful. The true damage was something even a demigod like Ornn couldn't withstand. Rampage. Camille's items were snowballing again. Haha, keep kicking, see if your teammates can hold on. Smeb wasn't losing his mind, it was a counterattack from KT. In the top, Jungle Mata and Death simultaneously moved. Using their numbers advantage, they successfully ambushed Blank. Thankfully, Bang reacted quickly, using E and Flash to escape by a hair's breadth. As a result, SKT's mid tower. Oh no, they're pushing the mid tower, they're getting a juicy kill. And we did nothing this wave, ooh, our kill count is dry. Wolf has learned Chinese while using moist and dry quite ingeniously. It's fine as long as the base doesn't explode. This dual card dual lane system will give you a satisfying answer. Limu was not flustered by such a minor issue, and neither was Faker. Camille's growth curve is excellent. As her level rises, the true damage from her Q ability becomes increasingly devastating. By then, no matter if it's Ornn or Ultraman, all will bow before Camille's long legs. Once Ravenous Hydra is completed, Limu's split-pushing efficiency will undergo a qualitative leap. All we need to do now is avoid mistakes. Faker, you get what I mean, right? Got it. The tacit understanding between top-tier players requires no superfluous words. After years of competition, Faker knows exactly when each system reaches its peak. Bottom lane. Every time the camera switches over, Chong Wei is still beating up Lai Fu. Thanks to his lifesteal items, Limu can even trade under the tower with Smeb. With each pull and release, Camille exudes elegance. Every time she hooks onto the wall with her E, Smeb can't help but feel a jolt of anxiety. He could never predict whether that kick would actually connect. Okay, the health is whittled down enough. I'll stop pretending now. I'm a father of one. As the words faded, Twisted Fate's destiny activated. A gold card pinned Ornn, who had no abilities available, and Camille struck decisively. Another kill. Smeb's bottom lane has fallen. The analyst desk. Holy cow. That precision protocol kick hurt so much. It felt like it took at least 800 HP. And it's the most noble true damage, ignoring all armor and magic resist. Smeb has probably never experienced such a suffocating match. It's like a demon descending from heaven, truly a god of war among mortals. This Camille is incredibly impressive dayback. The Roaring Emperor continues to hype as he hasn't seen SKT possess such a dominant side laner in a long time. The last time was Marin in Season 5. And when Ornn died, Camille naturally pushed down the turret. This is the charm of the dual-card, dual-lane system. While one champion seems to be pushing the wave, the other can emerge unpredictably from the flank. It's just that Li Mu's kill efficiency is so high that Faker positions himself as a support. Inside KT's team voice chat. No, their system is somewhat unstoppable. I need someone to protect me when I'm defending the tower. Smeb's hand trembles as he picks up his water cup. Don't be nervous. Drink more water, Score replies. Wait, that's not right. You were right nearby. You could have helped me with a counter gank or stood guard, so why did you just hang in the jungle like a corpse? Smeb exploded. This death truly hurt. Ornn needs levels more than anything, but Li Mu refuses to let him farm. Nonsense. What's the use of all that talk? You can't win your lane, you have no ideas for team fights. How could you lose to someone from the LPL? Score had long been dissatisfied. Li Mu's dominance in these two games was terrifying. Not only the top lane, but the jungle was also affected. How dare that blank set foot in his jungle? Just thinking about it infuriated him. And Score's usually amiable temper had vanished entirely under the pressure Li Mu brought. You're fine, I'm fine, so the coach's draft must be the problem. Am I weaker than my opponent? Why do I always get such champions? As if I can't play Camille. Why are you yelling at me? Are you going through a rebellious phase? Want a taste of my baseball bat? Seeing the two at loggerheads, Deft intervened in time. The alpaca still holds authority, and a few words calmed both top and jungle down. Most importantly, Jinx is developing well, a champion fully capable of carrying the late game. But that said, we still need to focus on that Camille. Once she gets Steric's gauge, team fights will be even harder to handle. Yeah, let's group up. While Baron just spawned, and they haven't secured vision, we must curb this guy's growth. KT banded together. Deft held the mid lane, while Smeb snuck to the top lane to catch up on farm. In an instant, 3 blue side champions vanished from the minimap. I don't have my ultimate, so I can't help you. Fall back. Faker's foresight was exceptional. He even anticipated the enemy targeting Li Mu. Talia has her ultimate. I suggest you avoid the engagement. Wolf was warding near Baron and clearly couldn't make it in time. However, Li Mu remained unfazed, glancing at the stopwatch in his hand. How I retreat? Should I dodge their aggression? With absolute confidence, Camille stepped forward on her long legs. At that very moment, a diagonally speeding train rushed in. Yukil had activated his ultimate. Accompanied by Elise and Morgana, 3 ladies came to challenge the eldest of the 4 sisters. A 3-man gank. Li Mu was at a severe numbers disadvantage. Aisht. The young one might not have good game sense. Will he get caught and feed affecting Baron? The casters shook their heads. Camille lacked Steric's gauge, making her error margin extremely low. With Morgana around, if she caught one stun, death was almost certain. Yet when faced with the encirclement, Li Mu advanced instead of retreating. Geneva. I didn't expect you 3 rotten fish and shrimp to actually dare come. Die. In a flash, Camille kicked forward. Li Mu was clever. After hooking onto the wall, he pulled off a feint, appearing to target Elise while his true aim was Talia all along. Morgana's black shield was baited out. Better to stand independently than to bow in servitude. Up. With a cry, the Hextech ultimatum unfolded. Li Mu used his ultimate to perfectly dodge Morgana's skill. A flawless cancellation of crowd control. Then that kick carrying the power of 2.5 items. Can Talia withstand it? Auto attack reset, high heel flying kick. Talia's health instantly plummeted. Huh. Who fed this monster? The damage is overtuned, right? Riot designers, come take a look. Yukil had arrived with a dazed expression, having been thoroughly toyed with by Faker's twisted fate. But after that kick, he was jolted awake. It turned out that League of Legends is like reality. In the underworld, you need not just influence, but also backing. Bang. Helpless Talia had to flash. But the next second, a commanding voice echoed in his ears. I didn't say you could leave. Bang. Li Mu flashed forward, executing a brilliant follow-up flash. Yukil down. 3 against 1. Guess who died first? WTF. 3 of them gank 1 and get counter-killed. Do they even know how to play? Whip is scripting right. Talia and Morgana didn't land a single skill. This is insane. Elegant, truly elegant. That little waist twist. I'm about to take off. What is Score doing? Flash in and all in already. Camille's skills are on cooldown. I think Whip is done for. As the chat continued to debate, Elise finally flashed in. Score had neither expected Talia to be so fragile nor underestimated Li Mu's combat power. If that kick had hit Elise, she'd have miscarried, even if not pregnant. Crack. At this point in the game, Elise's burst was still terrifying. Camille's health instantly bottomed out. The farce is over. Time for you to die. Mata applied a fatal ignite, then calmly waited to collect the corpse. But just as KT believed the situation was settled, a golden figure suddenly shimmered. Ding. The stopwatch activated, following the direction pointed by those long legs. Nanny. The stopwatch even dodged Deft's long-range ultimate. This is a celestial guide. Wow. Whip's reaction is indeed a bit too overpowered. Not only did he dodge the crowd control right in his face, he even managed to narrowly evade Jinx's ultimate. If it weren't for the referee behind him, I would have to maintain a bit of skepticism. The commentators waved their hands and feet excitedly as they had not witnessed such an exaggerated solo performance in a long time. But the story was far from over. "Oh, I'm waiting for the skill to end. What are you waiting for?" As Li Mu's calm voice rang out, Camille regained her freedom. Mata's hands were shaking. His Morgana failed to lock down the enemy's recovery, granting Li Mu a sliver of breathing room. The tactical sweep grazed its target, sharply restoring his health. Just then the minions arrived and Ravenous Hydra began to take effect. Auto attacks restored health, while the Q ability granted a speed boost. "Kneel before me." Another whip kick and half of Mata's health bar instantly melted away. Li Mu and Mata were a full 4 levels apart. "How dare you come to gank me?" Double kill. 2 kills secured, and the Triumph heal kept me alive. "You like to outnumber the outnumbered. Watch me stand unyielding." At the critical moment, the adaptive shield triggered, backed by a formidable keystone. Li Mu withstood Score's final onslaught. "Okay, now it's my turn." A backhanded slap, and the spider was kicked to death in the jungle like a stray dog, by Camille. Triple kill. A 1 versus 3, a perfectly executed triple kill. Li Mu's performance won over everyone present. The deafening cheers were the ultimate testament to his display. "Oh, are you kidding me? Who's ganking who?" I counted, including Talia. Whip dodged at least 6 skills. A human script, I say. Look at Faker. He's smiling. Did he see a reflection of his former self in this young man? So Shanka prayed to the heavens, and the answer was the Camille god of the top lane. One day, I went to a temple to ask the master what exactly is the strength of the only support FMVP. The master pointed to the halberd in the corner. I said Lu Bu. Master said the shaft. This custom match is nothing. Try your luck in the high-tier ranked games of the national server. For a moment, the public opinion exploded. The video of this 1 versus 3 play had already been recorded, quickly edited into a clip, and uploaded online. No doubt Li Mu's Camille would soon claim the top spot on today's highlight reel. Holy crap, you're way too insane. Bang gasped, having originally thought Li Mu was merely a ruthless fighter, but now, this was clearly a father figure. Actually, I missed one auto attack. Lucky they were squishy, Li Mu said calmly. With these 3 kills in hand, he could return to base, and by Steric's gauge. Li Mu didn't opt for Guardian Angel mainly because of Jinx. Against a champion like that, he had to go all in with a single kick. Guardian Angel was easily countered by traps. Well played. With that move, we should be ahead in gold. Faker had taken the opportunity to destroy the enemy's top lane inner turret. At that moment, SKT's gold lead surged past the 3,000 mark. The dual teleport, dual split push strategy was still in full effect. Take it slow. I can feel it, getting excited. In contrast to SKT's bright prospects, a dark cloud loomed over KT. Brave words before the match, nonsense during the match, and now the classic silence. 3 against 1 and not a single kill. It's embarrassing to even mention. Now do you understand how terrifying this guy is? I told you he's insane. Smeb said, oddly sounding a bit gleeful. Had Li Mu driven him to the brink of sanity? How could he feel such an emotion? Now I know. This guy's like a war god, dancing right in our faces. Hey bro, what are you talking about? Is there a champion called War God in League of Legends? Deft checked his items, replying with confidence. Jinx had quietly reached 3 items. 25 minutes, 260 CS. Though it was the cheapest crit build, it gave her the capital to take team fights. Great. You're the man. What else is there to say? Let's rush the dragon. Under Mata's command, KT decided to go all in. With a Jinx and Ornn, the composition could have stalled indefinitely, but they couldn't hold on any longer. Li Mu had single-handedly torn apart the side lanes. Coupled with Faker's constant split-pushing, KT's formation had been completely torn apart by this system. Their only solution was the Baron. If they could secure the Baron buff, the split-push threat from Li Mu and Faker would be significantly reduced. Thus both teams set their sights on the Nashor. Hold them off a bit. I have teleport. Li Mu continued pushing without a care. In situations like this, he didn't even need to check the minimap, because Faker would give him the right call. Don't worry. I'll tell you when to teleport. No one had a better game sense than Lee Sang-hyok. This was a safe bet. On the front line, Mata wished he could shove his Q into Blank's mouth. Li Mu wouldn't. He had already reached the enemy's bottom lane inhibitor. His tower-taking speed was astonishing. Trinity Force, the most expensive item in League of Legends, gave Camille a qualitative leap. The red team has destroyed a turret. The red team has destroyed an inhibitor. KT's team decision-making wavered. Their shot calling suffered a forced error. The pressure was too much. It almost fried Mata's CPU. All in. We must take this Baron and see if we can win the team fight. Mata finally gave the order, his left brain wrestling with his right. Logically, KT unleashed their fastest burst of damage, and Smeb pulled off a huge play, using his second stage or an ultimate to block Blank. Roar. KT actually secured the Baron, but thanks to Faker's kiting, Mata fell first. With Morgana dead, Jinx's survivability was severely compromised. TP. Kill them all. At Faker's command, Camille began channeling her teleport right in front of the enemy's Nexus towers. This was a flanking position from the blue team's topside jungle. Teleport landed. Camille was back. Deft was no fool. He quickly dropped a Flame Chomper. Though it revealed Li Mu's position, it gave Camille room to stack her Q. So you're the one called Pow Pow. Get back to your sewer. Camille hooked onto the wall, and Li Mu locked his cursor on Deft from afar. Slap. A long-legged stride, a sweeping kick. Stun landed. The next second, Faker teleported right onto Deft's face. The Mapo duo, reunited in such a manner. Shut down. Pilot out. Nanny. A 3-item Jinx couldn't even activate anything. And she was just kicked to death by Camille. With Deft dead, the rest of KT had no means to fight back. This team fight is totally pizza. At the commentary desk, heavens, what words could possibly describe this magnificent match? One sentence. If heaven had not birthed Whip, the LCK top lane would be shrouded in eternal darkness. He shattered KT's vaunted defense single-handedly. This is the most extreme individualism I've seen all year. Like a demon descending from the heavens, a true god of wrath on earth. This Camille. The roaring commentator was fully in his rhythm, gasping for breath. He tossed the topic to his partner, but the old fellow clearly couldn't keep up. Awesome. What can I say? A simple awesome says it all. Sometimes praise needs no fancy words. Just tone and body language are enough. GG Whip is so skilled. Who called that play? Has Jackie Love also joined SKT? Haha, you idiots at LPL must regret it. You handed over the sharpest blade to your opponent, poet indeed. The pilot is still the pilot, never able to break the habit of sudden death. Jinx had flash, but didn't use it. Could it be a hidden tactic? Saving it for S9. 3 lanes of farm, 0 damage in team fights. Guess the famous AD. Yukle, your QQ farm just called. They said you're so bad you need to go home and check on it. The barrage of comments flew and awesome echoed in the heart. In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak. A sea of SKT fans raised their support signs, cheering for their team with all their might. Admittedly, there were many exceptionally beautiful girls among them. Their eyes shone with light fixed on SKT's top laner. He turned the tide when all seemed lost, propping up the collapsing pillar. Such a youth was truly captivating. Oh, how I wish I could take Xiaomumu home right now. There are bad people all around. As a woman, she could sense the strange gazes of the female fans. I was getting jealous. No. That kind of thinking is not good. Let's boldly speculate. Aren't you thrilled that the boy these fans can only dream of is easily held in your arms? Park Ji-yeon really knew how to play. Her words made IU laugh. Yes, Xiaomumu is mine, and little Mumu is mine too. Hey bestie, you promised to share. Don't worry. As long as I have something to eat, you'll get a taste. Okay. We'll share him together. Achoo. Who's cursing me behind my back? Deft, is it? You like playing ADC, don't you? I'll kick you all with one foot. With Li Mu's kick, the Camille score once again reached godlike status. As a rookie achieving godlike status in 2 consecutive games. Even in the talent-laden LCK, this was a league of his own. In an instant after the team fight ended, Faker teleported directly to the enemy's inhibitor turrets. He craved victory so badly. With 13 assists, more than the support, he had mastered the essence of Twisted Fate. Let's end it here. Alright, lest we have more trouble in the night. When the Red Army besieged the city, KT had no power to resist. Twisted Fate and Camille's split push tore down towers fast. The inhibitors fell, and though Mata revived, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The saddest thing in life, alive but broke. For esports players, the most helpless feeling is knowing this is a decisive match, but only watching helplessly as the enemy tears down the nexus. Deft felt a mix of emotions, deeply bitter. He was too fast, I couldn't even flash. His voice faded, feeling he had let his teammates down. He had drained much of the jungle and lane resources throughout the game, achieving a lead beyond the timeline. Yet in the team fight, he was kicked to death before he could even see the enemy, draining resources and ending up at the bottom. At that moment, the only difference between Deft and a sanitary pad was that he had no use. It's not your fault their top laner is a monstrous carry. This kind of game isn't one an ADC can change. Mod aside, after playing the entire regular season, he knew this version didn't favor the bot lane. Whichever team's top half had the bigger daddy had the absolute say. I really wonder where he dug up such a genius. He's turning us into fish in a barrel. Yukle might have kept quiet, but once he opened his mouth, he provoked everyone's wrath. Shut up. You played Talia and were invisible the whole game. Look at the enemy, Twisted Fate. How much pressure did he put on our sidelines? Aye. Their Camille kept coming mid to kick me. There was nothing I could do. Still talking back. A whole season, and is it that hard to learn Azir? You played Talia like garbage. If I see that again, I'll break your legs. Underscores heavy pressure. Yukle lowered his head in shame. When he lifted it again, the game screen had frozen. 3-2. SKT called upon Li Mu in adversity and successfully turned the series around to advance to the next round. SKT awesome. Whip Dynasty. KT down. The crowd's fervor showed no signs of waning, the female fans still giving it their all. It was as if the entire arena was filled with SKT fans. At the SKT players area, nice. Well played. You're the hero. The stone that had been weighing on Faker's heart finally lifted. At least he had earned temporary peace. His eyes saw only victory. Without a championship, it was failure. What pure professionalism. Li Mu seeing this also revealed a smile. On the big screen the Camille's stats flashed. He was MVP again. An unprecedented KDA, a kick laced with true damage. It seemed to become an indelible nightmare in the hearts of KT fans. Not to mention much else, but tonight when Death sleeps under the covers there will surely be a pair of long legs waiting for him. Yeah, Whip is MVP. I'm a carried dog. Blank was happy too. He seemed to understand his role. As long as he didn't feed and steadily served his top lane, Daddy the father would surely carry his son. Alright, time to shake hands. Faker was in a good mood leading the team. A glance at the whole KT lineup. Except for Deft, everyone else wore funeral faces. Indeed, the alpaca was great. His life was full of failures, but he never gave up. Hey old man, you don't even bow when shaking hands. Who taught you that? Li Mu facing Score dropped this line in Chinese. His back was ramrod straight. Was he the reincarnation of Bristleback? The key point was that Score didn't understand and was completely baffled. Alright, let's not stir up trouble. The audience is waiting for us. Bang pushed Li Mu, who retaliated with a quick grab. TSK. Missed. Little Bang didn't seem very impressive. Hey Junsik, why is your face red? Wolf asked clueless. As Li Mu walked he interjected. I know the fastest way to overcome blushing. Tell me. Just strike your own balls 1,000 times, and your face will surely turn from red to white. Li Mu couldn't hold it in. Victory made him lighthearted. After turning white it should be foaming at the mouth, right? Wolf instinctively covered his crotch. I know it's tough, but that's how the phrase, tempered by 1,000 blows, came about. Alright, it's time for the interview. Faker was in a good mood, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all, he had been under immense pressure lately. Not only bearing the weight of public opinion, but also haunted by nightmares of that arrow from last year, even in his sleep. Yet just as he was about to burst into laughter he remembered he was a public figure. The burden of his idol image took hold, leaving Faker with a suppressed smile on his face. Isn't that a meme waiting to happen? Hey Xiaomu, don't leave. You're the hero of the day. Interviews are boring, just a bunch of formalities. Li Mu waved his hand, showing no interest at all. Until Wolf reminded him. The host for today's interview was Kim Min-ah. Interview. Bring it on. I want to see for myself just how extraordinary this so-called goddess really is. Awesome. I'll give your answer 82 points, and the rest I'll send as 666. Thus Faker and Li Mu were invited onto the main stage. Sure enough, a beautiful woman with delicate features and an outstanding temperament walked toward them. Not only that, but she also possessed a curvaceous figure, fair skin, and a passionate demeanor with a hint of a city accent. Zhao. It wasn't that Li Mu was lecherous, it was just that the scenery was perfect, and it would be a waste not to appreciate it. Hello. Give the audience a self-introduction. Kim Min-ah felt Li Mu's gaze and unconsciously leaned forward slightly. How thoughtful. This subtle movement made Li Mu nod repeatedly. It was a view of snowy peaks. Horizontal view as a ridge, sideways as a peak. Near and far, high and low, each appears different. It truly echoed the saying, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Hello everyone, I am SKTT1 Faker. Lee Sing-hyok's voice pulled Li Mu back to reality, and he could feel two intense stares from the substitutes bench. Lee Ji-yoon and Park Ji-yeon. Oh no, he had forgotten about the main ones. Now he'd certainly face a scolding from Aleoi when he got back. Yamit. Good evening everyone. I'm Whip and I believe most of you know me. Unexpectedly Li Mu spoke in Chinese. Beside him Faker gave a meaningful smile, and then humbly acted as Li Mu's translator. What? In our LCK you dare not speak Korean. Come on, if you've got the guts, let's take it to the highway. I'll run you over. After all, he's new here, so give him some leeway. If he still hasn't learned in 2.5 years, don't blame me for flaming him. Since when did Faker know Chinese? Oh, I remember. In the post-match voice comms from last game, everyone seemed to be speaking Chinese. For the sake of one Whip, has the entire SKT team forgotten who they are? I'll say one thing. This kid got MVP in 2 consecutive games. Wow. It seems Whip hasn't forgotten his roots. He's still a Dragon Kingdom man, just hates the LPL. Instantly opinions clashed. Some questioned Li Mu's attitude, others felt SKT was too accommodating, but no one dared to revoke Li Mu's nationality. Because aside from RNG fans, everyone knew in their hearts, this kid was forced to go to the LCK. He just wanted revenge to get back at the LPL. At that moment, official streamers like Guan Ziyuan and Milu were also watching the match. Guan Ziyuan let him gain experience in the LCK, then will spend big to buy him back. He's a rare talent. Milu, can he still come back? We went too far before. Not a single person spoke up for him. Guan Ziyuan, probably yes. I'm referring to this year's Jakarta Asian Games. As for the region, it's hard to say. Mila, maybe in his heart, he hates the LPL, not the Dragon Kingdom. Clear-cut in love and hate. He's quite a character. All of a sudden, Li Mu's reputation in the LPL improved considerably. Of course, in the eyes of some RNG fans, Li Mu was nothing short of a traitor. Scene shift, the interview stage. I actually know a bit of Chinese, so let me be the translator. Kim Min-ah's warm spring-like smile delighted Li Mu. But when he turned to look, Faker's face was expressionless. This melon-skinned fellow really had something. Not only was he composed under pressure, but he also showed no reaction to a beautiful woman. May I ask how you feel about advancing to the next round? Very popular. Oh, popular. Kim Min-ah stifled a laugh, then asked Li Mu about his future outlook. Lifting the microphone, the young man dropped his playful demeanor. He gazed into the distance and spoke from the heart. My goal has always been only one, the championship. Also to restore the glory of SKT, it is my duty. As soon as he said this, Kim Min-ah's beautiful eyes sparkled. What a brilliant statement. Truly worthy of Li Bai's homeland. After the translation and its embellishment, the audience burst into exclamations. Oh my god, what a classy statement. Great, great. I can feel his sincerity. With him on the top lane, this is SKT's most promising year. Top laner. Don't call me anymore, I'm afraid Whip will misunderstand what with this kid was originally our LPL talent. Stupid RNG. I curse your entire family. SKT got a kid whose mind is as vast as the ocean. That was beautifully said. Can I give you both a hug? It turned out Kim Min-ah was also an SKT fan. Of course. To prevent the two ladies below from adding to their anger, Li Mu gave only a brief hug. The subtle fragrance was so pleasant when he hugged faker Lee Sang-hyuk remained completely expressionless. Hey Sang-hyuk, Eun-young is no longer worthy of you. Stop thinking about her, Li Mu whispered. Who is Eun-young? She's just one of countless passers-by. I'm here to guard the throne. The championship is my dream. Really? Even if you're a 5-time champion, what does it matter? Eun-young is in the delivery room right now, Nim. No, sorry, I lost my composure. With just a simple probe, Lee Sang-hyuk nearly broke down. Indeed, the lethality of a first love is incomparable, even if the first love herself came in person. Alright, you two, it's time for the fan interaction segment. Are you ready? To maximize fan engagement, SKT always had post-match interactions with the audience. At that moment, a cute girl with a bun hairstyle raised her hand. Whip Appa, do you have any free time in private? I also love League of Legends. If possible, you can go top lane, and I'll play Soraka jungle. The girl dressed in a Lolita outfit looked delicate and pitiful. One good thing about the LCK was the quality of the girls. Unlike the LPL, where some tanks and birds always like to barge into the camera. Oh, sorry, I already have a regular duo partner. Li Mu shook his head slightly. That's fine, I don't mind. We can flex Q. Well, your champion doesn't fit our team composition. In this patch, Soraka isn't strong. A single remark that Soraka wasn't strong enough shattered the fangirl's dream. Li Mu's rejection earned approving nods from Lee Ji-yoon and Park Ji-yeon offstage. It seemed he had his limits strict about his gaming friends. They must be able to sing, dance, and rap. And if they could also play basketball, Li Mu would be utterly captivated. What do you think, Faker? This girl is pretty good. Why don't you take her? Why, oi? Jungle Soraka. If you marry her, you won't have to worry about your mother-in-law. Wow, that's a fancy way to insult someone. Beautiful women couldn't break Faker's composure, but Li Mu could. After a brief interaction, today's interview segment concluded. The playoffs were still in full swing and SKT remained in a very unfavorable position. Back in the lounge, everyone packed up and headed for the team bus. But in the corridor, Li Mu was ambushed. An emotionally charged female fan, ignoring the escort's attempts to stop her, immediately buried Li Mu in a bottomless abyss. Whip Appa. Did heaven send you to save our SKT? Love you, Mwok. Oh. At that instant, Li Mu felt as if he had gone blind. He couldn't see a thing. Where are the security guards? Security, Blank yelled enviously. When security stepped in, the fan was finally pulled away. Meanwhile, Li Mu was utterly entranced, ignoring the warm sensation in his nose. What's the rush? I'm in no danger. And even if that happened again, so what? Damn it. Did you come to our LCK to pick up girls, or to win titles? Come on, I'm an adult. Why can't I have both? I want it all. Raising his right hand, Li Mu made a fierce expression. Fair warning, women will only slow down your sword speed. Faker remained expressionless. That's you. I need lubricant. Swaggering, Li Mu boarded the bus. But he got off midway, saying he had something important to handle. Looking at the address sent to his phone, Li Mu hailed a cab. Driver, let's go. Forget the phone number. Little Li Mu can't hold it in anymore. M78 Nebula Esports Hotel. 608, oh. Here. With excitement and nervousness, Li Mu rubbed his hands like a fly. The door was unlocked, so he opened it. Looking inside, the room was incredibly spacious. From the ambience and the fragrance in the air, it felt less like an esports hotel and more like a couple's hotel, just with 3 extra computers. Truly a star's hotel, so high-end. I like it. Tossing his backpack aside, Li Mu began searching for his target. But he searched left and right without finding anyone. Then they must be in the bathroom. Approaching the bathroom, he heard 2 voices giggling. One of them was the IU he had been thinking of day and night. Ahem, you 2 beauties care to come out and chat. Before they could respond, Li Mu quietly turned the handle and peeked inside. He knew that Lee Ji-yoon had arranged a new gaming partner for him. He hadn't even eaten. Clearly his lower half had taken control of his thoughts. Oh, pervert. I'm calling the police. Oh, okay, I won't look. Wait, why are you pulling me in? Amidst the dim lighting, 2 graceful figures were strikingly visible. Little Li Mu gave a start, showing respect. I'll just wait for you to come out. This place is too small, I can't stretch out. Today's lesson is top lane Syndra. I hope you're prepared. Li Mu stepped out and began his warm-up exercises. Before long, the 2 beauties emerged together. Even without makeup, Lee Ji-yoon and Park Ji-yeon remained stunning. The bathroom's lingering steam hadn't dissipated as Lee Ji-yoon stepped out over scattered water droplets. Beads of water clung to her hair and sliding down her slender neck, gathering into a fleeting star at her collarbone. Am I pretty? Absolutely. With our relationship, why even ask? Lee Moo swallowed hard and took a deep breath to suppress his restless excitement. At that moment, Park Ji-yeon also approached. Her loose bathrobe was tied loosely at the waist, accentuating her delicate shoulder and neck lines. Her skin glowed softly under the warm light, like jade bathed in moonlight. During the interview, you hugged that little vixen. How did it feel? A whisper that was impossible to resist brushed against Lee Moo's ear. Very smooth. Oh no, just average. Few men are all the same. Don't you know I'm a new member? Oh, please be generous. I'll give you more minion experience in the next game. You said it, IU sister, thank you. After all this, Park Ji-yeon was the real fox. Lee Ji-yoon didn't mind since the two were as close as sisters. Give me 5 minutes to shower. You two start the computers. Appa, you haven't eaten right. No need for food. At 18, I'm full of energy. In the nick of time, Lee Moo quickly completed his pre-game preparations. There's this popular basketball game called NBA 2K. Let's play a round to warm up, then we'll hit league. The two girls nodded, their eyes revealing a sly glint. Alright, I won't bully you. I'll just pick Jordan and take on both of you. Humph. You're underestimating us. The match began quickly. Lee Moo had just won a game and was in top form. Even those who've never played basketball know Jordan is the god of basketball. Naturally, his in-game character had sky-high stats. Lee Moo's slender fingers danced over the keyboard, and on screen Jordan held the ball, constantly probing and feinting. Suddenly Jordan broke through the defense with lightning speed. Fingers like the wind, eyes like lightning. Watch my fadeaway jumper. Swish. Back in his familiar domain, Lee Moo was unstoppable. Lee Ji-yoon and Park Ji-yeon were utterly crushed with no chance to fight back. No. We're girls, this game isn't our forte. Let's play League. I've been practicing, Oriana, let me show you. Lee Ji-yoon was clearly prepared. Park Ji-yeon wasted no time, instantly locking Jarvan 4. Jarvan plus Oriana. A classic mid-jungle combo. It's useless, ladies. I was the #1 on the heavenly ranking last year. I said top lane Syndra teaching, and I never lie. Locking in Syndra instantly, Lee Moo was ready. With overwhelming offensive pressure, Lee Ji-yoon was beaten back step by step. Even Smeb couldn't withstand Lee Moo's landing, let alone a girl like her. Better call your jungler. You're no match for me. As Lee Moo said, Park Ji-yeon flanked him. The moment they met, it was heaven and earth cover the tiger. What a block, my old baby. But Lee Moo was prepared. A beautiful scatter the weak repelled their combo. Now it's my turn. Syndra's ultimate is ready. Break. Huff. Indeed, you have some skills. But I had the last laugh. After an entire night of grinding, Lee Moo secured the final MVP. It was a tough match, but well within my control. To earn his glory in the LCK, Lee Moo needed to engage in such high-intensity contests. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to assign a great task to a person, it must first temper his will. That's the principle. Alright, you guys rest now. Don't go. One more round, I'm not convinced. Lee Jian's weak voice came through. His face was as red as a little kitten's, yet he still talked tough. Come on, my enemy is not you, but that hateful region. Fun is fun, but don't joke about serious matters. Lee Moo kept in his heart that revenge was the top priority. I'm off. See you next time. By the way, you two played support quite well. Stepping out of the room, Lee Moo looked up at the sky. Wow, what a huge sun. But the sun was crescent-shaped, clearly indicating day and night were reversed. Indeed, Lee Moo entered at night and left at night. His gaming addiction was just too strong. He had played for a full 24 hours. When he returned to the SKT base, the guys were still grinding ranked. Where did you go? I couldn't reach you on the phone. Didn't I tell you? I rented an apartment near the base. After the match, I was too tired and slept until now. Lee Moo grinned. Young people are young people. After pulling an all-nighter, he not only had no dark circles, but was also full of energy. He said he needed a catalyst. Alright, take care of yourself. Our next opponents are still not to be underestimated. The intensity of this year's LCK is high. Faker pointed at the computer screen, which displayed the lineup for tomorrow's match. Oh, I didn't expect to be the starter tomorrow. Lee Moo put down his backpack with a hint of surprise. It seemed those two MVPs had thoroughly convinced the coaching staff. T. Huang. He could go wave a towel by the water cooler. Tomorrow is essentially the semifinals. We have no margin for error. You must step up. Pointing at the opponent's starting lineup, Faker's face was solemn. AFS. This was a team that hadn't performed particularly well in previous years. Perhaps it was due to SKT's significant decline in strength this year, resulting in them barely winning any matches against strong teams in the regular season. AFS had even double-swept SKT, almost every game being a fast finish. Lee Moo leaned in and immediately spotted the problem. Oh, the top laner is keen. No wonder. Did T. Huang get solo killed every game? Pretty much. We never had an advantage in the top half, so the coaching staff didn't hesitate to start you. Bang walked over to join the conversation. At this, Lee Moo rubbed his chin. Keen was a severely underrated top laner of great strength. He could carry and absorb pressure. His champion pool was bottomless, and he could adapt to any meta quickly. The only thing the audience criticized him for wasn't even his skill. He was a top-tier mercenary who went wherever the money was. To put it bluntly, this guy had virtually no weaknesses. Indeed, he's quite formidable. But in my eyes, he doesn't seem to have any advantages either. Li Mu blew at his bangs, exuding an air of self-importance. Let's hope so. As long as you can hold down their top lane, our chances in the bottom half will increase significantly. Bang said seriously. Hold down. Sorry, but I intend to crush him. Li Mu clenched his fist, the confidence in his eyes clearly not feigned. At that moment, Faker was somewhat dazed. In the other's pupils, he seemed to see a reflection of his former self. The same arrogance, the same unyielding spirit. Back in the days of that killer era, Faker truly dominated everything. But time had passed, and now he could only place part of his hope on Li Mu. Seeming to notice Faker's daze, Li Mu patted him on the shoulder. Xianghe, don't doubt yourself. You are the world's best mid laner. Everyone else can only compete for second. And don't put too much pressure on yourself. Rest assured I've got your back. Great. The two bumped fists passionately, transcending borders and language. This was a promise between men. Just then Blank walked over. So-called knowing is knowing, not knowing is not knowing. That is wisdom. Oh my god. This Chinese is way too hard. Little Black was still diligently practicing Chinese. He had hit a bottleneck in the game, and even grinding ranked wouldn't help him break through. So diligent. Let me quiz you. A fill-in-the-blank idiom. Very simple. To lighten the tense atmosphere, Li Mu changed the subject. Question 5-4. Oh, I just memorized this. 5 lakes and 4 seas. Wolf also came over, he loved Chinese. Good answer. Any other possibilities? Huh. What huh? There's also 5 times 8 equals 40. At this, Faker and the others' expressions turned serious. Multiple answers. This question had depth. Next, booming. Full of life and vitality. Wrong. The answer is farmer uncle. Next, big dry. A too hard. I don't know. Stupid. E. Coli bacteria. Ultimate move hit him. Aren't these all valid? Your learning still needs work. Li Mu wasn't deliberately making things difficult. Well, he just wanted to showcase the profoundness of Chinese culture. Then he took Blank's notebook and seriously wrote a passage. The character Bang's shoulder is actually the same as Bang, bladder. The Quan circle in Pinjiuquan friend circle is also the Quan pin in Zhuan pigpen. The Piany cheap in Piany is also the Bien excrement in Debian. Alright, that's enough for now. As long as you study Chinese well, you don't need to worry about the matches. Li Mu smirked. Because I will carry you all ferociously. The next day, the LCK playoffs arrived on schedule. Coincidentally, the neighboring LPL was also kicking off a new major battle. Glancing at the schedule, it was quite fateful. Both RNG and SKT's matches were scheduled on the same day. Provided both teams could continue to advance, otherwise their subsequent meeting at MSI would be in vain. Early in the morning, the forums of both regions became particularly lively. Did you hear? 2 days ago, Whip treated Smeb like a bot, getting MVP every game as if he was smuffing. RNG really had no eyes, kicking such a talent to the opponent. If this Whip crushes our teams on the international stage, just watch me curse RNG. Stop it here. Keen will teach this kid a lesson, agreed. If SKT can still win today, I'll do a handstand and seal my ass with cement. KT is trash itself, nothing to say. If they came to our LPL, could they beat OMG? To be fair, SKT definitely doesn't dare to win the championship. Faker is still a bit afraid of Xiao. Before the match even started, the comment section was already building floors endlessly. The defeat at the Bird's Nest last year had caused the LPL's popularity to plummet. Still, many veteran players were willing to believe one more time, dreaming of golden rain falling upon RNG's heads. Throughout the entire spring split, RNG had stumbled along until they entered the playoffs, where Uzi's form began to recover. There was even a possibility of a 1 versus many streak. And this situation also happened to SKT. Some fans began to create memes. SKT transformed into the Grim Reaper, knocking on doors one by one. KSV and KT had already bitten the dust. Now it was AFS's turn. When the match time arrived, the venue was still packed with people. SKT's matches were always sold out, tickets hard to come by. After taking the stage, Li Mu quickly glanced at the front row seats. Those 2 girls weren't there. TSK Tisk, looks like I was too harsh. They still haven't recovered. Li Mu smirked smugly. Can't help it. I'm 18 this year, blooming everywhere. What are you laughing at? So lewd. Hey, you can't learn good things, but you're quick on the uptake with bad words. Unwilling to be disgusted by Blank, Li Mu made a small pinch gesture with his thumb and index finger. This gesture was lethal to South Korean males, and Blank almost exploded. However, with Koma behind him, he couldn't cause any trouble. Koma was definitely biased today. He was counting on Li Mu to hold off Keen. And besides, this super top laner, the jungler Spirit, was also in good form recently. Of course, that wasn't the key. AFS's mid laner was also a heavyweight. Kuro, a genius youth criticized for having a natural phobia of Faker. In every competition with Faker, he had always ended up defeated. Today, Kuro was here for revenge. He wanted to take advantage of Faker's declining power and poor form to reclaim everything that belonged to him. As for the bottom lane duo, Kramer and Tucson, they were also very troublesome. This was the Team SKT's apparent win rate was not high. Welcome to our LCK semi-finals venue. It's still an underdog match for SKT. If they can pull it off, they will return to the spring finals stage. The commentator was still the Roaring Emperor, and the one beside him was also a familiar face. Before the start, the semi-final interactions were quite interesting. Keen as the team's ace spoke very modestly and humbly. Boring. If the trash talk segment doesn't have any trash talk, then what's the point? But Kuro said, a butterfly cannot cross the vast ocean, so how can you bear to blame? Surrender early Xianghe, and I'll give you a quick end. Upon hearing this, the big screen instantly showed a reversal. Faker suddenly stood in the center of the throne, gently placing his index finger to his lips. Get this straight. You are the challengers. It must be said Faker was still very imposing, and the LCK officials were willing to let him show off. As soon as Lee Sang-hyok Faker appeared, the audience started cheering again. Of course, the best was yet to come. Li Mu was the last to appear. I heard you've been in good form lately. Let me say this, Koro NB. Oh, sorry, I said it wrong, it should be. Koro is Chu. The scene ended there, and many local audience members didn't understand what Li Mu meant. Until they searched online, AFS's fans immediately exploded. NB reversed is Chu. Aish, this way of cursing is too advanced. Ha ha ha, this is the charm of our Dragon Kingdom's language. Poor Kimchi country, if you want to learn too, we suggest registering an account on the Zwan server of the national server. Zwan Grand Stage, come if you have guts. What the hell are you laughing at? Such an interesting person was kicked out by you who actually won. With the constant barrage of bullet comments, today's match officially began. Semifinals SKT versus AFS. The pre-match support rate was still overwhelming, but it was clearly different from the apparent win rate. Without further ado, let's see the real deal in the rift. Putting aside the car and drink advertisements, let's go straight to the first round of BP. Blue side SKT, red side AFS. It's worth mentioning that AFS had the priority pick side, and they actively chose red side to prevent Li Mu from getting a comfortable counter pick. Keen was also a player who could maximize the effect of the counter pick. Both sides conducted the first round of bans. Left side banned Xia Kinch and Swain. Right side banned Callista Camille and Twisted Fate. From the ban effects, it was clear that AFS was really ruthless, blocking all the champions that SKT had performed well with in the previous round. Blue side's first pick. Azir. No problem. Since Li Mu attracted the firepower, Faker could get a champion he was comfortable with. Unlike others, Azir, Faker's Emperor, was an invisible teamfight initiator. His proficiency was very high, a whole level above other players. Thus AFS locked in Varus Rakan. To match the bottom lane matchup, SKT quickly chose their duo. Ezreal Leona. In the third pick, AFS locked in Skarner. This was a somewhat unexpected choice. The current patch hadn't been reworked yet, and it was all about the control efficiency. Both sides' second round of bans still targeted the top lane, with Li Mu and Keen each being the focus of attention. So the question was who had a deeper champion pool. Ban whatever you want. If I can't pull out a champion, I'll leave immediately. Li Mu was extremely arrogant. He was determined to win today's match. Because on that day before leaving, Li Jian sent him a message. If he could successfully advance to the finals, then she would introduce another gaming partner on top of the existing ones. As for who, it was so hard to guess, therefore Li Mu would not go easy, he would crush the opposing mercenaries. Wow. They picked Vel'Koz in the fourth slot. This champion is disgusting, his lane pushing efficiency is extremely fast. Bang frowned and said, what's there to fear? Vel'Koz is easy to deal with. The fact that he picked it in the first game shows that deep down he's still a bit afraid of our Xianghe. Hard to say it could be a pocket pick. Since the opponent had picked Vel'Koz, Jarvan 4 had to be arranged. Then amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a champion that had almost never appeared in high-level games was revealed. Death is like the wind, always by my side. The Unforgiven has arrived. Off. What is this thing? Top lane Yasuo. My god. Whip keeps bringing us surprises. The Roaring Emperor was roaring again, and the BP was already full of anticipation. That was Yasuo, the most popular champion in League of Legends. It rarely appeared in high-level games unless it was a one-trick pony. However, this was a crucial semifinal. Without knowing what the opponent would pick, Li Mu actually chose to blind pick. To put it bluntly, he simply didn't take the opponent's carry Keen seriously. Whip. My hero. Awesome. You dare to pick, I dare to bet on you. Could it be mid-lane Yasuo versus Vel'Koz? Probably not. Faker's recent form is bad, wouldn't picking Yasuo be feeding? I'm an AFS fan, but this person picked Yasuo, my main champion. Who should I support? Azir Yasuo. I can already picture it. This person is really beyond arrogant. Since he picked Yasuo, why didn't he ban Renekton? As a certain bullet comment said, Keen after a brief deliberation quickly locked in Renekton, one of Yasuo's most feared champions. Ridiculous, if I don't destroy the enemy this game I'll count it as a miracle. Keen didn't usually talk like this, mainly because Li Mu was too arrogant. Choosing Yasuo like this showed that he didn't take their whole team seriously at all. We believe in you, you're the top laner with the best stats this year. Kuro had been waiting for this day for a long time. He wanted to crush Faker and avenge his past self. Of course I'll set a number, at least 15 CS lead in 5 minutes. Keen made a big boast before the match, little knowing that Li Mu on the opposite side was saying the same thing. Don't look at me with doubt, I'll set a flag. If I don't get a solo kill before 6 minutes, report the streamer in the top right corner. The crocodile counters others Yasuo, but mine is different. Li Mu snapped his fingers. I'm hungry, I want to eat fish. Got it, you're starving like a prehistoric beast, right? Blank said with a straight face. What the hell? You're so good with words, why not write a book? We're out of paper in the village. Huh. Jokes aside, you really know how to lighten the mood. To make Faker laugh was a talent in itself. As Li Mu boasted, both sides began adjusting positions. Blue side SKT top Yasuo jungle Jarvan, 4 mid Azir bot Ezreal, and Leona. Red side AFS top Renekton jungle Skarner mid Vel'Koz bot Varus and Rockin. From a paper analysis, SKT's composition heavily relied on ultimate combos. This patch strengthened Vel'Koz considerably, making him stronger in wave clear than early game Azir. Mid lane would likely lose priority, giving AFS's jungler early opportunities. Let's go. SKT vs AFS Game 1. Starting now, Imnida. Tired of John Yongjun's commentary, one could switch to the second channel, Deyunce, for some fun. The camera now showed 3 pighead Sun Yalong Xiaoxiao, Shika Li Zhu, and Kid Kid. They weren't as professional as John Yongjun, but they were utterly shameless. The bullet comments were either trolls or memes. In short, a crowd gathered just to watch the chaos. Honestly, picking Yasuo here means he doesn't want to win, but against Keen, losing is normal. A fly can't fly over a trash can. Who can blame it? Kid blurted out. Facing unemployment, he had to break into streaming. A new player, Ning, had joined IG Space, tall as a wall. His arrival almost completely overshadowed Kid. I think, Kid, you have a grudge against Whip. We at Deyunce stayed neutral in that incident last year. Today we got the rights to cast this match to see if our Faker can cross AFS. Xiao Xiao turned off his camera and began serious commentary. I don't hate him, just dislike him. Heard you're also an IU fan. She was my goddess once, but now. The chat stopped there. The director knew to focus on top lane. The camera showed the proud Yasuo striding forward. Skin Nightbringer. A skin with explosive feel. Once used, others became hard to appreciate. Level 1 Li Mu walked to lane with the minions. Oh, he leveled E on Yasuo top. That's interesting. Shika raised an eyebrow. Everyone knew Deyunce was usually rude and loved to flame, but Shika was a true tadpole Faker fan. He just acted for views, those who knew understood. In the screen, Yasuo slithered like a loach. Fleet footwork. With high mastery, Li Mu completely controlled the minion wave. He didn't freeze, but constantly pressured. Renekton was strong at level 3, so Li Mu had to show him something. Keen understood too. No all-in before his power spike. Li Mu knew from the first second that this Renekton was skilled. But that was all. Level 2 was Yasuo's domain. The famous writer Lu Sun once said, with good mechanics, a Yasuo with minions can beat any champion. With Lu Sun's philosophy, Li Mu began to aggressively push forward. E and Steel Tempest. The edge of the AoE made Keen uncomfortable. Aish, why is his sword so long? Is it a skin issue? Once could be luck, but twice or thrice meant something was wrong. Renekton tried to retaliate, but under Yasuo's deliberate guidance, his Q maxed the minion wave. He was outplayed. All of Li Mu's positioning was intentional. Keen frowned, but the worst was yet to come. Oh. Jarvan ganks top at level 2. Is Blank learning from our LPL's top jungler Clearlove? Xiao Xiao started barking. His flank is deep, Renekton has to flash at least. As he spoke, Keen flashed. Quick reaction, almost no damage taken. Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Keen really had some skill. But whether he had real metal required Li Mu's personal assessment. Mid and bot were mostly farming this game, and AFS's Skarner couldn't do much before level 6. So top lane was the only place for action. Whoosh. Yasuo hit level 3 first. Li Mu put 2 points in Q. Wind Wall was useless against Renekton, so he prioritized Steel Tempest. Rise of the Wind. With the third Q stacked, Yasuo exuded the majesty of a king. The momentum was established. Li Mu's Yasuo was far more terrifying than imagined. When Keen reached level 3, Renekton's power spike began. Time to teach you a lesson. Keen rolled forward to use his death roll, but Li Mu retreated early, using Yasuo's mobility to dodge. Sorry, I'm faster. Thus Renekton's bite hung in the air. W on cooldown. The rest was obvious. Li Mu, taking advantage of the cooldown, stomped on him. Keen is just this. I think he's average. Remember, the streamer's moves used dashes to bait skills. Next time you face him, you'll know how to play. Li Mu talked to himself. He had entered a magical zone. 5 minutes, 38 CS versus 22 CS. And due to Jarvan, Renekton had no flash. The bullet comments went wild. Chat, that's the Yasuo I dream of. Is this real? Is he still in China? When did Yasuo start out ceasing Renekton? Keen is trash. His combos aren't even smooth. This is the so-called top 3 LCK top laner. It's not that Renekton is dumb, it's that Yasuo is too slippery. Look at his E angles. Perfect for both engage and retreat. Whip plays like this. Shika is laughing his ass off. Kid must be devastated. I think both are average. On a scale of 100, Whip and Keen are about 90. Why is the caster barking so much? Shut up. When Xiao Xiao saw one of those comments, he immediately wiped his smile. Fine. Since you don't want me to cast like this, I'll be official from now on. Alright. We can see Yasuo is last hitting Renekton, is zoning. Skarner is moving top, Jarvan is in the bot side jungle. Listen. How is this different from an AI? This stream had always been controversial. Xiao Xiao and Shika were used to it. But honestly, LCK matches are boring. 6 minutes and no kills yet. If it were LPL, we'd probably be at the Nexus. Wait. Skarner is coming. In the screen, AFS's jungler started a tempo shift. Skarner, even without level 6, roamed top. Keen was under pressure. His trades with Li Mu were on a completely different level. Moreover, Yasuo had fleet footwork to control the lane. So AFS went for a two-man gank. Something's wrong. There's a ward in the river right. Whip is clearly making a mistake. He wants to 1v2. What is Yasuo thinking? Couldn't hold back anymore, could you? I knew you'd call for the jungler. Under this level of suppression, the alligator had completely lost its counter value. The system was still exerting pressure. In Li Mu's eyes, the alligator player was as useless as Da Vinci without Mona. I can't help you go first. Blank was being cautious. The moment he spotted the enemy jungler, he pinged a warning first. Whether or not he could save them didn't matter. The signal had been sent. The next second, Blank's expression darkened. Yasuo advanced instead of retreating, ignoring the enemy jungler and forcing his way into the minion wave. Initiate. Fine, as you wish. No, I meant retreat. Sorry, there's no such thing as retreat. Bang. Keen chained 2 E abilities forward. The distance was perfect. He bit down on Li Mu, locking him in place. The rage control was flawless, a textbook red rage W. The alligator's mastery was undeniable. The earlier struggles were merely a product of comparison. The alligator's advantage against Yasuo lay precisely in the red rage W, which could shatter all of Yasuo's shield effects. You slide? Slide my ass. The Skarner charged in, latching onto Yasuo and unleashing a barrage of attacks. If Li Mu hadn't maintained good health early on, he would have died right there. Oh no. Yasuo is exactly like that, easily ganked. Having the advantage doesn't guarantee a win, but being behind means you'll definitely lose. Zika was getting anxious. His favorite team today was SKT. Why hasn't he flashed? Trying to save it for the next fight. Wait, Yasuo is level 6. In an instant, everyone's spirits lifted. No wonder Li Mu didn't retreat immediately. His experience bar was just one last kill away. The storm was gathering. The thunder was roaring. As the third Q tornado locked onto Yasuo's unsheathed blade, Li Mu's gaze sharpened. Done playing. Had your fun. Now it's my turn. Boom. In the blink of an eye, just as Yasuo's blade was about to swing, a bolt of lightning flashed across the screen. EQ flash. Swift as the gale, fierce as lightning. Mute the world and listen to the howling wind. Soryakudo. The cyclone slash erupted from the ground, dragging both the alligator and Skarner into the air with dark energy. Get high, damn it. Holy crap. What an angle. He caught both. Yasuo's shield refreshed. He's turning it around. The 3 Dune color casters exclaimed in unison. The moment he landed, Li Mu didn't greedily chase auto attacks. Instead, he used the minions to create distance. Edge of survival. A prediction from beyond the atmosphere. Yasuo dodged the alligator's healing Q. It's over. Keen's plan had failed. His heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. Every one of his calculations had been read by Li Mu. When the alligator's skills were all on cooldown, Yasuo's elegant mechanics shone through. Flexible. High ceiling. Die. I've made a pact with the gods. 1 slash, and I'll send you to hell. The Parnassan blade fell. The alligator crumpled to the ground. First blood. Yasuo healed back to life with triumph. The Skarner was forced to flash. Shit. I've been outplayed. Silence. Then the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Insane. Our Yasuo players have risen. Thanks, Whip. I was immature before. Sorry for flaming you. You're my father now. I just joined. Am I watching a sci-fi movie? Yasuo got countered and still killed the alligator and forced the Skarner's flash. So can we pick some popular heroes? What's the point of a new hero like Skarner? Keen went to the stationery store and also tried to swipe a free plastic bag. The boss, you're just a cheap pin. Who do you think you are? Holy crap, is it really that insane? Blank and Faker both switched screens to watch the play. The latter simply said nothing. I told you, my Yasuo guarantees a win. That old man Kuma still doubts me. Does he even understand League of Legends? Li Mu secured the kill and pushed the minion wave forward. But Keen had held the pressure well earlier, so his teleport was still ready. Still without prior engagements, and with a level deficit, what could the alligator possibly do? Hey. Words spoken in battle are not to be taken lightly. Bang quickly warned. Oh, you're quoting Proverbs now. Let me feel your aura. Peak high school. Li Mu tapped Bang's avatar. Bang grinned and fired back. Your Yasuo is the most ferocious I've ever seen. Compared to yours, Keen is like He Zhejiang. What the heck? What a clean double whirlwind. No wonder he was kiting that crab all over the place. It was all calculated. Now here's the critical Q3. Can Kuro manage to sidestep it? The wind howled relentlessly around Yasuo. To maximize his chances of dodging this lethal strike, Kuro opted for a serpentine path. After all, he was still a renowned mid laner. There was no way he'd just walk straight into it. However, Li Mu never threw his skill, continuously hurting Kuro's movements instead. Swish. At the critical moment, the Sand Soldier's cooldown finished. Rejecting all flashy maneuvers, Faker skewered Kuro with a simple WA combo. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Did you really think I was going to use my skill, eh? I was feeding you the kill, kid. Li Mu's plan had succeeded. This whole engagement was designed to let Faker hit his power spike earlier. By forcing the enemy's movement, he gave Faker a straight line to chase down the target. You weaving left, and right me going straight, you're rooted. This play was pure intellectual domination. This coordination is a feast for the eyes. You can always trust Faker's Azir. Why does his shifting sands seem to travel further than others? Did Riot secretly buff it? That's top-tier mastery for sure. Throwing out a double whirlwind on demand, this is the smoothest Yasuo I've ever seen, bar none. Stop hyping him up. Lang Shifu's Yasuo is the true pinnacle. Let me say something some fans won't like. Let Long Xian try landing against Keen's Renekton. Meanwhile, inside the AFS voice chat. Seriously, why is Yasuo there? Where were the calls? Kuro's face contorted as if he'd swallowed something foul. Having both summoner spells blown on Vel'Koz was an extremely dire sign. I pinged. Missing top. Keen explained. Honestly, the top laner couldn't be blamed for this one. Faker had moved too swiftly. Kuro simply couldn't react in time. Even if he wasn't in his absolute prime, Lee Senghyok's Azir remained as steady as an old dog. How about we swap lanes? That Renekton-built armor, it's pretty annoying, Li Mu said with a sly grin. Sure. Faker willingly gave up the lane. This decision stunned everyone watching the broadcast. No way. The only person who could make Faker give up his lane seemed to be the very one standing before them. And Li Mu was just a rookie. Who would have thought that the discard from the LPL would become such a hot commodity in the LCK? Unheard of, absolutely unprecedented. This is ridiculous. There was no lane swap in my pre-match strategy. In the SKT waiting room, Koma waved his hands dismissively. During Season 5, top-bottom lane swaps were common, as that was the standard meta. But a mid-top solo lane swap was extremely rare. It required both players to adapt to the unique ecosystems of their new lanes. The demand was high, only true prodigies could pull it off. And as luck would have it, both Li Mu and Faker were once-in-a-generation talents. SKT was blessed. Two legends in one house. Alright, the lane swap is definitely the right call. Was that Faker's call? 2 minutes later, Koma ate his words. The Vel'Koz without summoner spells was a plaything in Li Mu's hands. This time the wind wall was effective as Yasuo returned to his starting point mid lane. With another sweeping dash, Kuro was forced back to the tier 2 tower. If not for a perfectly timed barrier coming off cooldown, Kuro would have been solo killed. That's what Li Mu despised about this matchup. No can do. The pressure is too much. I want to lane against the Azir again. It was only then that Kuro truly understood what kind of monster his top laner had been facing. That's not possible. My Renekton can't beat his Yasuo top. Wouldn't it be even worse in mid lane? Besides, top lane is a graveyard for immobile mages. Keen was equally miserable. The armor he painstakingly bought was useless against Azir, like using Mortal Fire to burn Xiaoyan. It was the wrong tool for the job. So what do we do? Isn't your TP up? Come gank. Alright. Everyone come. We can't let this Yasuo keep farming. Just past the 10-minute mark, Li Mu had already purchased a Phantom Dancer. He'd initially considered Static Shiv, but Phantom Dancer offered much better value. The enemy had a lot of crowd control, so Yasuo needed the extra movement speed. We have to kill him this time. Kuro began coordinating with his team, calling everyone except the AD carry to converge. Keen was clever, hiding in a cleverly placed ward's blind spot. Renekton flashed in with a Fury-empowered opener, followed by Skarner's suppression and Rocken's charm. Li Mu simply lifted his hands off the keyboard. Shut down. Alright, so that's how you want to kill me. Fine, consider these 450 gold a gift from me. Li Mu chuckled, knowing deep down that they couldn't win by playing like this. They're doing dragon. Just take it. They have no ultimates except Varus. This should be easy. I can't see how we lose this. As soon as he said that, Blank provided the answer to his own question. Jarvan got caught out. Or rather, his EQ combo was interrupted by the Vel'Koz tectonic disruption, gifting the kill. Bro, see how we lose now. Blank weakly glanced to his right. Coincidentally, Li Mu was taking a sip of water, and his cup obscured his expression. Thump. The hand gripping the cup tightened slightly, leaving a few drops of water on the table. Little Black, your play is just like this water on the table. What do you mean? Such a splash. You re so messy, Jian. Pawn on cheap dirty. 666, you got me there. With the jungler dead, the dragon was as good as lost. But at the critical moment, Bang stepped up. The blue team has secured the Cloud Drake. A perfectly predicted long-range ultimate from Ezreal managed to snatch it right from under their noses. Nice. Bang, the eternal backbone of SKT. It's all Whip's fault. If he hadn't died, we could have easily contested the dragon. Elmio, you're a joke. That Yasuo soaked up all those ultimates, and all you can do is feed Blank. LCK is really weak this year. Can't even produce a decent jungler. Are they still hoping Peanut will carry the region? I think the honeymoon period is over. I suggest SKT bench whip and let our RNG take him. It's fine Faker is still farming. Azir hasn't died once. What makes you think SKT is losing? Over the next 5 minutes the match was a back-and-forth affair. The kill score remained close and the gold difference stayed within a manageable range. Limu didn't engage in any fights. Yasuo needed to complete his second critical strike item as fast as possible. With his unique passive, Yasuo only needed 2 items to reach 100 critical strike chance. Infinity Edge was essential. It's a shame Heartsteel isn't in this meta. With all those melee champs on the enemy team, I'd be having a field day. Limu muttered, then started moving towards the top side of the map. The Rift Herald. AFS absolutely had to contest this, especially since picking Renekton would be pointless if they couldn't secure the Herald for lane pressure. Honestly, I suggest we just give it to them. I'm saving up for an item. Limu didn't want to come. Wolf shook his head saying, I think we can win this. I'm confident. Alright, I'll trust you. The moment Limu agreed, Wolf's Leona was grabbed by a flash-empowered impale from the enemy Skarner hiding in the fog of war. One death before the fight even started. Their vision control was too poor, a sign that Wolf himself was slipping from his peak form. My bad. I screwed up. Why am I so dumb? Why didn't I listen to you? The chubby support was filled with self-reproach. But Limu didn't blame him, because compared to Wolf, Blank's questionable actions were the true waste of space. I actually think we can still fight. Out of nowhere, Faker sent a signal. Jarvan, go in and soak up some damage. My flash is ready, I can engage a second time. Hearing this, Limu immediately perked up. His hands were trembling, and Yasuo's blade seemed to resonate with his anticipation. Was it finally time? Engaged. Faker's suggestion was law, and Blank knew exactly who was in charge. Jarvan charged in headfirst, igniting the team fight. Bang wasted no time, either providing constant damage from the flanks. AFS's formation was cramped, especially in the narrow corridor around the Rift Herald pit. The camera cut to Faker, his eyes burning with the same intensity as a killer's. Are they really going to fight a 4v5? Is this still the same SKT from before? Sika's heart was in his throat, but what happened next made him completely lose it. Holy crap. Azir dashed in and ulted all 5 of them. Fly, what are you doing? Simultaneously, casters and fans in the arena were on the edge of their seats, toes curled in suspense. What did Azir dashing in and ulting 5 enemies mean? The white line 5 targets, a desperate situation in the river. Ascension. No, it felt like something else was in the air. Limu's heart began to race. His index finger acted on pure instinct, bypassing conscious thought, and he slammed the R key. Shoot. I am the lightning. I am the storm. I am the lightning. As night falls, the gale approaches. A flaming, unsheathed blade sweeps in with overwhelming pressure. BB by 5. Faker whip. Are you trying to destroy AFS? The roar of the legendary caster, the Screaming Emperor, echoes through the LCK arena as it erupts in frenzy, turning the tide, soaring to the skies. Quadra. Yasuo lands and secures a quadra kill, with Faker having already dealt maximum damage beforehand. Penta. Here. I'll hold him with my life. Bang shows his loyalty, using his body to block Keen's escape. Yasuo follows up and easily secures the kill. Pentakill. The first pentakill of the playoffs has appeared, and it comes from a Chinese import player using top lane Yasuo. Strange things happen every year, but this year takes the cake. Awesome. Pentakill Yasuo. A dream come true for many. Honestly, Faker was the real MVP this fight. Azir dashes in and ults 5. I asked, does LPL have an Azir this strong? Ya ever heard of Yageo? He's the true desert god. Whip. I give this play 8. For points because it's really 1. 6. Meme reference. Please, I'll pay you 50. Can you pull that off again for me? The snow has fallen in my hometown. Any stream bros want to watch me shovel it. A massive team wipe delivered to AFS. Daesing Hyok. You are the world's greatest Azir. Even Limu couldn't help but praise him loudly. Just the length of that drift alone surpassed any ordinary Azir. In terms of Azir mastery and teamfight initiation timing, Faker is undeniably the best in the world. Nothing to brag about. I've lost to this champion before, so I had to master it. Faker wanted to smile, but the camera was watching him, so he held it in. South Koreans sure know how to manage their expressions, unlike Limu, who yells whenever he wants. Your landing is truly impressive. Ew, I didn't expect you to dominate Keen. There's a lot you wouldn't expect. Bros got you covered. But you're only 18. How can you be Hyok's Hyung? Bang asked, puzzled. Knowledge has no order, and mastery has no rank. Age isn't the issue. The question is, isn't my Yasuo amazing? Amazing. As amazing as a certain singer from your China named Wang. Wolf is always browsing the internet. Besides his beloved Lee Jiun, he enjoys the trio from next door. Sing, dance, rap, no basketball. Hey, don't say that. Isn't it the weekend? I can't protect you. After this exchange, Yasuo's growth became unstoppable. Keen was already struggling in lane, and now with the economy completely snowballing, Yasuo unveiled Infinity Edge. With 100 crit, Yasuo would undergo a qualitative leap. In the following minutes, AFS realized their composition couldn't withstand the pressure and adopted a turtle strategy. That's just LCK for you. Once at a disadvantage, they try to drag the game out indefinitely. The idea was sound, as late game would somewhat erase the gold and item gap. However, the current meta wasn't about stalling and scaling. Just fight. That's the real truth. At 20 minutes, Baron spawned. With Li Mu's pressure blank, could secure neutral objectives with ease. We need to find a way to take one down, then start Baron. Problem is they won't come out. What do? You guys farm normally. I'll handle it. Hearing Li Mu say that, Faker unconsciously nodded. It was just like in scrims. Whenever the team lost its rhythm, Li Mu would take matters into his own hands. That guy was truly reliable. When it came to making plays, it was like he had the entire map revealed, always providing positive contributions to the team. The camera focused on the red side's blue buff area. Kuro's hatred for Faker needed no elaboration. It was a classic case of, why is there a Zhuge Liang when I am Zhou Yu? Vel'Koz build was full of damage. He wanted to destroy Faker, so he mostly bought AP items. Li Mu read this perfectly and concluded the enemy would definitely go for the blue buff. Vel'Koz with or without blue buff was like two completely different champions. Careful, their jungler might be there too. Skarner. Just a side lane minion. With his item advantage, Yasuo showed himself openly. He used the blue buff to stack his Q, then deliberately pulled the monster closer to his side. Kuro didn't want to concede. Vel'Koz's burst was not to be underestimated. He wanted to duel Li Mu for this monster. With that cowardly positioning, I can tell you have no backup. Li Mu's pupils narrowed slightly, the fighting spirit in his chest burning intensely. In the frame, Yasuo suddenly raised his hand and cast W. Huh, Whip's gone crazy. Why is the wind wall facing the wrong way? Xiao Xiao, clueless about Yasuo, blurted out. But Shika understood immediately. His eyes had been on Li Mu the entire time. No. Brother son, he's doing it on purpose. WQ combo. He's masking his animation. Sneaky. A truly despicable act. Sorry, Blade of Change. When the Q3 was launched in such a concealed manner, Kuro had no time to react. Reverse wind wall coupled with a sudden tornado, commonly known as farting in the wind. Casting the wind wall instantly cancels the Q3's wind-up. Kuro has been outplayed. You can't even dodge that. How dare you compare yourself to our Hayek? It was the classic Storm Chaos, a 100 crit Yasuo shredding a squishy with devastating effect. Every strike lethal, every slash draws blood. Retreat. Their main force is coming. Okay. Using the blast cone, Li Mu escaped with ease. The enemy Skarner was a step too slow, and that single step allowed SKT to take full control of the game. Baron was started immediately, all without Kuro's damage. AFS couldn't contest. Among AFS except for Keen, who posed some threat and showed a bit of courage, the rest were nothing but cowards. After all, the pressure in LCK's esports scene was immense. One mistake could easily bench you forever. And cowardice is not fit to win games. Rawr. Baron Nashor fell, and SKT officially entered the golden age of Azir. Throughout history, when Faker picks Azir with an advantage, the team rarely loses. You actually pulled it off? Yasuo is OP. Blank laughed heartily. I told you this meta isn't for turtles. What I love most is cracking open the enemy's shell. Li Mu blew on his bangs. This game was pure satisfaction. In the end, with SKT's 3-lane push, the gold gap stretched to 1-0-0-0-0. A complete stomp. A game that ended before 30 minutes. GG. Congratulations to SKT. They take the first game. This game, SKT's Yasuo and Azir pulled off a perfect combo, and it was that Rift Herald fight that completely shattered AFS's hopes. So the MVP of this game is... The Screaming Emperor turned, and on the screen a familiar gaze was fixed on him. It was Li Mu again. Unlike LPL, the LCK's award panel clearly had better taste. If it weren't for this Yasuo suppressing the Renekton, given Keen's skills, AFS would never have been able to contest that Herald fight. Rigged. Shouldn't Azir be the MVP? I think Yasuo is more impressive. Suppressing a Renekton in the early game. Do you know how much skill that requires? After all, it's the first pentakill of the playoffs. It deserves the spotlight. I declare Whip is the king of sneaky plays today. Too sly, he completely outwitted Kuro. If you're bad, just practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. Hubby is so handsome. Cut me. What the hell? Why did the counter pick get crushed in the landing phase? The AFS coach was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. He could tell that Keen wasn't exactly on fire, but he definitely wasn't playing poorly. There was only one possibility. The opponent was just too overpowered. My fault. I didn't expect his Yasuo to be this ridiculous. If I'd known, I would have picked a tank and just farmed against him. Keen sighed, a feeling of unprecedented dejection washing over him. He admitted that he wasn't exactly the top laner in the LCK. Smeb, Concuvi. All of them were renowned figures. He had faced them all. Tough, yes, but never to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. Was this what it meant to be number one on the heavenly rank? To put it bluntly, you underestimated him. For SKT to swallow their pride and bring in a Chinese import, he must have some real skills. Then the question is, why did the LPL kick him out? Two possibilities: either he committed a grave sin, or there are no smart people in the LPL. The topic drifted. AFS glared fiercely at Kuro. Don't play that damn Victor anymore. Your skillshot accuracy is abysmal. Worse than garbage. It's not my fault. Faker has hacks. Kuro whined. Every time he faced Lee Sang-hyuk, he felt like he was losing his mind. They couldn't win lane, they couldn't win team fights. Was it really written in the stars? Enough talk. The second game starts soon. I don't want to see you all get kicked like stray dogs on the street. The LCK progressed quickly, and the second game's ban phase began soon. After the first round of bans, SKT locked in Caitlyn Zyra and Sejuani in the first 3 picks. Faker picked Corki in the 4th slot, which meant Li Mu would likely need to pick a champion that could disrupt the enemy. Disrupt? How about disgusting? Well, Caitlyn and Corki provide enough damage. You might need to sacrifice and not carry this time. Koma's tone was more of a question than a command. No problem. Sacrificing a bit for the team is fine. So can I be disgusting? Wanna try? Let's try. Thus Singed was picked. Holy shit. He has so many tricks. I didn't expect he'd even play such a disgusting champion. Keen is screwed. He picked Ornn this game. He's just going to be toyed with. At level 1, Li Mu already showed his strategy. He directly cut the minion wave. Ornn was a clunky champion and heavily relied on levels. Li Mu exploited this, roaming constantly from the early game. The happiest one was Blank. He was afraid of the dark and didn't dare to venture into the unwarded jungle alone. Stick with your daddy, Mu, and you'll eat, well, at least 9 meals in 3 days. Of course I'll take this blue buff first. When I die you can inherit it. Got it, Dad? Why is your fart green? Bad digestion lately. It's a skin issue. Next time I'll make it shit yellow to match the vibe. This game was intense, with the gold gap never widening, but it was only superficially close. Because the overall rhythm was always in Li Mu's hands. A massive team fight at the Dragon Pit. Faker dove in with his package like a heavenly dragon, combined with Bang's Caitlyn's sustained damage. A 2-for-5 trade. They pushed and ended the game in one go. Throughout the entire match, Li Mu racked up 22 assists. He roamed mid, then jungle, then bot, maintaining a 100 kill participation rate. In the most crucial team fight, Singed self-destructed into the enemy Cassiopeia and Sivir. 1 life for 2 carries. That was Li Mu's value. Damn, even through the screen I can feel how disgusting that Singed is. His movement is so refined. He dashed into Cassiopeia's face so many times and never got hit by a single ULT. Outrageous RNG. This is the soldier you gave up. Never petrified, Li Mu. Indeed, SKT only has 1 Li. After all pros don't win the first 2 games. You know the thrill of a reverse sweep. Yeah, chasing the dream after going down 0-2 is the real way. Nice. Great play. Your Singed is absolutely perfect. A true disruptor. As he took off his headset, Bang gave Li Mu a thumbs up. He didn't even dare to think. If a Singed of this caliber were on the enemy team, would his Caitlyn have any room to survive? Obviously not. Li Mu's timing of engages was as precise as if he had a god's eye view. Piece of cake. I told you I can do anything. If you ever get hit by a stroke of luck, I can even cosplay as an ADC. I believe you. I believe you. The camera showed Faker smiling happily as he gulped down water from his cup. Stop drinking. No matter how thirsty you are, you can't drink her. Li Mu blinked his innocent big eyes. Don't talk nonsense. No woman in Heart the Blade cuts naturally. Faker immediately stiffened his face like a wooden puppet. Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle. But I haven't even said who it is. You? You're tricking me. In his daily life, Faker only had League of Legends. There was no way he could outsmart Li Mu in mischievous tricks. Enough of your stuttering. I can read fortunes a bit. Looking at your palm, you don't need a woman in this life. The strong are lonely. And you, Blank walked up and asked. My path was also meant to be walked alone, but someone insisted on climbing into my bed. If the flower is blooming so beautifully, wouldn't it be a pity not to admire it? One flirtatious remark after another. Bang and the others openly expressed their contempt. That was Lee Ji-yoon. This kid clearly didn't know when he was well off. The well-fed don't know the hunger of the starving. Leading 2-0, the SKT squad was in high spirits. In the player corridor, several familiar figures were huddled together. Upon closer look, Kuro was retching on the spot. Holy crap. Dad Mu, you're so ruthless. You made him throw up. Hearing this, Li Mu scratched his head. How fragile was this kid's mental fortitude? Wasn't it just that he got flung over the shoulder in every team fight? Did he get motion sickness from the whirlwind? When pressure reaches a certain level, the body involuntarily produces random adverse reactions. That's normal. I felt the same way during last year's finals. Faker's tone was calm, but the content was truly painful. Last year. The bird's nest. Lee Sang-hyuk, your divine power is still sealed there. Li Mu shook his head, casting aside these unrealistic thoughts. Out of sympathy, he pulled out some tissues from his pocket and walked over. What are you doing? Support Tusin looked tense. Couldn't win the game, so now they were going for a solo kill offline. I'm just showing concern. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. It's just a playoff series. Easy for you to say. You're still young. You don't understand the pain of US veterans. Military service. Once I go there, my career is over. Kuro was on the verge of tears. Li Mu just shrugged casually and said, if you had been through what I have, you wouldn't feel this way. The entire AFS team was stunned. The person before them was the kid who had survived the online storm of harassment from the neighboring region. Playoffs. A match of self-redemption. Thinking about this, Kuro felt a pang of shame. He was being too fragile. If he couldn't take a little setback, what was the point of playing League of Legends? I understand. Thank you for the advice. Kuro took a deep breath and visibly relaxed. No need to thank me. On the field we're rivals, off the field we're friends. So please give me your best competitive form. To give your all is the greatest respect. In the eyes of both opponents and teammates, Li Mu's image suddenly grew taller. Faker was gratified. Only someone with such good character would earn his true recognition. Well said. Greatness needs no words. Just as Kuro finished praising Li Mu, the kid suddenly added, "So is my singed awesome, or what?" SKT versus AFS. 3 consecutive defeats. In the regular season, SKT had never won against this opponent, mainly because they couldn't contain the top laner Keen. However, the arrival of Li Mu completely solved this problem. He tackled it at the root, directly crushing Keen. Just over 20 minutes in, Li Mu had already achieved godlike status. Kuro's hard-earned composure was shattered again by this bastard. 3-0. SKT swept the powerful enemy and secured their ticket to the finals. Waiting for them is KZ, who are in extremely hot form this year. It's back. This is the SKT I know. Whip, you must never leave. This team cannot be without you. This kid is really lucky catching Keen at his weakest. As expected of the strongest mercenary, as long as the money is right, you really do throw the game. Getting solo killed every game. Do you still have a competitive spirit? Is this over? The LPL next door is still going. Brothers, let's shift our firepower. Whoa, I'm never taking SKT's jobs again. Better go to RNG, they're more stable. The barrage comments rose and fell, and the forum posts were already flooded. Among them, the #1 trending topic. Where exactly is Whip's ceiling? The top laners in the league have almost all been beaten, and now only Khan hasn't made a move. The fans' Grim Reaper knocking image has now passed 3 levels in a row. Can KZ hold their ground? And to be honest, the software on the LCK side has another benefit. It can give real-time ratings to the teams. This segment will be revealed by the female host Kim Min-na and today's guest. Without a doubt, Whip is today's POM. Absolutely crucial. His individual performance completely overshadowed Keen's brilliance. Kim Min-na's eyes clearly sparkled with admiration when she glanced at Li Mu's official photo. Who could refuse a handsome and skilled young man? Come, let's take a look at the netizens' discussions. On the big screen, the ID Whip was pushed to the top. 8 points. A joint evaluation by over 6-digit netizens. A hot comment. Born in a flash, he transcends heaven and earth, and even gods. 'Tis to be honest, I feel 9. 8 is too low. His performance feels like it could go even higher. So the question is, who exactly gave the low scores? Kim Min-na, and the guest smiled knowingly, then began to scroll down together. Faker 9. 6 points. Hot comment. Come back, the once proud Demon King. This wasn't strange in itself, but compared to Li Mu above, on the LCK software, someone actually had a higher rating than Faker. Indeed, this is a region that speaks through strength. Next is Bang 9. 5 points. Hot comment. Keep training hard, try to pay back everything you owed from last year. Wolf 9. 1 points. Hot comment. Little Wolf needs to recover his form quickly, otherwise it will be tough against top-tier bot lanes. Blank 7. 2 points. Hot comment. I won't talk about the rest, but on this one, if I go in, I really can do it. Who can't play with a daddy? The rest were some comments about AFS. To avoid adding pressure to the players, Kim Min-na didn't continue reading. Just as they were about to end, a comment was pinned. Royal never give up, so what if he's good at the game? Bad character is unacceptable. If it weren't for this kid, our LPL would have won the cup last year. To this day, there are still some brainless fans spreading rumors about Li Mu in this regard. The truth is clear to all. Li Mu is the victim. How can there be so many likes? So strange. Kim Min-na frowned, but then a new comment caught her eye. The key was this person's ID. AFS Kuro. Kuro, although Whip is quite annoying, the face reflects the heart. He is a good person. I won't allow you to slander him like this. This comment appeared, and the likes shot up rapidly, until it completely drowned out the rumor, and this matter finally settled down. Hey, isn't this the player who just finished the match? As an opponent, he actually defended him like this. Impressive. Beating an opponent is nothing special. Making them submit is true strength. Thank you, RNG. Thank you, LPL, for pushing such an unparalleled talent to us. Achoo. As the person involved, Li Mu didn't know he was being wildly discussed. He was in a hurry, so he quickly left his teammates and went to the same esports hotel as before. Logically, Lee Ji-yoon had set up a house for Li Mu, and it was quite close. However, Li Mu felt that his own home was too restrictive. The bed wasn't soft enough, not comfortable. I'm here. Any rewards? Still, the familiar two beauties, Lee Ji-yoon and Park Ji-yeon, had already set up a custom room waiting for the prey to enter. As you wish, our ranking up squad has added another member, but she should be just finishing up and on her way. Lee Ji-yoon smiled as slyly and beautifully as Ari. Li Mu couldn't resist and pounced directly. Wait, why don't you ask who I am? Let's play one round first, then ask the questions again while playing. The nearby Park Ji-yeon was still giggling, but was directly grabbed by the back of the neck by Li Mu. You come too. More people, more fun. The ellipsis represents many things. To quote a classic line from a veteran Darius player, Noxian Guillotine. This is the unparalleled triple penetration. After an hour of warm-up exercises, overall the three were still in a fiery state. Limu had just swept the strong enemy AFS, and now his graves was on fire. Just at that moment, someone suddenly arrived at the door. Limu opened the door and saw that it was today's female host, Kim Min-na. Her image was different from on screen. Kim Min-na had definitely gone home and dressed up a bit. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, carrying a hint of laziness. Her eyes were watery, and when she smiled, they curved into beautiful crescent moons. Limu loved this kind of big sister next door feeling. Yeah? Hello host, please come in. Since everyone was an adult, many things didn't need much elaboration. A guest is a guest, pick whatever champion you want. But speaking of which, do you know where Eun-young went? Senior Eun-young. She went abroad to study, I think. Kim Min-na was meeting Limu privately for the first time, so she seemed quite shy. But with the other two sisters around, her shyness was quickly forgotten. Oh pity. That's your teammate's white moonlight you don't also want to. What are you thinking? I just think Li Guapi is a bit lonely. If Eun-young were still here, I would definitely try to set them up. Limu really loved Faker too much. Holding a top beauty in his arms, yet his mind was on Faker's image. But it's good that she left. Lee Sang-hyuk is destined to be a man who returns to the peak. Playing games seriously, it doesn't seem bad either. With that, Limu activated his serious ranking mode. This battle, he would give it his all. 2.5 hours later, the computer entered rest mode due to overheating. At first glance, it was still the young man who had the last laugh. Isn't it said that quantitative change leads to qualitative change? Could it be because the quantity is still insufficient? Limu stretched and tiptoed up. All three teammates were asleep. This guy was terrifyingly strong. Just as he was pouring water, Lee Ji-yoon's phone vibrated with a message notification. IU is not only a beloved star, but also an understanding psychological counselor in private. Any of her true fans can share their life troubles with her. The password is my birthday 0201. Limu originally didn't want to peek at others' phone content, but the Yin Zhu before the screen wanted to see, so he took a look. Old Wong next door, when going online with Lux, accidentally got caught by Garen. The most absurd part was that the skills were a bit off, and they all hit Garen's head. Sister, what should I do? Seeing this, Limu forcefully suppressed his laughter. After thinking a bit, he gave the fan the simplest and most straightforward response. Lee Ji-yoon QAQ pull his brother into a triple Q. Another sleepless night passed, and Limu returned home collapsing into bed immediately. He didn't stir until more than a dozen hours later. Handling 2 opponents with ease was one thing, but 3 was pushing it a bit. Yet at 18 his body was a vessel of miracles. I reckon with my current abilities 4 opponents shouldn't be a problem. Hee. After regaining his composure, Limu made his way back to the base. SKT's training regimen was truly brutal, with an overwhelming volume of tasks. Fortunately, Limu's performances in matches were stellar, and his contract had no strict constraints. As long as he didn't slack off, a little indulgence was tolerated. You're here? KZ won't be easy to fool. Faker lifted his eyelids, slightly engrossed in a game that demanded blistering hand speed. At first glance, it was indeed outrageous. So this is how you unwind. Limu handed over a can of cola. It's not unwinding. It's training. Looks dreadfully boring. Don't you play other games? I do. You just reminded me. Faker deftly switched screens, revealing a business management simulation game running in the background. Payday's coming up soon. I need to lay off some employees quickly. What the fudge? Wait, are you even speaking human? Limu was dumbfounded, nearly spraying out his salted cola. You don't understand. This is called cutting costs. 666. I despise capitalists. Within moments, Faker's company went bankrupt. What a terrible game. Not half as fun as League of Legends. League gets stale after too much play? How about we watch some videos instead? Short videos are all the rage now. Though Limu was in Korea, he was fond of using Chinese apps. He tapped Douyin, ready to capture the beautiful moments of life. Donkey hoof, trimming blade, forging contests, wilderness, survival, Adobio, hauling bananas. Huh. My bad, logged into the wrong account. That account was for fooling Lee Ji-yoon. Limu usually used his alt. When alluring beauties began popping up one after another, a satisfied smile finally spread across his face. For what is all this? The earlier ones were way more interesting. Sang-hyuk, a man must follow the laws of nature. As the saying goes, man follows the earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, the Tao. Holy F. Limu was utterly captivated by the video before him. He admitted he'd been talking nonsense just now, but the next beauty video seemed a bit off. He glanced at Faker, then at the female blogger on his phone. Caught you red-handed. Are you short on cash lately, turning to this sort of thing? His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of the rest of SKT. Wolf wiped his glasses, then instantly leaped into the air. Sang-hyuk Hyung, since when did you develop this kind of hobby? On the screen, a blogger bearing an almost identical resemblance to Faker was gyrating her hips and whipping her hair. It wasn't just a passing similarity. It was an absolute spitting image. The world is vast, and this is pure coincidence. Faker remained expressionless, but the others were already in an uproar. Especially the moment the blogger shed her outerwear. Limu instinctively turned away. That wasn't like him at all. I can't believe it. Such a great figure with sheer stockings. Why that face? Li Mu's expression was one of sheer agony. Even when he'd galloped with 3 beauties yesterday, he hadn't been this stoic. The belated post-bliss serenity had chosen to descend upon him because of Faker. Say what you will about your usual antics, Hyung, but this time you're absolutely spotless. Sanghyok Hyung, they say you're hard to beat, but I never imagined it was this literal. The saying goes that crude words still hold truth, but Blank's words were beyond crude. Still, it showed his Chinese was improving, which was a good sign. Of course, when it came to crudeness, no one could top Li Mu. Honestly speaking, if you married this peculiar lady, wouldn't that make you Japanese? Hey, don't hit me yet. And the child you'd have, what would that be? A 2-star Faker. Li Mu's words were filthy indeed. Faker himself remained unfazed, but the others were writhing in agony. What's all this jabbering? Get back to training. Koma strode in at that moment. Li Mu handed him the phone, and the very next second Koma was furiously pinching his own thigh. He was a coach. He had to maintain an image of authority. Sorry Sanghyok, I shouldn't laugh, but this is just too absurd. It's fine. These things can't affect me. Tisk Sanghyok, you're such a bore. Li Mu pocketed his phone and shifted focus to today's scrims. But when it came time to pick champions, the select screen showed not the familiar faces of Yasuo or Master Yi. All he saw was Faker. Every single one. Forget it. Let's try a Black Tech Heimerdinger. Top lane Heimerdinger. What's the reasoning behind that? There is. The sweet scent of science. The day of the finals was drawing ever closer, and by a stroke of coincidence, both the LPL and LCK had scheduled their finals on the same day. LPL, the classic battle of the pigs and dogs. EDG versus RNG. LCK, a duel between the new king and the former emperor. SKT versus KZ. Among all the matches, the most anticipated were RNG and SKT. Both teams had defied the odds, fighting their way to the finals from the underdog position. In response, the iconic Canteen talk show went live. Today's hosts were Guan Ziyuan, Rita Miller, and Sister Zhou. Here we go again, time to mash those keyboards. Tomorrow's matches are going to be intense. I've got 2 devices ready to watch both. Whoever plays badly, I'm roasting them. Why is Sister Zhou still here? Didn't she spread those rumors about Whip before? No clue. Maybe she's just the official eye candy. Not like I'm watching for her anyway. Rita's a real beauty. From a neutral perspective, we've seen LPL viewership drop quite a bit lately. Most of it's probably flocked over to SKT. Guan Ziyuan let out a sigh. There was nothing to be done about it. Not all fans were mindless. Those with true character would eventually earn their respect. Coincidentally, SKT had 2 such individuals. Since everyone's watching, let's do some analysis. If RNG takes the title, it proves they're the real deal. The same logic applies to SKT. And what if neither of them wins? Guan Ziyuan chimed in. No. The more I think about it, the more I feel both of them will reach the summit simultaneously. As a woman, Rita's intuition told her exactly that. Alright everyone, let's run a cross-region poll. Among these 4 teams, for whichever you think can win the championship, please cast your precious vote. You have 10 minutes. Let's see what the final result will be. The live stream had no shortage of viewers, most of them just there for the entertainment. A casual vote, yet the result that materialized was utterly staggering. SKT dominated with 67 of the votes, taking first place by a landslide. Next came EDG. After all, it was Clearlove's team. The controversial RNG, on the other hand, could only manage 3rd place. Evil never triumphs over righteousness. The masses see clearly. Only the royal fans are clinging to life. Are SKT supporters brainless? You giving up your nationality or something? Classic. Since when is a club tied to a country? The national football team has something to say. Holy moly. Who would have thought that here in our LPL there are this many SKT fans? But there's no helping it. In esports, might makes right. They've got the trophies after all. Meanwhile, at the RNG facility, Uzi and the boys were also watching the show. Pre-match support rates are all fake. Last year at the Bird's Nest, how many people were chanting Faker's name? Did he take home the trophy? Uzi scoffed dismissively. Cradled in the chubby lad's hands were freshly washed dates, sweeter than anything else. Don't bring up last year. If not for that unlucky bastard, we might have actually won it all. Let me ever the passive-aggressive one chimed in again. Honestly, I'd love to see SKT fight their way out of the LCK. Our club's reputation isn't great right now. If we can defeat Faker and Whip head-on, everything will be settled. Ming said with unwavering confidence. What do you think our odds are? 80%. Really? Liars have to swallow 1,000 needles. Xiaohu appeared out of nowhere. He stared intently, locking his gaze on young Ming. Sure, Siming's lips twitched, then he spoke with candor. Fine. With Whip's skill level, RNG would have at most a 50% chance against them. He's formidable. Hearing that, let me flew into a panic. We're your teammates. Why are you siding with the enemy? Yen Juanza, put your hand on your chest and ask yourself, can your champion pool really withstand his assault? Yes. When I pick, or we win, period. The long-awaited final day arrived, a carnival for the League of Legends community. Shifting the perspective to the LCK, Li Mu and his team were poised for action in the arena. The pre-final promotional video was also well made, far surpassing the professionalism of the LPL. And before the match began, the trash talk segment was indispensable. On the big screen, core members from both sides appeared, in turn exchanging harsh words. Let us skip the non-aggressive remarks and go straight to the round between Li Mu and Khan. For some unknown reason, Khan seemed to harbor a strong dislike for Chinese players. He had even made a statement during a live stream. Only an all-Korean roster could win the championship. Thus, in the trash talk segment, this scene unfolded. Whip, you are quite fortunate to have made it to face me. But the farce is over. It's time to wrap things up. This patch belongs to me, and so does the future. Khan raised his head proudly. This year, KZ's strength indeed surpassed other teams by a significant margin. The team was full of ruthless players, and their chemistry was quite exceptional. From the current situation, he seemed to have the right to boast. However, when Li Mu appeared, the young man's aura alone overpowered his opponent. The youth had delicate features and a well-proportioned face. He exuded vigor and confidence from head to toe. Oh, it seems the first-place record in the regular season has given you considerable confidence. But sorry, you'll have to get past me first before talking about the future. Khan, I will bring you back to reality. The image froze on Li Mu's smile, and the female fans below cheered. The screen was filled with exclamations from the audience. What a powerful retort. No wonder he's a fellow countryman of Li Taibai. Khan seems completely incomparable to Whip. One in the heavens, the other on the earth. Esports is all about strength. What uses good looks? Do any of you above even have a client? To be honest, I'm a Wii fan. Does Khan look down on us Chinese like that? I'll vote for Whip. Under the gaze of thousands of spectators, the players from both sides officially entered the arena. For SKT, it went without saying that the starting five remained unchanged. KZ's lineup was clearly formidable. Top laner Khan, this year's LCK spring regular season solo kill king. Arrogance requires capital, and coincidentally this man had some. He excelled at various carry-type champions, and his damage per minute could even rival the AD carry in the bottom lane. Jungler Peanut Xiao Huashing, last year he was still teammates with Faker, but this year he had already turned around and joined the opposing side. Peanut in S6 was unparalleled, and Peanut in S7 still retained some charm. But who knew what flavor S8 would bring? Mid laner BD hailed as Faker's successor. Calm and composed in critical moments, he was a formidable opponent. Bottom lane Prey Gorilla, formerly the bot duo of the Tigers. They could go 5 games against SKT and contributed many iconic moments. Their strength needed no elaboration. Those were KZ's starting 5. In terms of luxury, they were no less than SKT. Xiaohei, do you want to teach that deserter Peanut a lesson? After sitting down, the first thing Li Mu did was ask blank. Yes, I dream of it. But if he hadn't left, your starting spot wouldn't be secure. It doesn't matter. I just don't want to lose to him this time. Clearly Blank had been crushed by Peanut during the regular season. He had lost all face. So Blank clenched his fists, determined to win this series at all costs. Then there's nothing more to say. It's a fight to the death. With the official BGM playing, the BP officially began. Blue side KZ, red side SKT. The first band FaZe, left side band Yasuo Kaisa and Camille. Right side band Orna Lister and Rockin. From this first move, it was clear that Khan was still somewhat wary of Li Mu. To be fair, Khan couldn't guarantee that he would crush Keen when his champion was countered. The first pick on blue side. The camera panned to Khan, who was grinning lecherously. Oh, they locked in a Shaco. Was it intentional or accidental? Hard to judge. Simultaneously watching this LCK match were the LPL casters. That's right, it was Guan Daxiao paired with Jide. The main LPL broadcast used the higher brothers Mile and Wawa, so Guan Ziyuan and Jide were assigned here. Putting aside bias, these two were decent casters. Oh, it's not Shaco, and probably not a deliberate taunt. Blue side first picked Olaf. Olaf was one of Peanut's signature champions, and he had used this character to turn Clear Love into 4,396. In response, SKT chose Graves and Rise. KZ reacted quickly, adopting a double poke, double protection combo of Karma and Janna. This system had a high win rate recently. Even though it was no longer a support meta, Gorilla's personal skill had elevated Janna's win rate significantly. This BDD is interesting. He's ruthless against others, but why does he pick such champions when facing our Sanghyok? Li Mu remarked, but Faker remained unmoved. That guy was showing off. So what do you want to play, Mu Xiao? Not yet. Let's wait and see. Since they like showing Shaco, I don't mind turning them into clowns. Whether there was mockery or not, Li Mu understood it all too well. He had felt the same way back in the LPL when he was attacked online by the whole community. Pain. Too painful. Subsequently, SKT locked in Jin, one of Bang's signature champions. In the second ban phase, Khan still clung to Li Mu, banning all the good top laners. SKT's fourth pick locked Tom Kinch to protect the immobile carries. KZ countered with Ezreal and Cho'Gath. IO. Blue side has placed the offensive pressure on Peanut. Peanut won a runner-up with SKT last year. He must be very unwilling. This year he said in a live stream that he wants to challenge for the championship. Will it start with the first LCK title? As Jide finished speaking, everyone in the audience turned their gaze to Li Mu. Another classic counterpick position. In his hands, the counterpick position had been maximized. It was because his champion pool was deep enough and his personal mechanics were sharp enough to single-handedly dominate the opposing top laner. Facing the aggressive Khan this time, the outcome was uncertain. The pick timer kept ticking down and SKT seemed to be hesitating. For the audience, the slower the selection, the more it seemed to indicate a lack of confidence. Finally, as the timer was about to expire, a familiar figure appeared. Green a poop man. Huh, did SKT mess up? How could they give Whip a champion like that? He's the core of the team. Can Zac carry? Besides, Cho'Gath counters Zac. I don't understand this pick. What is Koma doing? Jide and Guanzi Yuan exchanged comments, and the LCK caster desk was also buzzing. No one understood. Picking a counter-pick champion that gets countered, wasn't that shooting oneself in the foot? However, during the champion swap, observant viewers noticed a blind spot. Wait. Why haven't SKT swapped their top and jungle positions yet? Time is almost up. They won't be able to swap. As soon as Guanzi Yuan said this, he immediately regretted it. He had a terrifying thought. Li Mu himself would be piloting Graves. You reign supreme in Gotham, you stand guard at McDonald's, you're the king of cards in the deck. I am Khan the Jester King. Li Mu said, offhandedly reciting a fine poem. Impressive. Truly a talent from the Dragon Kingdom, words flow like poetry. Of course, my high school Chinese grades were always in the top of the class. And your total score? Total score. Probably not as high as your blood pressure. Li Mu waved his hand, actively skipping the topic. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the lineups were finalized as follows. Blue side KZ top, lane Cho'Gath, jungle Olaf, mid lane Karma, bot lane Ezreal and Janna. Red side SKT top, lane Graves, jungle Zac, mid lane, Ryze, bot lane Jhin and Tom Kench. From a paper analysis, KZ's early game offensive pressure was clearly greater. If they couldn't secure a significant advantage in the early to mid game, they would naturally be no match for SKT in the late game. But this was Peanuts Olaf, and in the league his performance was to crush the opposing jungler in the early game. Don't worry with me here, he won't step into your jungle. With Li Mu's assurance, Blank felt much more at ease. He's really coming. This Whip is like Doryman. He can play anything. I've never seen a Graves top lane, and he dares to experiment like this in the finals. That's because you haven't seen his Kalista in the first match. He turned Smeb into a fool. But he's Khan the regular season solo kill king, and kill king with the highest KDA among all top laners. Guess who played in the regular season? It doesn't matter, whoever ends up laughing in the end is still just a toy for Let Me. Without further ado, the game began. A skirmish broke out in the river at level 1. KZ, leveraging the range advantage of their bot lane duo, successfully secured river vision. Not only that, but Peanut reverted to his carnivorous playstyle. He led his teammates to invade Blank's jungle. Help. Didn't you say you'd protect me? Blank frantically signaled Li Mu. Well, first put on socks, then shoes, first be a grandson, then be a grandfather. Just endure for now. Peanuts. Probably isn't that big. Start trouble at level 1. Li Mu wasn't having it. Before leaving, Koma had made it clear Li Mu's own development was the top priority. For anything that could affect the pace, Li Mu could weigh and decide for himself. Boo-hoo, you're a man of no honor. Just give it up and swap jungle camps. But my clear speed is so slow. Stop dawdling, or I'll shove my gun barrel in your mouth. Left with no choice, Blank had to swap jungle camps. As a result, Peanut's invasion of the red side's blue buff put immense pressure on Bang and Wolf. Although Janna wasn't a meta pick, she was a utility support with strong landing. For a time, Bang and Wolf were pushed under their tower. However, the broadcast focus was elsewhere. Everyone was watching. The first top lane Graves in LCK history. Let me see what kind of clown this guy is made of. Li Mu didn't waste a word. He dashed forward and auto-attacked. With boots, it felt like flying. Khan's Cho'Gath had short range, so he was forced to retreat from the experience zone. But unlike Kalista, Graves couldn't freeze the wave. So Li Mu didn't hesitate. He used his champion's strength to quickly reach level 2. Khan had a strong mouth, but his mind was clear. He knew he couldn't win a 1v1, so he waited for his jungler to arrive. Unexpectedly, when the next wave of minions came, Li Mu didn't appear in the top lane. Oh, Whip has nothing better to do, and actually ran to the mid lane. BDD got hit for no reason. That's a bit unfair. Arriving in the mid lane, Li Mu went on a rampage. Of course, it was the minions he was killing. He wanted to help Faker push the wave. As he pushed, the cannon minion disappeared. Faker, I didn't mean to. You won't blame me, will you? If you take my cannon, you have to carry. Got it. Faker said nonchalantly, clearly not the first time. Okay, I'll make the enemy fly in a bit. The moment Li Mu's words landed, bad news came from bot lane. Peanut made his move. At a well-timed moment, he led the bot lane duo to dive Bang and Wolf. 1 for 2. Brutal. See, this is peak Peanut. SKT wasted a year without Peanut's user manual. They deserve to rot. This Olaf is so clean. The axe placement is perfect, max mastery. Blank, come check the bot lane. The bot lane duo is doomed. It's clear in the LCK, KZ is in a league of their own. The LPL is more entertaining. As the barrage poured in, SKT naturally had to respond. After swapping jungle camps, Blank was slower, but at least he finally reached a ganking position. This Cho'Gath's health is well maintained. Can our damage kill him? No. Graves wasn't an attack speed champion, especially with the need to reload. If we can't kill him, why did you call me over? Well, since you're already visible on the map, might as well scare him a bit. Makes sense. Blank's appearance indeed annoyed Khan for a while. After Zack left, Cho'Gath finally dared to come out. But as soon as he poked his head out, Li Mu forced him back down. I said keep your head down. A burst of damage erupted, the shotgun's fire unleashed to its fullest. Graves' lightning-fast AA combo, combined with the slow from smoke screen. Bang! Khan flashed. A top-tier top laner's instinct told him. If he didn't flash now, he would be chased down and killed. Something's off. Very off. This Graves is too skilled. I've never seen such a smooth AA. Throwing away his contempt, Khan started to use Q to last-hit minions from afar and heal. He didn't dare to show off anymore. This Graves was definitely extraordinary. Tisk fast reaction, but seems useless. Li Mu began to stack the wave, and what he intended to do next was obvious. Dive the tower. Save me, save me. This Zack is definitely coming for me again. Khan's awareness was good, frantically calling for Peanut. Zack isn't there. He just passed by me. Peanut reminded him. Huh. Then what does he mean? Rise is in mid too. Does he want to solo me? Khan laughed. He had never seen such arrogance. You a mere Graves, what right do you have? Of course Khan didn't know that Li Mu's Graves was on a whole different level. Otherwise how could he have won over a big star like Li Jiun? When smokescreen came off cooldown, it was time for murder and arson. Graves walked straight up to Cho'Gath's face, prompting Khan to instinctively press W for silence. Wow. Khan got spooked. Whip is clearly baiting out Cho'Gath's key ability. As a top-tier top laner, why does he give in when someone demands it? The casters and audience didn't know the immense pressure Khan was under. Every step Li Mu took was oppressive, a feeling outsiders couldn't grasp. Players aren't robots. Under high pressure, forced errors are inevitable. Shit. I'm done. As soon as Khan used his skill, he regretted it, and Li Mu wouldn't give him any room to escape. Still the standard smokescreen opener, turning Cho'Gath into a headless fly. He angled his Q, bounced it off the wall, and immediately dealt the second hit. Just a bit more. Bang. A flash. After firing his last bullet, Graves pulled out of the tower. Smooth and fluid, all in one motion. SKT Whip has slain KZ Khan. SKT Whip has slain KZ Khan. A solo kill. An indisputable solo kill. Facing Khan, who had the highest KDA in the entire regular season, Li Mu brutally executed the bug with sheer mechanical skill. Who said the A-flash was useless? Not only stylish, but also dirty. He timed the last tower shot perfectly, everything under control. My god, that was so smooth. Did Khan buy it? Can a Dragon Country player be this good? You know this is the internet. I rarely praise anyone as awesome, but this guy is truly skilled. Who said earlier that SKT buying Whip was a disgrace? Go stand at attention on the highway. Delicious. It's the foreign import that's impressive. I suggest our gen also buy one. For a moment, everyone in the venue, including those watching from their screens, had eyes wide as bells. Khan was also stunned. In his calculations, even if he killed Li Mu, it would at least be a trade. Then there was only one explanation. Li Mu was a bit overpowered. In our pre-match analysis, you were supposed to be the one with the advantage. What happened? Peanut asked incredulously. Just bad luck. No need to say more. That's true. Cho'Gath is picked for the late game, but the opponent's late game is also fierce. If you know, then why haven't you come to gank? So Peanut gave up invading Blank's jungle and chose to put pressure on Li Mu. Without a word, he shoved the axe right into his face. Meanwhile, Cho'Gath, hindered by the minion wave, could only provide long-range crowd control. Hey, how is his movement so serpentine? Peanut was dumbfounded as both the axe and Cho'Gath's Q skill were dodged in succession. Not only that, but Graves' damage was also ridiculous. Bang bang, 2 shots. Olaf's eyes became clear. Forget it. I'll come back when I hit level 6. Peanut turned around and slunk away. If the first axe didn't hit, there was no point in continuing the chase. Looking at Li Mu's item slot, the guy had even bought a cull. Graves was in seclusion. When the nascent soul formed, that would be the day Li Mu emerged. While Peanut showed up top, Blank chose to attack the enemy's bottom lane. Unfortunately, Prey and Gorilla were playing at their peak. Janna plus Ezreal was too mobile. The two teams traded 2 for 2. Rather than saying Blank's play was messy, it's better to say the Rat King was truly impressive. His form was too good, his counterplay ability was maxed out. It feels like the paper strength of the two sides is still on different levels. If not for Whip holding Peanut in the top lane, I'm afraid. Guan Ziyuan didn't dare to continue. Logically and emotionally, he hoped SKT could get the ticket to MSI. After all, a world championship with Faker is more interesting. With that thought, the blue-skinned man in the mid lane suddenly moved. Faker was about to make a move. Strangely enough, during the spring season, BD had an advantage against everyone, but only when facing Faker did he struggle so much. So Lee Sang-hyuk, who will your first roam help? Boom. An ancient magical surge came from afar. That was the power of runes. Yo, long time no see. Li Mu smiled, knowing full well Faker's purpose in coming top. Let me say this first, he's a tank after all, diving him is very risky. Doesn't matter as long as I can get you the kill. Faker said expressionlessly. One sentence, and the burden on Li Mu's shoulders grew heavier. In this patch, the mid lane's influence might not be much higher than top lane. If his top laner was the #1 on the heavenly ranking, then Faker was willing to be Li Mu's dog. No joking in the army, have you thought it through? Limu was still a bit incredulous. His own mid laner was the #1 in League of Legends. If Faker were from the LPL, he would never do such a selfless thing. As for the reason, those who know. Faced with Limu's repeated confirmation, Faker said nothing, simply acted. Ryze tanked the tower, cooperating with Graves to kill Cho'Gath by force. Khan was not a fool. He used his ultimate to deal full damage before dying. A 1-for-1 trade. Faker swapped his life for Limu's development. The red team has destroyed the first turret. The first blood tower was taken and Graves' economy officially took off. Good. Before I met you, I always thought greatness was a derogatory term. Faker, oh Faker, no wonder you can win so many championships. Limu let out a long breath. The absolute core of the team would actually sacrifice himself voluntarily. To obtain the ticket to MSI, Faker burned himself out. Hockey Hyukyu guy. It's nothing, everything is for the win. Well said. If we can defeat this team that loves to show off, Shaco, I am willing to be your blade. You a blade? At best you're a demon pill. Limu couldn't help but roll his eyes at the jungler beside him. What is a demon pill? The demon pill and the chaser are one. What? Beijunsik, are you also interested in joining? Do you think I'm really a fool? Let me be the head instead. Bang also felt the vibe. In a trade in the bottom lane, they successfully forced out the enemy's summoner spells. Haha, in my opinion, Sanghyok is our brain. He's the leading sheep on the battle-hardened wolf. After returning to base, Limu bought his first item, Infinity Edge. Boom. Abandoning those flashy stat boosts, Graves must max out critical strike. Theoretically, rushing Infinity Edge as the first item is not smooth at all. But he had money, the economy earned by his teammates with their lives. Oh, I'm the AD, so I should be the tiger guarding the mountain. You're really flattering yourself. Alright, I wolf am the king of all beasts. Stop arguing. I don't know what you two are cosplaying, but Blank is definitely the horse that ruins the herd. Teased back and forth by his brothers, Blank's face was a bit embarrassed. When he saw Peanut taking the dragon, Blank moved. Squat transform. Zoom in, zoom out. Ooh, the red team has stolen the infernal drake. Another 1-for-1 trade. But Blank stole the dragon buff. Oh my, even an iron tree can bloom. Blanko Blank, sometimes pressure is the driving force. If you don't push yourself, you never know how much potential you have. This dragon steal was great. Limu nodded repeatedly. But when he turned around, Blank suddenly turned into a pile of black ash. Your mother's kiss. You burned out just from stealing a dragon. You're too weak, kid. During the time of Zack's demise, Peanut leveraged his champion's advantage to invade the jungle once more. KZ remained formidable, despite SKT's early maneuvers, they failed to widen the overall economic gap. With that, both sides officially entered the lane swap phase. Around the 16th minute, another skirmish erupted in the jungle. SKT lost the fight. Apart from Limu's absence from the team fight, the chemistry among KZ's members was simply impeccable. A 3-for-1 exchange. SKT's mid lane outer turret fell. It was a tremendous loss, and from then on SKT's side lane vision pressure increased dramatically. The economic lead suddenly widened, with KZ pulling ahead by over 4,000 gold. Alas, still can't do it. KZ's mid-game team fights are too fierce. Many matches end this way. They're not on the same level. Why else would they dominate the regular season with a top-tier record? KZ is the epitome of the meta. Why won't Whip join team fights? How selfish. This is the top laner. Faker went all out to nurture. My verdict: I could do better. Just then the player's real-time individual gold appeared on the left side of the big screen. Aside from Limu, who was far ahead, the rest were all KZ players. The next statistic was the damage dealt so far. The positions remained nearly unchanged, with Limu still towering above everyone. It's useless. Even if Graves is fed, he can't save the world alone. Whip is impressive, but he can't exactly chase down all 5 opponents. Guanziyuan's side already delivering his verdict on the match. At that moment, SKT seemed trapped in a hopeless situation. Every move was fraught with difficulty. Vision began to falter and mid-lane resources were systematically stripped away. Under the pressure of Korean macro play, the 4,000 gold lead grew to 5,000. No good. If we keep this up, we'll be boiled like frogs in a pot, Bang said, while defending the mid-lane second turret, only to be forcibly dived again. The economic gap widened further, shrouding SKT's prospects in a thick fog. I recall you're the originators of Korean macro play, so you should know the weaknesses of this system, Limu said to his teammates. To break this system, we need a single extremely strong point to step up. Then hold on until I get my 3 items. I'll smash through their side lane. What's a side lane? Oh, it's the lane for split pushing. I picked it up from another game. In the end, all hopes rested on Limu. Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer. One more item to go. Lord Dominic's regards. Alright, we'll buy you time. Faker's voice was low but resolute. From the moment the draft was finalized, everything revolved around the top lane Graves. Bang's Jin was for wave clear, Faker's Rise for roaming, and Tom Kench for protection. Then I won't hold back. I'm activating Vladimir mode. If Limu's development were likened to cultivation, this moment would be akin to condensing the nascent soul. A critical juncture where no mistakes could be tolerated. At 22 minutes in KZ's voice chat, I have a strange feeling. We're ahead, but why do I sense an ominous foreboding? Khan opened the tab. The only explanation was the uncertain factor, Graves. What are you afraid of? The coach told us when in doubt, take Baron. Peanut said, having already set up vision in the topside jungle. KZ's composition was built for an early advantage, and now everything was ready. Only the finishing touch was needed. Then let's go for it. Don't wait for his 3 items. What are you scared of? Do you think 3 items will let him one-shot you? Prey sneered. His Ezreal performance was flawless, reminiscent of peak Bang. After a brief discussion, KZ started Baron. They wanted to force out Graves' teleport. But Limu was still short on items and needed his teammates' help. The fight is on. As the defending team SKT actively sought a window. Peanut overstepped. Olaf's flash was burned. Faker and Bang's coordination paid off. After all, this was the former world champion team. With their core roster largely unchanged, their judgment remained sharp. This successful defense bought Limu another 2 minutes of development. BD grew impatient and decided to target Limu. At 25 minutes in the bottom lane, KZ's gold lead had stretched to 8,000 and almost all of SKT's outer turrets had been destroyed. However, without the Baron buff, even Faker's defensive prowess couldn't reach the inhibitor turrets. KZ needed to break through. Limu became the primary target. In the bottom lane, Brush BDD along with the top laner and jungler lay in ambush at a very concealed spot. South Korea, also known as the land of small people. The people here excelled at such tricks. Not good. Whip is in danger. Graves is different from Zac. If he dies once, the base will explode. As everyone remembered from the start, Limu was playing a different game from Blank and Wolf. Those two could die freely. They could respawn after watching an ad. But Limu couldn't. He had no margin for error. Yet as Graves pushed the wave deeper, Limu seemed oblivious, walking silently toward the abyss. The audience's hearts raced, and some female fans screamed. In the blink of an eye, Khan unleashed a perfectly angled Q ability. Without vision, it was a complete ambush. If it hit, Graves would be dead for sure. Hee, what's the use of winning lane? Can it win the game? Khan's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. Get him. But at the critical moment, something unexpected happened. Whoosh. Quick draw activated. As Graves' auto attack cleared the minions, Limu instinctively used his most crucial E ability of the match. He dodged. He dodged. Oh my god. He really did it. Is this the reaction time of an 18-year-old? That was completely blind. Whip's spider sense. The entire venue erupted. Adrenaline surged through Limu's body with lightning speed. Holy shit. That scared the hell out of me. Just wait. After I recall and finish my items, I'll kill all of you. When Graves dodged that crucial Q, KZ's plan completely fell apart. Peanut's expression darkened. After recalling to replenish wards, he planned to start Baron again. Time was running out for KZ. Graves' Lord Dominic's regards was ready. 3 items, game over. The calm words carried an undeniable killing intent. Limu had done it. His teammates had struggled to drag the game until he reached his power spike, especially Faker's early sacrifice to secure his development. For a moment, Limu felt a trance. Though he had never played an official match in RNG, he knew the team's style well. The top lane in RNG had virtually no rights. All the band's picks and strategies revolved around the bottom lane. The atmosphere was filled with pressure and tension. A one slip could land you on the bench until retirement. But in contrast, the historically best team SKT had a much better atmosphere. So the question arose. Why was it that teams with worse records were more arrogant? What are you doing? Don't sit in the fountain like you're in labor. The enemy is starting Baron. Wolf reminded Limu urgently. I know. I'm waiting for the right moment. The top jungle was already in chaos. Both sides were locked in a fierce struggle for vision. Peanut started the Baron without hesitation, knowing that the longer the game went, the weaker their composition would be. Time was running out. The outcome would be decided at the Baron pit. Here it comes. Both sides have drawn their daggers. Who will emerge victorious? With the commentators' deliberate build-up, the tension skyrocketed as everyone awaited the fate of the Nashor. Prey's Ezreal was poking relentlessly, landing skill shots with high accuracy. Fortunately, Blank was a Zac, thick-skinned and resilient. However, due to the numerical advantage, KZ ultimately secured the first move to start Baron. With a flash, Limu activated his teleport. But his TP didn't land on the front line. Wow. He teleported straight into the heart of KZ's jungle. What a bold move. Whip wants to be the hero. All the commentators read Limu's intention. The timing of this Graves entry would decide the entire game. Baron's health dropped to 8,000, 6,000, 5,000. SKT seemed to underestimate Ezreal's capabilities. His W could boost the team's attack speed. That was a bit unfair. KZ seemed to dominate the situation. Should I try to steal it? Blank crouched only to be knocked up by Khan's Q. Don't worry, I'll help you. The arcane energy surged again. Ryze was using his ultimate. Faker wanted to send Blank in. Huh, then I'll be gone in a second. So be it. Trust your teammates. Faker's command was absolute. Blank steeled himself and got on the ride. And everyone on SKT knew that Faker's teammates actually meant only Limu. In the blink of an eye, all 5 KZ players focused on that hearse of a teleport. Baron was too crucial, no one could afford to ignore it. This gave Li Mu a perfect window. His Graves was built full lethal. The only defensive item on him was a pair of Mercury's treads. The teleport landed, and everyone jumped in. Oh no. Blank was instantly activated. His passive was triggered. KZ was fishing. Peanut was too cunning. He kept the Baron's health at a very ambiguous number, and Blank took the bait. Seeing this, all SKT fans and viewers had already closed their eyes. The jungler was cornered, Jin's damage was insufficient, and Faker's position was blocked. It's over, it's all over. KZ's formation is perfect, absolutely flawless. God, who can save SKT? No, there's still one person. Believe in him, the young man from the Dragon Kingdom. So it's my turn. The camera zoomed in as Graves slid into view. A kingdom needs no tears. No time for fooling around. In an instant, Li Mu flashed. With lightning speed, Graves shoved his gun barrel into Ezreal's face. With devastating critical damage, Li Mu entered the fray. Bang, bang. 2 shots did it. Full health meant the kill threshold. Huh, where's my big Ezreal? Prey was stunned. He had reacted quickly. Heal was useless. The damage was overkill. In that 1 second, Ezreal evaporated from full health. Not only the victim, but the audience and commentators themselves seemed unaware of the truth at first. Wasn't there someone at that KZ position? In the end, it was LPL commentator Guanzi Yuan who reacted first. Oh my god, what kind of damage is that? Faker fought tooth and nail to protect the top laner, but is this the extent of his power? In the blink of an eye, the cocoon breaks. This Graves kills even immortals in a second. With that shout, the entire esports arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Graves began his harvest. After the little blonde, Li Mu used his slide to eliminate Janna next. The most impressive part was that he threw his smoke screen right into Cho'Gath's face. Khan and Peanut had planned to rush down Baron together since the combined execute threshold of Smite and Cho'Gath's ultimate was high. But Khan was blinded, he couldn't perform the bite. Peanut had used his ability too early. Baron's health was only a few hundred. Boom. Graves' big pineapple arrived. The instant burst of his ultimate shattered KZ's dreams. The blue team has slain the Nashor. Holy crap. 666, 6666. This Graves. Does he want to destroy KZ? What was Olaf doing? Is Peanut a spy? Khan. Fan. Didn't they say LCK matches are boring? Why does this feel more thrilling than LPL? With Whip, the match can never be dull. Compared to SKT, RNG is truly boring. They drag every game to 30 to 40 minutes waiting for Uzi to come online. If it weren't for MLXG showing a bit of aggression, it'd be 20 minutes with 0 kills. In the aftermath at the Baron pit, KZ still tried to make plays. Bang flashed forward and took out Peanut in 1 shot. Executing the traitor cleaning house. Satisfying. Bang was overjoyed. Not bad, you used those 2 words well. Li Mu weaved through the Baron pit, like Zhao Zilong at Changban slope, charging in and out 7 times. Khan panicked and tried to flash and bite Graves with his ultimate. But everything was within Li Mu's plan. Where's Tom? Oh, what are you NG about? This is a match, no antics. Are you an idiot? Can't you read that O as O and H? Wow, Chinese culture is indeed profound and extensive. Wolf understood instantly and wasted no time using Tom Kench's protective ability to shield Li Mu precisely. The big bug bit nothing, but Air Khan was at best a slightly larger punching bag. Graves came out again, his skills off cooldown. Quadra kill. A quadra kill secured, wiping out KZ with an ace. Baron plus AC. Everything came so unexpectedly. Various shutdown kills were secured, and the nearly 10,000 gold deficit was instantly narrowed. This was Li Mu's value. Great. I was right about you. Faker let out a long breath. The early sacrifices had paid off. It's my duty. Since you trusted me, how could I let you down? Li Mu waved his hand. He had grown fond of this team. If at first his goal was to retaliate against the LPL through these days of interaction, Li Mu found the SKT members quite interesting. Esports knows no borders, as long as they got along, blood ties mattered less. This wasn't the Asian Games, and Li Mu knew it well. While you two are a bit adorable together, Blank said, a bit dull, having done nothing in the previous skirmish. While he did absorb a lot of firepower, which counted as a unique first merit. At the commentary desk, the Roaring Emperor was beside himself with excitement. A nearly 10,000 gold deficit team fight had been single-handedly turned around. Besides Faker, Li Mu was the second youth to pull SKT back from the brink. Alright, I admit I had reservations about the Chinese import earlier. Now I was wrong. When I get home, I'll run naked around the neighborhood with a mask on. Those who want to see remember to take photos. The other commentator beside the Roaring Emperor covered his face, seemingly reflecting on his own mistake. Because of Li Mu's arrival, SKT was at the center of LCK public opinion storm. Trucks, wreaths, everything emerged, and some even threatened management with late-night calls. But now those voices had vanished. Li Mu had silenced all doubters with his skill. Alright, let's look at the replay of that team fight. It was truly spectacular. All 3 carries of SKT did everything they could. At the bottom of the big screen, the damage output of that fight was glaringly prominent. Li Mu was far ahead. Over 1,000 damage in a single team fight. Graves unleashed massive AoE like a thunderbolt, shattering KZ's defenses. With the Baron buff secured, it was SKT's push phase. The economy gap kept shrinking, and when Li Mu took down the enemy's top lane's second tower, the team's early deficit was easily filled. Oh, now we're at a disadvantage. Khan said, his right eyelid twitching as he saw Li Mu buy another item. The Bloodthirster. It enhanced critical strikes while providing perfect sustain. This Graves was even harder to deal with. What should we do? Should we look for a fight under the high ground tower? BDD suggested. When leading the team before, his mind was usually clear. But facing Faker on the enemy's side, his head was filled with nothing but water and dough. Shaking left and right, it soon turned into a paste. He seemed to be hard countered by Lee Sang-hyok. Forget it, let's play safe and wait for the Baron buff to expire. If we wait for the Baron buff to pass, they'll just stall until Graves flashes up again, making it harder for us. Prey was anxious. He had already tasted the bullet damage and would never try it a second time. No choice, this is LCK, we must prioritize stability. In the end, KZ chose to turtle, giving up one inhibitor and pretending nothing happened. By then the game had passed the 30-minute mark, and the carries had their core items. Faker and Bang now had 3 items, each dealing considerable damage. Blank had also completed key items and could tank in the front line for a long time. A few minutes later, it was SKT's turn to attack again. Graves' flash was ready, and Li Mu set his sights on the upcoming neutral objective, the Elder Dragon. In this patch, the Elder Dragon had no execute effect. Instead, the team that secured it gained a massive true damage burn and true vision. Simply put, if they could secure this buff, their team fight win rate would skyrocket. Are we going to smite fight again? I don't think so. Let me find a chance, Li Mu said, holding such great items, unwilling to engage in a fair 5v5. Wolf started warding while Faker directed traffic in the bottom lane. Go ahead. I know you'll make the right call. That was Faker's message to Li Mu. In short, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted. So Graves began to lurk, using the brush to mask his scent. He hid in a very tricky spot, and the passing Khan had no time to check. Li Mu didn't move at first, the bug wasn't his prey. Thump, thump, whose heartbeat was quickening. Here they come. Karma and Janna appeared in vision. What is Whip trying to do? You big rough man, don't go after the two sisters. Despite saying that, Guanzi Yuan had already clenched his fists. Yes, finish those 2 women. In an instant, the gun moved faster than the man. Bang, bang, kill them all. With just 2 plain shots, Janna the support was instantly vaporized. She died even faster than that little yellow-haired guy last time. Prey at least saw his health bar melt last time. But this time Janna vanished as if devoured by Graves. Did I say you could leave? BDD flashed away, and Li Mu chased closely. Can't catch up right. He had flash plus shield, and Karma's movement speed is still. Wolf didn't finish his sentence before he saw a sight he would never forget. Graves used his ultimate in reverse. While chasing, he closed the gap with E and flash. Double kill. SKT Whip is legendary. The familiar legendary sound rang out, and Li Mu returned with a smile. Wherever Graves marched, everything turned to nothing. I told you before me, you can't escape, even with wings. With KZ's mid and support, both utility champions, dead, the blue side had no strength left for a frontal team fight. Never mind the Elder Dragon, a Faker drove straight to the bottom lane. With Blank tanking the tower aggressively, the final team fight came and went quickly. Victory. 1-0. In this highly anticipated final, SKT drew first blood. Ridiculous. One player dealing half the team's damage. What else could this be but boosting? Report him. Boosting is illegal. Arrest him. The years I was the carry for SKT 1 inch. The trickster finally gets a break. Top lane's a war god out there. Thanks again, RNG. Gotta say, Khan and Peanut finished 1-5 and 1-6 respectively. They might as well be inmate numbers in a prison movie. The barrage of comments showed no sign of stopping, pushing the hype to its zenith. Rough estimates from the data center put the live viewership at over 7 figures. And that's not even counting overseas platforms. SKT's drawing power, absolutely terrifying. At the commentary desk, Whip summed it up. MVP, MVP, MVP. Under the deliberate lead of the roaring caster, the entire arena erupted into thunderous cheers. The majority were female fans, their decibel levels piercing the heavens. That's right. Being here in this foreign land is way better than that damn LPL. Meanwhile, at a certain esports hotel, Hee Little Moo won after all. The moment he picked Graves, I knew this match was in the bag. Lee Jiun proudly lifted her delicate chin, looking absolutely adorable. Exactly. No one knows his Graves better than you. That crit damage is off the charts. Who could possibly withstand that? Park Ji-yun said with a knowing smile. The two had booked the esports hotel in advance, all in anticipation of Li Mu's arrival. Win or lose, that didn't matter. A chaotic battle awaited him tonight. Ahem, we're girls. Can we not be so crude? We're both old foxes here. Don't try to play tricks on me. To better understand Li Mu, these 2 famous starlets had been studying Dragon Kingdom culture intensively, all in the hopes of building a deeper connection with him and winning the young man's affection. Fine, let's cut to the chase then. Give me the first wave of minions, and you can split the rest with Nana. Deal? No way. Everyone knows that killing all 7 minions in a solo lane gets you to level 2. Why should I give up the first wave? Park Ji-eun pouted, clearly unhappy. In theory, she had a strict boundary. In principle, it was strictly forbidden. First come first served, don't you know? Believe me, I'll whisper in his ear and stop him from playing games with you. Lee Ji-eun grinned mischievously. Alright, we're like sisters. We shouldn't be bickering over meaningless things. Isn't that right, you and Ji-eun? Get in line. Follow sister, and I'll carry you to victory. KZ's waiting room. I really don't get it. Why give me a weak champion like Cho'Gath? Am I weaker than my opponent? The moment Khan returned to the waiting room, his frustration was barely contained. It was suffocating, completely dominated by Li Mu, unable to fight back in the slightest. That choking sensation, only those who've experienced it truly understand. SKT T1 whip. This kid is no ordinary player. To avoid being the scapegoat, Khan decided to strike first. That's not how you look at it. Everything has to be for the team. But I'm having a terrible time out there. I called the jungler top, and he completely ignored me. When the blame casually landed on Peanut, the young jungler wasn't happy either. He complained with a hint of bitterness. The enemy jungler keeps invading my jungle. I honestly can't do anything. And bot lane keeps calling for me too. Do they think I'm Sun Wukong or something? Seeing the players starting to bicker, the coach stepped in to intervene. Next game, focus on the top side jungle. Let's crush that whip. I refuse to believe some Chinese import can just waltz in and take our LCK championship. Next came KZ's secret strategy session. Meanwhile, over at SKT, the atmosphere was buzzing with energy. Winning the match had boosted morale sky high. Every game in a series is crucial, especially the first one. Li Mu's surprise pick of Graves had won them the game, but it likely wouldn't be available again next match. No worries. I've got over 100 more tricks like that up my sleeve. With Li Mu's assurance, KKOMA nodded confidently. Report. Breaking news. RNG won their first match too. Almost perfectly in sync with us. Wolf had transformed into a swift scout, his intel always fast. In sync with us. If I remember correctly, their match started earlier than ours. Yeah, our fast push style is efficient. LPL likes to drag things out. Faker felt a hint of surprise after speaking. A strange sense that the world had been turned upside down. At some point, SKT's efficiency at closing out games had drastically improved. Gone were the days of hesitation, of victories now came almost exclusively through swift, decisive pushes. Oh, that's right. It all came down to Li Mu's contribution. Before this kid arrived, Faker had felt completely lost with the current meta. He just couldn't adapt to it. With the team's worst record in recent years, Faker had virtually no hope for a ticket to MSI. But now everything had changed. Li Mu had become the most indispensable piece of the puzzle. Keep going, RNG. Don't let me down. It was hard to believe those words came from someone who was once their victim. Li Mu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration. He desperately wanted RNG to advance to MSI. That way Li Mu would have no reason to lose. We're truly destined to meet. They also fought their way up in the first round as if fate had arranged it all. Yeah, if a spinning top never meets its whip, what's the point of its existence? Ding dong. The break came to an end. The young man slowly looked up, his eyes blazing with unquenchable fighting spirit. Let's make it a 3-0. I've got a bowl of beef noodles waiting for me back home. Li Mu pushed open the doors of the waiting room, as if breaking free from the shackles that bound him. The beast slumbering within had awakened. Are beef noodles from the Dragon Kingdom any good? Better than our local specialty fried kunkin. The fried one's meh, but the kunkin itself is pretty good. The scene shifted, and both teams were ready at their stations. Game 2's ban pick phase began. Blue side SKT. Red side KZ. KZ had learned their lesson. If they wanted to focus on the top half, Khan absolutely needed the counter pick slot. One red side each. Fair and square. Honestly, in a series, blue side has a slightly higher win rate than red side. Only when a team has a superstar player can red side fully maximize the potential of the counter pick position. Whip delivered a perfect performance in Game 1. Now, let's see if Khan can handle the ball his team passes to him. Now let's take a look at SKT's first pick. KZ wastes no time banning Li Mu's champion. SKT ponders for a moment, then locks in Rockin on the first pick. Rockin is a support that SKT frequently bans as Wolf plays him exceptionally well. If you need a reminder, look back at last year's SKT versus EDG group stage match. The only takeaway from that game is, well, there's just one word for it. In response, KZ opts for a Xayah plus Nautilus combination. On one hand, this breaks up the iconic duo of Xayah and Rockin, while on the other it restricts Bang from locking in Kai'Sa. With that, SKT picks Varus and Jarvan 4. Jarvan is a known counter to Xayah, a fact well understood by everyone. KZ's third pick. Lee Sin. Peanut is going all in. He's determined to secure this MSI ticket. With that, the first round of picks concludes, and we move to the second ban phase. KZ reacts quickly, banning both Jace and Gnar. Whoa, 5 bans on top laners. That's a rarity in this meta. Is Khan signaling his intent to dominate Whip? The commentators aren't naive, though everyone can see KZ's intentions clearly now, their strategy laid bare. Having lost the first game as the red side, KZ has no margin for error. If the series starts 0-2, it's practically as good as over. No team has ever come back from a 0-2 deficit to beat SKT. On KZ's fourth pick, BDD locks in Talia. Oh, they're aiming for a roaming composition, pinning their hopes on their top laner. Limu understands instantly, then looks towards Faker. Let's pick something aggressive. We can't allow that Talia to roam freely. Alright, what champion do you suggest? It's hard to imagine those words coming from Faker's mouth. Lee Sang-hyuk has always been decisive and opinionated, especially regarding League of Legends. The fact that he actively seeks Limu's input shows just how much he values his opinion. The original top laner impact. Marin the peak MVP. Duke the steady veteran. No, none of them compare. Limu has surpassed the tactical importance of every previous SKT top laner. My suggestion is LeBlanc. Even if you don't dominate BDD, at least you can neutralize Talia. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Alright. Whoosh. Following Limu's advice, the black rose blooms once more tonight. The crowd erupts electrified as it's been ages since they've seen Faker wield LeBlanc. So what's the pressure on you now? They're 100 going to counterpick you. What will you choose? Easy. Just pick a champion that's invincible, right? Limu smiles, nodding to Wolf with absolute confidence. Behind them, Koma's silence signifies approval, his mind already wandering to what takeout he should order tonight. Bah. This is the championship match. Who orders takeout when we win? Let's grab some watermelon first. As the countdown ticks down, the mystery of Limu's choice is about to be revealed. On the big screen, a strikingly valiant young woman appears. Confident, decisive, fierce with ambition, achieving fame at a young age. For the first glance, the translation note is omitted for the English version. Wow, she's showing the blade. Aurelia has been picked. One of the top lane's four sisters, a true mechanical champion. As Aurelia appears, Guan Ziyuan's excitement is palpable. The top lane always features the presence of the four sisters. When warriors face off in a duel of skill, that's when top laners truly find their bliss. The camera shifts, swinging the pressure onto Khan. He slowly wipes the sweat from his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably. What an impressive Aurelia. If it were anyone else, Khan wouldn't give them a second thought. But this opponent is the prodigy who has dominated various LCK top laners, holding the top spot on the ladder with an impressive 2,200 LP. Feeling the pressure, you could pick Kennen. Kennen won't work. Aurelia counters ranged champions. Then pick a stat checker. I think that white-haired beast girl or the metal golem could work. When Prey saw Limu pick Aurelia, he involuntarily clenched in discomfort. He desperately hoped Khan would crush Limu. After all, a fed Aurelia is the bane of every AD carry. No, those haven't been buffed yet. Their stats aren't high enough. I think this one's better. Trust me. Whoosh. The final counterpick is locked in Renekton, the Butcher of the Sands. Another mechanically demanding champion, even more brutal and straightforward compared to Aurelia. Whoa. This is going to be a great match. Both top laners are definitely going to test their mechanics. Ladies and gentlemen, get your notebooks ready. Coach Whip and Coach Khan are about to give a masterclass. As the casters finish speaking, the players begin their final preparations. The lineups are set: blue side SKT Fields, Aurelia top, Jarvan, 4 jungle LeBlanc, mid, and Varus with Rockenbot. Red side KZ Fields, Renekton top, Lee Sin jungle, Talia mid, and Xayah with Nautilus bot. Analyzing the teams on paper, both sides have a relatively aggressive tempo, especially the top half of the map, which is bound to be incredibly intense. The outcome of this game will likely be determined by the clash between Limu and Whip. The audience chatter is omitted, focusing purely on the match commentary. The audience chatter is omitted, focusing purely on the match commentary. The audience chatter is omitted, focusing purely on the match commentary. The audience chatter is omitted, focusing purely on the match commentary. The cheers and shouts are continuous. Game 2 begins. There's no level 1 team fight this time. Both teams cautiously establish vision. Limu moves his Aurelia to the tower and zooms in. Why can't I see the snow mountain on this skin? Bad review. Limu selected the Order of the Lotus skin. No fancy effects, but it feels incredibly smooth, right? Aurelia's lore says she's just a teenager. Damn. I'm such a scumbag. Without warning, Limu slaps himself. Blank, sitting next to him, is stunned. I don't care who you are. Get off my dad right now. Without him, how can we win this series? Don't worry, I'm just being myself. Shaking off the thoughts, Limu begins analyzing the game. Since her rework, Aurelia has become more difficult to master with a higher skill ceiling, but also significantly lower margin for error. In simple terms, you need mechanics to compensate for stat disadvantages. Renekton is a straightforward, no-nonsense champion. Aurelia often needs to use tactical maneuvers and hit-and-run tactics. However, it's clear that Limu has no intention of backing down level 1. Oh, Aurelia is taking Q level 1, looking to establish lane dominance early. Limu is aggressive from the start, immediately auto-attacking creeps to push the wave. Anyone who plays Aurelia knows her auto-attack range is slightly longer than most melee champions. Through constant kiting and positioning, Khan found himself getting hit by 2 free auto-attacks. Fortunately, Renekton has his Q to sustain, so his health remains manageable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Aurelia dashes forward repeatedly with her Blade Surge, instantly stacking her Ionian Fervor passive to the max. With the bonus attack speed and damage from her passive, she becomes a force Renekton simply cannot contend with. TCH flashy tricks. Just wait until I hit level 3, you'll be done for. Khan knows what he's doing retreating during his weak early phase. However, this retreat gives Aurelia even more space to apply pressure. As the second wave arrives, Li Mu uses his health potion while at full HP. A misplay? No. Trouble. Khan's eyes widen in shock as he sees his opponent hit level 2. Of course, this alone wouldn't fluster a seasoned veteran. What truly unnerves Khan is Li Mu's execution of the flawless Q into instant double E combo. Seamless Q into rapid double E stun. Two blades fly out, precisely locking down the retreating Renekton. Time to blow your flash. Give me your flash. The moment blade surge precisely landed, Aurelia closed in at lightning speed. The blade dance began. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Renekton's health plummeted before the naked eye. Crucially, he was left without a means to retaliate. One was weaving abilities with auto attacks. The left hand dealt high damage, the right hand even higher. The other had yet to reach his power spike, barely clinging to life with abilities. Bang. Left with no choice, Renekton had to flash. Khan's lips twitched. He regretted not creating more distance. Li Mu was too fast. Beneath the Q ability lay hidden an E. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Aced. This champion's numbers are just absurd. What's going on? I'm only level 2. How did you lose your flash already? Peanut's eyes widened like bells, seeing his top laner under such pressure for the first time. Nothing, I misclicked. Alright, you can recall and teleport back. I'll come help you. I can't leave now. The minion wave is ruined and his E is on cooldown. Khan was a bit dazed from the beating and muttered to himself. Without the crucial stun, Aurelia's autos shouldn't hurt much, right? Thus the Renekton who had flashed still tried to soak experience, edging close to the safe zone. But the fearless Aurelia, like a young calf unafraid of tigers, wasn't about to coddle this great one from Shurima. Not recalling. Then let me send you back. Timing the last second of max stacked Ionian fervor, and Conqueror Li Mu instantly flashed forward. Never forget the mark from Blade Surge allowed Aurelia to refresh her Q for free. That meant Li Mu still had his Q. Grandma always said greedy people meet only one end. Death. Amid the clash of blades, Aurelia sliced and diced as she moved. Pain. So much pain. Aurelia's autos hurt. Khan wailed. A man's greed is like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once started, it cannot stop. The blade's swept hand rose and fell. First blood. The first blood erupted, sending the crowd into an uproar. Holy crap. What a swift blade. Didn't they say Renekton was the lane bully? Damn. Is there a replay? I missed so many details. So decisive, the damage calculation was perfect. No wonder he chugged a potion at full health, to avoid getting killed by the tower. Why does Khan look so clueless? Is this the LCK's top laner you all hyped up? Trust me, if you were up there, you wouldn't even need to flash. Oh my god. I knew top lane would be intense, but I didn't expect first blood before 3 minutes. That's ruthless. He tanked 2 tower shots to solo kill Khan. Well, at least he has teleport. Khan needs to keep his eyes peeled. Whip isn't like those small fries he faced before. He really doesn't cut you any slack. Just as Guanzi Yuan finished speaking, Peanut burst in from the flank. But faced with the golden glowing Aurelia, Peanut could only try a tentative kick. Aurelia Q dodged the Q. Sonic wave missed. Wow. That kick was terrible. Why didn't you E-flash? Khan was frantic. Can't fight here, too many minions. This champion is like Yasuo. Invincible with minions around. Peanut wasn't rattled. He planned to return after Renekton hit level 3. Fine, I'm coming. Renekton landed, but still at level 1. Just then Blank arrived. Jarvan and Lee Sin tussled in the jungle for a bit, then parted ways without conclusion. Peanut was forced away, leaving Khan to face Li Mu alone once more. The minions were frozen near the middle of the lane, and Aurelia stood like a gatekeeper at the edge of the experience zone. What are you posing for? Don't you know you're low on health? As the spring splits solo kill, King Khan couldn't stomach such humiliation. But just as Renekton stepped up to test, Aurelia suddenly hit level 3. Oh no. Khan got impatient. This Aurelia isn't someone you can mess with alone. If you want to go after Whip, you'd better bring Peanut along. Unsurprisingly, Renekton went in and got pummeled again. If not for a stroke of luck that let Renekton hit level 2 and learn his E at the critical moment, Khan would have died again. Li Mu traded 1 life for 2. Renekton was sent back to base once more. He's done for. That Renekton has disconnected. The charm of the top lane Four Sisters. Just learn from him. Feels like he's tilted. Khan got beaten senseless by Whip's wild punches. He's forgotten how to play the game. Jungle gap. Peanut is completely useless. If I were Prey, I'd be cursing in the team voice chat. The bot lane is just farming and the top lane is already through. Saying through was an exaggeration, not yet. But when Li Mu teleported back, everything started to go south. How this Renekton plays like a loach. Just squirm on the ground. Who can out-sustain you? Pressing tab, Li Mu saw the opponent had bot armor. A disgrace to top laners. Khan was shaming every Renekton player. Can you come? Lee Sin is here. Blank called for his top lane carry. Sure, the benefit of having a carry was never being afraid to fight. With Li Mu backing him up, Peanut immediately fled when he saw the Aurelia approach. Perhaps from the trauma of the previous games, Graves the mere ID, Li Mu made KZ's members a bit uneasy. Thus SKT easily secured early advantage. 5 minutes in. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Khan called on his jungler once more. Khan and Peanut's duo was nearly unbeatable in the regular season. Renekton plus Lee Sin, both fighters. Li Mu knew he was outnumbered, but he had no intention of retreating. He's trapped. What's the play? If it were anyone else I'd say this Aurelia has no flash and is doomed. But he's whip. He can't afford to lose this final. He must attend the spinning top meeting as a whip. The caster roared, and the female fans in the audience didn't even dare to breathe. 1 against 2. Could he do it? On screen, Renekton rolled in and landed a very solid engage. Jokes aside, Khan's Renekton mechanics were certainly no joke. His empowered W perfectly set up Peanut's Q. Their coordination was flawless. But just as the second sonic wave struck Aurelia, she quickly erected a sword formation around herself. W ability Defiant Dance. It granted crucial damage reduction. With a sliver of health, Li Mu managed to withstand Peanut's lethal blow. Slap. Upon releasing the second cast, Li Mu aimed his W at the minions. A mistake. All within his control. Lightning fast Q activation. Aurelia danced like a butterfly, using the minions weakened by her W to rapidly stack Ionian Fervor. Oh no. He wants to fight back. Wang Ho, please stop him. Quick, kill him. He's about to shout. As a veteran top laner, Khan's right eyelid twitched violently. He knew Li Mu was about to go berserk. Peanut also understood, quickly closing in to deliver a fatal strike onto Aurelia. But it was all too late. Aurelia reached level 6. Ionia shall not fall. The mouth that had to open finally opened. This was Li Mu's turn. Like a cage of blades, Vanguard's edge perfectly trapped Khan and Peanut in its prison. Yet that was not the key. Within Aurelia's ultimate, all heroes suffered heavy slow and were disarmed from basic attacks. Disarming not only strips away their means of retaliation, but more importantly their lives. Looking for a challenge? You'd better come one at a time. Dashing, slicing, graceful, decapitating. As Aurelia's Q skill refreshed repeatedly, the health bars of Renekton and Lee Sin plummeted instantly. Then flawless duet. Caught both again. SKT1 whip has slain KZ Peanut. Double kill. A double kill secured. The crowd erupted. 1 against 2, displaying the demeanor of a war god. 2 against 1, and still got killed. Do you two even know how to play? Come on, I'm already invincible. This spectacular outplay got Li Mu himself extremely excited. In that instant, as adrenaline surged through his meridians, he felt invincible. What's a top lane all-star? What's a prodigy jungler? They were nothing to him. Like a stray dog kicked to death with a single blow. Haters run. We've entered the game. Damn. Such fast hands. Whip must be a young novice. Explosive. Help the strong, not the weak. Peanut, you've lost your mind. This day Khan wants a key to MSI, and I say, are you worthy? Khan, I am worthy. Me, you. Worthy of what? If League of Legends is a skyscraper, then KZ's top jungle duo must be its foundation. Amid the barrage, praises and encouragements abound. The white fans are excited, the trolls amuse, the haters in tears. But the most agonized are undoubtedly the fans of RNG. Originally, switching screens frequently was troublesome enough. When they saw Li Mu being surrounded, they were already preparing to type mocking barges. But the next second scene thoroughly shattered their beautiful illusions. Some even began to doubt. Was Li Mu really wrong? At this moment in SKT's team voice chat. Nice. Well played. Faker smiled. The top lane still trustworthy. Awesome. With this I can recklessly invade his jungle. The blind monk is ruined. Blank showed his white teeth. Hey, you didn't lie to us. Bringing out Aurelia means victory. Your credit score is pretty high. Not borrowing is a good habit. Who borrows? I never talk big. Thus Li Mu completely seized the initiative in the top lane. In less than 10 minutes Aurelia had already acquired the blade of the ruined king. Development beyond the timeline. Next began Aurelia's split push journey. If nothing unexpected happened, the Renekton would be suppressed forever, unable to lift his head. Item advantage, level advantage, and even mechanical advantage. In response, the director suddenly cut to the KZ's resting room. The head coach was red hot with rage, the assistant coach silent, and the manager even cursed Sybil. In the following 5 minutes, Li Mu demonstrated his formidable snowballing ability. He held back more than 3 opponents by himself, allowing his teammates to develop carelessly. Crackle. A thunderbolt streaked across the mid lane, and a black rose quietly bloomed. SKT1 Faker has slain KZBDD. A solo kill. Faker personally strangled the survival path of his own successor. The black rose bloomed in the mid lane, blossoming across the entire arena. Amazing. Nice solo kill. The mid lane is blooming too. With this, even a dog tied in the jungle could win. Blank laughed his ass off. Before becoming a pro, he had consulted a fortune teller. His fortune revealed that his career luck was maxed out, and he would have benefactors. He thought the benefactor was Faker, but it turned out there were 2. Fortunately, after not playing for a long time, my hands aren't too rusty. Faker revealed a genuine long-missed smile. When he looked at LeBlanc's figure, his eyes were filled with comfort. Old friend, long time no see. Ever since his fall in S7, Faker had nightmares almost every night. A torrent of doubts came overwhelming, and for a time the entire esports circle was insane with negative comments. Faker is old, the big Lee dog is done, time to retire. There were even comments that League of Legends was dead. But none of this broke him, especially Li Mu's appearance, which made Faker's heart even more resolute. This is how it should be. Whatever doesn't destroy you will only make you stronger. Li Mu, full of swagger, spoke slowly. Faker nodded repeatedly. The originally dark path seemed to have been illuminated by a vast expanse of dawn. But honestly, why is Aurelia AFK in the bottom lane? Wolf switched screens and saw Li Mu dazing. In fact, the guy's screen wasn't even in his own area. His mouse, while zoomed in, Li Mu was admiring LeBlanc's graceful recall animation. Hee, this old witch, though a millennia-old monster, still retains her charm, just my type. Damn that AO truly ruthless. Look how he beat LeBlanc, her chest is swollen. Pervert. He doesn't even spare the game model. Isn't that normal? Who doesn't have a little quirk? Without viewers like me, how would 3D modelers survive? Only Li Mu in this world could make lechery sound so refreshing and refined. Faker didn't understand, but showed respect. Next came the moment for SKT's Korean-style macro play. After all this was the finals, under Faker's macro vision, Li Mu fully utilized his advantages. Split push 1-4. This tactic was unstoppable. During this time, KZ tried multiple times to catch Li Mu, but the result was either a counterkill or an escape. The gold gap had reached 5,000. The Baron Nashor spawned KZ's only chance to turn the game. Brothers, if you think it's tough, let me go in and kick one. At the critical moment, Peanut shouldered the heavy responsibility. Then, focusing his attention, he firmly locked his hunting target on Bang. The ideal was plump, but reality was skinny. Oh. Lee Sin goes in to kick back Varus, but is intercepted mid-air by Aurelia's double E. This. Definitely cheating. No. Whip has never turned it off. Forget it, don't turn it off, just leave it. Keeping it on is interesting. At the same time, the commentator Guanzi Yuan for today's other match was numb. Next to him, Jita's expression was extremely pained. The stronger Li Mu became, the heavier the loss for LPL. If Whip could return, I believe all our LPL teams would open their doors for him. A calm lake cannot cultivate excellent sailors. LPL truly needs a phenomenon top laner like Whip. 2-0. Match point. Ladies and gentlemen, who could have predicted this score? SKT leads by a large margin. KZ is pushed to the brink. Amid the shouts of various commentators, all the audience's applause focused on SKT. If the first game was a comeback from behind, showcasing SKT's resilience and late-game capabilities, then the second was a textbook snowball fast push game. With Li Mu's Aurelia as the pivot and Faker's solo kill as the catalyst, SKT successfully dethroned KZ, the regular season leaders. So-called Korean-style macro play is truly hard to break when you hold a lead without making mistakes. KZ's most explosive player was Khan, who often single-handedly carried the team in disadvantage during the regular season. However, when facing Li Mu, Khan went silent. His counterpick Renekton picked after ended up with a score of 0-7. So Li Mu strikes hard, he didn't even let Khan touch the I7 series. Ishable. That was freaking awesome. Wolf pumped his little fists. Ever since he started speaking Chinese, Li Jaewon felt he couldn't go back. Chinese is so charming. A few simple words not only pack a punch, but also accurately visit the opponent's manufacturer. Isn't this 10,000 times more powerful than Korean? Tisk, what are you, a carry who's just along for the ride barking about? Junsik, it's normal for us supports to be carried, but you're an AD, yet you're sitting at the same table as me. Yeah, I'm just a carried one. With Xiao Mu and Sang Hyok around, we win easily. Bang let out a long sigh, and the moment he took off his headphones, he felt much lighter. His performance in last year's finals was mediocre, and people threw all the blame on him. Now the path to redemption has reached its most critical juncture. This feeling is second only to taking off. Tisk, KZ is indeed a bit cowardly. I thought they'd go for me at that high ground tower. I even bought a stopwatch, but they just glared and ran. What a bunch of cowards. Li Mu shrugged and involuntarily spread his hands. This spread wasn't a tribute to LeBron. He was imitating the god of basketball, Michael Jordan. At that moment, the camera turned to him. Facing the lens, Li Mu used his left hand to signal 3, his right hand to draw 0. 3-0. He was going to sweep KZ. When this image appeared on the big screen, the fans below kept screaming. Oh. Hubby is so handsome, come to mommy's bowl. 3-0 KZ. This world is two crazy mice serving as bridesmaids for rats. Just arrived who tried their best. Who's at fault? Whose lane got wrecked? Come, why are you still here? Officer Blake has called all 12 zodiac animals, and they're just missing a pig like you. What's there to fear? KZ's specialty is the reverse sweep. Hiding strategies, understand. As he left, Li Mu draped his jacket over his shoulders. With his height of over 1.8 meters and that cocky demeanor, he was a bona fide girl magnet. Because girls don't usually fancy honest simple dullards. Just look at Lee Ji-yoon. A star of that magnitude is still head over heels for Jax. Players like Li Mu who are good at games and handsome get cheers wherever they go. I really envy Xiao Mu, that cool and handsome vibe, high visual appeal. In my hometown, they'd call him the 1 in 10,000 handsome rogue. Faker said something surprising. When it comes to dry humor, Lee Sang Hyok is quite skilled. I told you to learn Chinese not to say it like that. Damn it. Alright. The famous NBA star Kobe once said, the more people like you, the more hate you get. As an esports player in the spotlight, Li Mu naturally had haters like a KZ female fan near the player tunnel. Ania, Whip, you're an outsider. Get out of LCK, Imnida. She was restrained by security and escorted out. Huh, that's all the damage. Pathetic, Li Mu picked his ear unfazed. Was that not harsh enough? What's the intensity like in your LPL then? What words? What words? What do you mean your LPL? I'm part of the LCK, now mind your attitude. Li Mu glanced at Blank, who immediately slapped himself twice. Alright, that's enough. If you actually hurt yourself, we can't even start the game without you. Everyone burst into laughter. With a 2-0 lead, the burden on their shoulders lightened. Before the playoffs began, the pressure on every SKT member was almost tangible, suffocating the players. Faker was mocked by some groups, desperately needing a fourth championship to prove himself. Others also had their own stakes, some seeking redemption, others trying to prove their worth. Li Mu bore the greatest pressure as people from 2 regions watched him closely. Fortunately, the young man delivered. Heaven has destined him for great responsibility. Back in the waiting room, the coaching staff was overjoyed. Every time I think of that guy next door yelling at his players, I feel emotional. Coma's smile lines were fully exposed. Let's keep playing like this next game, and we'll be invincible. That's not the point. I want to know how the game next door is going. Pulling out his phone, Li Mu saw that the opponent's second game wasn't even over yet. RNG's top laner picked Orange jungler Nocturne, mid Karma, and bottom Xayah and Rockin. Holy crap. I can guess this lineup with my eyes closed. Li Mu curled his lips. He didn't need to be an RNG substitute. Everyone in the world knew this team relied on a 4-protect-1 strategy. Shared joy is double joy. How about we watch together? Bang suggested. Coma frowned at the suggestion. Their own finals weren't over yet, and they were already watching other regions' games. So arrogant, what a disgrace. I think it's fine since there's nothing to review from the last game. Faker nodded. Then let's watch. I'll cast it to the screen. Coma grinned. The esports Limhan's looks were second only to the gentleman watching this. Wow, coach, your face-changing speed is not ordinary. Nonsense. How could an ordinary person be a championship coach? On the computer screen, EDG and RNG were still in the farming phase. Uzi's classic 18-minute 220 CS. Then RNG's overall economy fell behind. To be honest, their Xayah and Rockin combo is pretty good. I can't understand why they didn't use this system last year. If they had, our drafting would have been much harder. Wolf analyzed seriously. Probably they didn't know how to play it last year, otherwise they wouldn't have banned it themselves. How dare you? Who said my Uzi can't play Xayah? Li Mu reacted defensively. At this, the SKT members cast sympathetic glances at him. Look how scared the kid is. Who knows how much pressure the LPL side put on him. But speaking of which, Bang, what do you think of Uzi as a player? Actually, Li Mu was just pretending earlier to spark the discussion. Such a sensitive question would likely never be asked in the LPL. Facing the direct question, Bang smiled, then picked up the air conditioner remote and began to sing. A cup to freedom, a cup to moonlight. Huh. Pure sorrow dispelling, my friend. Ha 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 ha. You pushy, Bang. I underestimated you. Not only have you improved your Chinese quickly, but you also enjoy listening to Chinese songs. Li Mu laughed heartily, the only one who caught the joke. Of course, I've loved listening to songs from your Dragon Kingdom since I was a kid. You know Jay Cho, right? He said Chinese pop is the best. Although most people in South Korea are reluctant to admit it, always believing their own creations are both original and the best in the world. Those in the know understand, especially Bang. A few years ago, he listened to Nocturne and Sunny Day every night, unable to sleep without them. You mean brother Jalen? He's definitely qualified. But you shouldn't sell yourself short either. Your girl groups are pretty nice. I used to love playing a game called QQ Speed. The BGM was awesome. After a round of mutual compliments, Li Mu recommended another treasure singer. Surname Kai, given name Ji Go. This one was a true top-tier powerhouse. Xiaomu, stop rambling. The barrage is flying too fast and my Chinese isn't that good. Help me translate. Koma waved him over, revealing himself to be an old gossip enthusiast. With the coach's mention, Li Mu's interest instantly peaked. He hadn't paid attention to the LPL side in a while, wondering if the cesspool there had fermented. Taking a closer look, it was still the same flavor. So sleepy, do these two teams really need to play that steadily? SKT next door is already 2-0. Still picking Orange, still going Makai. Whip is already on Aurelia and Graves. Can't they check the patch notes? Trash region. Hybrid region. Condom region. I'm a 200 gene top tier young male voice. Any 20-year-old black stocking girl want an online romance? I'll treat you to a new Starbucks drink. Wudong thick tea, right? IG is so amazing. They're so proud. 18 consecutive wins and still 4th place. What can I say? I'm just a farmer. How do you plant this? This stream is too lively, like the park near my house. People are walking, singing, walking their dogs. Though the dogs keep barking, isn't that life? Li Mu quickly compared and felt the LPL was still more advanced. Not only were they aggressive, but their creativity was abundant. So what did they say? They're competing in poetic heritage. After all, our country has 5000 years of cultural history. Everyone's got a belly full of ink. Sometimes Li Mu himself felt embarrassed. As a Dragon Kingdom citizen, he naturally stood with his country. This had nothing to do with region. Li Mu was a true wolf warrior at heart. Really? Then what does this one mean? Koma picked a random barrage. This line is a great poem. Translated it means, poetisly Qing Zhao is sniping at a major. Forget it, I can't keep making this up. Anyway, we're just uncivilized. Ha 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 ha. Joy, excitement, absurdity, endless amusement. The SKT lounge was filled with laughter, a stark contrast to their opponent's KZ next door. Silence, stillness, doubt, utter despair. As the break time passed, the third game began. From the players' expressions, it was clear that KZ and SKT's mindsets were worlds apart. After a round of pick and ban, the teams presented the following lineups. Blue side SKT, Nar Jarvan 4 Galio Caitlyn Karma. Red side KZ Jace Elise Victor Ashe Thresh. Huh, what does this mean? Is SKT's comp copying RNG's 4 Protect 1? Let me guess boldly, they must have peeked at the neighboring game during the break. The Roaring Emperor was in a great mood, being a diehard Faker fan. But despite his bias, his commentary remained fairly neutral. Without further ado, the third game began. KZ immediately launched an aggressive assault. Peanut pulled out his off-meta signature Elise, trying to save himself in a desperate situation. In the early game, he relentlessly ganked Limu, severely limiting Nar's development. Not only that, Peanut even called for the support. Limu's consecutive MVPs in the first 2 games had left KZ disheartened. Thus, KZ's strategy was simple: crush him. Indeed, Nar was harassed badly, falling to 0-2 at one point. But then Faker chose to proactively swap lanes. He sent Limu to the safer mid lane, while he himself faced the enemy's siege. Sanghyok, you're truly pure. Still, I believe in you. Those simple 4 words told Limu he had chosen the right team. In esports, there are no borders. Faker is the absolute authority in League of Legends. If our roles were reversed, would you respect me as I respect you? Limu dared not nod. He felt he would get arrogant. With Faker's status and power, Limu would definitely be cruising on yachts and studying the art of the backdoor every day. In short, Faker's pure heart deserves everyone's respect. Since you're giving me mid, I'll give you a sky in return. Hee, everyone thinks our tactic is 4 Protect 1, protecting me the Caitlyn. But actually, Nar is our winning condition. The situation unfolded just as Bang had imagined. KZ believed Nar was completely ruined, so they shifted their mid-game focus to Caitlyn. Bang died repeatedly. Peanut's Elise was indeed formidable. However, at the 22-minute mark, an unprecedented large-scale skirmish erupted. At the Dragon Pit, the little Nar fought like a war god incarnate, constantly stacking 3-hit passives while pressuring the enemy. Here it comes. Whip's counterattack. A 1-4 record, fighting like 4-1. Nar is flying. Whip is about to end this game. Boom. With full rage, Nar flashed and landed a massive ultimate, shattering KZ's defensive formation in the blink of an eye. Fuck your comeback dream. Die. That slap carried immense power, mixed with Limu's fury from the early ganks. A 1-hit 5. Overwhelming and unstoppable. Galio is landing his ult. Jarvan is diving in too. I wonder if RNG next door is watching. Do you recognize this righteous stone statue's figure? The Roaring Emperor exploded, daring to initiate such a fight in his rapid-fire commentary. But the most absurd thing was, Xiaohu from RNG during the break after the second game actually sneaked a peek at his phone. That glance proved crucial, indirectly helping SKT ace their opponents. Ace, 0 for 5. A textbook team fight of breathtaking beauty. Xiaohu swallowed involuntarily, his entire scalp tingling. In the LPL finals, the second game was won by EDG. Uzi had the highest CS in the entire game, yet during a team fight, he failed to flash and fell asleep on the spot. 1-1. The LPL finals seemed to have just begun. Guys, I have bad news and worse news. Xiaohu put away his phone with an awkward smile. That's pretty bad. Spill them one by one. But if you're trying to pick on me, you can just shut up. Uzi's face was slightly flushed, as if he had been up to something. Xiaohu quickly shook his head. How could he dare question the god to his face? The bad news is SKT next door stole our comp and executed the dream team fight. The worst news is, damn triangular basket. SKT is back. They just swept KZ, who had an 89 win rate in the regular season. What? A 3-0 sweep of KZ. Ming was genuinely taken aback when he heard the news. KZ's dominance in the LCK this year had been circulated to the LPL region through various short video platforms, and RNG had certainly not missed the details of some of those matches. KZ was not invincible, but they were definitely not a team that could be swept easily. At least Sure Summing dared not make such a boast. The current RNG was simply incapable of a 3-0 victory. KZ probably thought SKT was weak and popped the champagne too early in the semifinals. How foolish. Who could be so absurd? Xiaohu spat in disdain. He thoroughly despised such behavior. Alright, we'd better focus on ourselves instead. Since SKT has secured the MSI ticket, RNG cannot afford to be absent. If we could defeat them in the mid-season invitational. As he spoke, Mala Xiangwa trailed off, a grin spreading from ear to ear. Paired with his unwashed, oily hair, it was a spectacle of another kind. The atmosphere stirred Uzi, who slammed the table hard. I never cultivate virtue, only bloodshed and fire. I await that day. Glancing sideways and seeing Jian Zihao, so fired up, Xiaohu immediately grew excited and added, Whip, you say? I'll prove to you with action. You're nothing but a dispensable substitute. Game over. GG Gamsahamnida. Congratulations to SKT T1. 3-0. They claim the Spring Split Championship and secure the MSI ticket. Ionia Gold congratulations to the Demon King for reclaiming his throne. Demacia Diamond sending congratulations. Shadow Owls Bronze congrats. I'm a 1000-match veteran seeing Faker back on this stage. It's all worth it. QQ Server 50-star King congratulations to Dream Master for achieving his wish. Honestly, if the Baldy ever retires, League of Legends will disappear from my computer. Peanut don't retire. Amidst the commentators' cheers, the barrage of bullet comments also sent congratulations. SKT was a great team with fans all over the world. That was why Lee Moo chose SKT, because here there were no tyrants or rage, only a hunger for the championship. The scene shifted and a shower of confetti rained down above the stage. The 2018 LCK Spring Split Champions. Faker let out a long breath. The weight that had been pressing on his heart for the past 6 months had finally lifted. As the soul of this team, the burden he carried was beyond ordinary comprehension. Bang and Wolf took off their headphones simultaneously and exchanged smiles. This joy of victory had been absent for a while. But compared to the others' happiness, Lee Moo's fingers were still clattering on the keyboard. All SKT, T1 whip catch. All SKT, T1 whip you. All SKT, T1 whip stack. All SKT, T1 whip half. All SKT, T1 whip use. In the undissolved custom room, he typed these 5 words consecutively. The third game had indeed been perilous. Nar was ganked hard in the early game. Fortunately, Lee Moo held firm and weathered the storm. His Nar's rage control was excellent, even causing his transformation form to be noticeably larger than that of other top laners. This was the key to victory. Alright, they've already lost and no need to keep chasing them down. Faker walked over with a smile, a hint of tears glistening in his eyes. Lee Moo came over to high-five him. This was SKT's moment of celebration. KKOMA also approached with T-Hunt following behind. The latter was clearly less happy as today's victory likely signaled the end of his chances for a starting spot. In esports, the capable rise and the weak fade from the stage. Is this the feeling of being champion? It's absolutely intoxicating. When the thunderous cheers filled the air, Lee Moo truly felt the allure of offline tournaments. No wonder so many people fought tooth and nail to go pro. It wasn't just for the money, but more for the dream. After months of twists and turns, SKT had finally returned to their rightful throne, lifting the trophy that symbolized glory. Come on, let's go shake hands. Faker was elated. Compared to the others, his youthful spirit remained pure. When happy, lose sad. No flashy news behind the scenes, just that simple and direct. At that moment, the entire KZ team was still immersed in the sorrow of defeat. Faker led the group to shake hands, but Khan sat motionless in his chair. Lee Moo shot him a disdainful glance. Truly no grace. First there was the boar that couldn't bend, and now Khan was stuck to his chair. Who knows which dog he learned that from? Brother Sang Hyuk, congratulations. Peanut forced a smile, and when he saw Blank grinning like a fool, he felt utterly dejected. Why had he been so determined to leave back then? If he had just held on a little longer, he would have been able to wait for this talented Chinese import. The so-called one man, one city truly seemed to usher in the dawn. Thus, when shaking hands with Lee Moo, Peanut's gaze was a bit off. Hey, Peanut Butter, don't look at me like that. I'm a straight guy, not into that. What are you saying? I just think you played well. The future is yours. Tisk, what do you mean the future is mine? The present is mine too. Watching Lee Moo walk away with his hands in his pockets, Peanut sighed again. He remembered that back in S6, he had been just as spirited. Hey, Sang Hyuk, I think Peanut still wants to rejoin the team. Any chance? On the main stage before the host Kim Min-ah took her position, Lee Moo quietly asked Faker. We are the perfect 5 right now. Faker replied nonchalantly. But if we go to Worlds, we'll at least need a substitute. We can't keep bringing T-Hun all the time. I feel like Zhang Wei plays better than him. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Zhang Wei is my second uncle. Oh well. Taken aback by Lee Moo's question, Faker found it hard to answer. We'll talk later. The beauty is here. When Kim Min-ah approached in her stilettos, Lee Moo's eyes lit up noticeably. They exchanged a glance, a silent yearning for a duo Q meeting in the air. Then Kim Min-ah suppressed her desire and resumed her professional demeanor. Clearly she was far more professional than Yu Xuan from the LPL. Skipping the formalities, the big screen flashed the image of a handsome young man. His features were well-proportioned, his temperament outstanding. Radiant like a jade tree before the wind, Zhongji's carefree and handsome youth. Let's congratulate Whip, the 2018 LCK Spring Split FMVP. Congratulations, Whip. As the symbolic prize plaque and trophy were delivered into Lee Moo's hands, 7 or 8 cameras immediately thrust forward. Xiaohei, hold this for me. What are you doing? Do I even need to say it? Obviously striking a pose. Nearby Bang was speechless. No wonder he felt something was missing when they went to the stationery store. So that's where the pen he bought had been stashed. Turning his head, Lee Moo withdrew his smile and slowly pressed his index finger toward the lens. This was the great, desolate, imprisoning finger. Could the world bear the fury Lee Moo had stored up over these past 6 months? Oh, my husband is so handsome. Whip me. Use that finger. Don't point at me, I'm scared, boo-hoo. Could Whip really have returned? In the identity of a whip. At first people thought it was just a helpless rant, but they never expected it to come true. How do you think this is a movie? A king's comeback. In an instant, teammates, coaches, and the fans below the stage sincerely applauded Li Mu. Everyone knew why this youth bearing the bloodline of the Dragon Kingdom had stepped onto this stage. The audience respected the strong. In esports, strength reigned supreme. Alright, let's first hand the microphone to player Faker. This year must have been tough. On screen, Faker's eyes glistened with tears as he struggled to hold back his emotions. This big boy had endured so much. And those who shared a similar fate. No, Li Mu didn't even have the right to be compared to Faker. Li Xianghe held 3 championship titles recognized by the officials as the world's #1. What was Li Mu? Nothing more than a man surrounded by beauties who happened to play games well. So when the microphone was handed to Li Mu, everyone awaited his acceptance speech. Thank you all for your recognition and for your silent support all this time. Soon you'll be competing for the region. Can you say something inspiring like, restore the glory? Jean Minna admired talented people, her eyes filled with anticipation. So Li Mu cleared his throat. Do we really need all this fuss to beat a trash LPL? He came out swinging, embodying the phrase, straightforwardness, to the fullest. If it were Faker or others, they would have said something polite. But Li Mu didn't need to. Facing the people who had nearly ruined his career, it was already a sign of decency that he didn't proactively visit their manufacturer. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Hey, I have to say something. Li Mu quickly interjected. On the pinnacle of immortals, proud above the world with me, Li Mu SKT, is the heavens. As soon as he said that, the crowd erupted again. At 18, what's wrong with being a little cringy and shinibyu? And at that moment, the director had a brilliant idea. On the big screen, the LPL finals score flashed. 2-1. RNG was starting to make their move. Good. Seeing you work so hard makes me happy. His smile faded and a fierce battle intent flickered in Li Mu's pupils. Dear fans, I promise you, when that day comes, I will give it my all. I will never disgrace the face of LCK. As he said this, the youth even clenched his teeth. Whip hard. A spinning top is a spinning top, its destiny is to spin endlessly. That night at 10 o'clock, social media platforms exploded. Hot search top 4, the battle of the giants ends. Uzi finally wins the league championship. RNG advances to MSI with a 3-1 victory. Hot search top 3, Faker reclaims the throne, sweeping KZ 4-0 to reach the top. Hot search top 2, shocking. A certain actor accidentally cuts his arm while filming, but by the time he reaches the hospital, the wound has already healed. The first 3 entries each had millions of views. This is the charm of League of Legends and the purchasing power of the entertainment industry. And the next hot search #1 had nearly 100 million clicks. Hot search top 1, Li Mu, wrongfully accused 6 months ago, has returned with the ID whip. In an instant, esports fans from all corners flocked to the news. The hype was so immense that even fans from other circles came to join the fun. No one passes up free drama. He's coming, he's approaching with a whip. Though the wind rises, the royal clan never regrets. We were right. Whip is just a clown. Outrageous LPL. You actually kicked out such a talent. If you gave him to us in Dota, we'd worship him like an ancestor. No kidding, forget Dota, even QQ Speed couldn't refuse such a passionate youth. Whip, come to AG. Join forces with Teacher Ming and conquer the world. Looks are justice. What are those RNG guys? Apologize. Found them. I've had each RNG member's ID below. Sisters, let's strike like queens. The MSI hadn't even started yet, but the buzz had already exploded. The official forums even lagged as countless netizens flocked in. The commotion outside, however, did not affect Li Mu's current activities. Winning the championship meant rewards. In the esports hotel, 3 beauties before him displayed their talents. Black stockings, white stockings, flesh-tone stockings. Unbeatable to the touch. Office attire, sailor uniforms, JK outfits. A feast for the eyes. Of course, this refers to the game character skins. Li Jian and the others were never short of money, so their accounts were practically full of skins. The Korean server was different from the Chinese server. Less of a scam, so it didn't cost much in total. To be honest, KZ is nothing. I've got a hidden specialty, and it's time to show you. Oh, I'm all ears. Watch closely. Top lane Vel'Koz. Ultimate skill, Zaza. The LCK championship was not far from the start of MSI. To ensure Li Mu could focus on the upcoming matches, the club barely arranged any streaming tasks or commercial events. Leave those tedious matters to General Li. After spending 2 consecutive nights with Li Jian and the others, Li Mu had been staying at the base lately. He needed to maintain his form. Settling the score was the priority. Phew, I'm exhausted. Are you still in ranked? Bang and Wolf, after a long day, saw Li Mu still training hard and couldn't help but marvel. Not playing ranked. I'm in a 1v1 with someone. Bang was curious and leaned in to look. DWG Showmaker. Oh, I know him. The internet cafe team that just got promoted from the lower division. How did you end up playing with him? I think he's quite inspiring and plays well. That was the truth. Li Mu had always admired Showmaker. Him? Good. Haven't you played against him in the regular season? He got crushed mid by Xianghe, squirming like a worm. Nonsense. Brother Hio is not a worm. Li Mu shot a glare, but his words were one thing and the game was another. LeBlanc casually kicked Syndra to death, then quickly closed the match. Just then Koma and Faker walked in. Emergency notice. MSI will be postponed by 2 days due to a typhoon near the venue. Safety first. Hearing this, Limu couldn't help but sigh. According to the schedule, the officials had arranged SKT and RNG to play the first match of the group stage. The whole world was waiting. Seems like RNG really has some dog's luck. The typhoon bought them 2 more days. Then his tone shifted and Limu's eyes turned fierce. But it's only 2 days. I can wait. RNG official club typhoon. Postponed. Interesting. All RNG fans need not say more. When it comes to international matches, just trust the royal family. On the very night of the match postponement, the RNG official forum stepped in to stir the pot. This created another wave of traffic, misleading some viewers who were unaware of the full context into believing that RNG was the righteous party. In plain terms, RNG was taking a huge gamble. If they performed excellently in the upcoming MSI, they could gain a new batch of devotees on top of their existing GSL fanbase. But conversely, if anything went wrong, the very people who praised them now would be the ones to push them into the abyss. Did you see what they posted? I feel like it's a joke. There's a female host surnamed Zhou following along saying that our LCK has a special relationship with Riot Zhou. That person should be surnamed Du. The recent online commotion is hard to ignore even if one wanted to pretend not to see. Limu smiled and turned to look at Peanut. Peanut. Oh, so this guy came to visit the SKT club after being eliminated. Are you looking forward to it? Of course my hands are itching. So will winning really bring happiness? Not only happiness, but a damn 360-degree spiral explosion straight to heaven. Time flew by and a storm was brewing. Amid widespread anticipation, the 2018 MSI kicked off. Like previous years, it consisted of the play-in group stage, knockout stage, and the final. As the LCK was the top of the 4 major regions, they could skip the play-in. The group stage had 6 slots with 4 already confirmed. They were the 4 major regions: LCK SKT, LPL RNG, LCSTL, LEC FNC. The remaining 2 slots would be decided after the play-in. SKT never bothered studying these teams. The group stage format had 6 teams playing a double round-robin format of single matches. The top 4 advanced to the BO5 knockout stage. Ties would require tiebreakers. Of course, the first-place team could choose their semi-final opponent from the 3rd or 4th-place team. Usually the first would pick the weaker 4th, while the 2nd and 3rd naturally ended up in the other half. Remember, that's usually the case. Ho-ho, it's still the international stage. Look at this magnificent scene. Even during the play-in, the venue was packed. Limu couldn't help but marvel at the immense influence of League of Legends. Especially the 3D roar of the Ancient Dragon last year, which was voted one of the top 10 esports moments. Of course, back then Limu was sitting by the water cooler a far cry from now. That's right, MSI is called the Mini International Tournament. Oh, no team that makes it here is easy. Wolf explained. The mid-season invitational was a gathering of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, a fierce competition. Breaking through in such a group was unimaginably difficult. At that moment, the SKT players stood on the highest viewing platform overlooking the entire arena. Today is the last day of the play-in. We play the day after tomorrow. I know. I was excited before, but now that I'm actually here, my heart suddenly calmed. Limu's state was rare. A Faker had felt the same before. Every time he closed his eyes, the noise around him seemed to be muted. Hey, who's that over there? Following Blank's direction, Limu looked. The entire RNG team. They were also watching the matches. Not only that, but those guys had girlfriends with them. One moment touching hands, the next touching. Hey, why do those girls next to them all look the same? Bang truly didn't know. Limu smiled disdainfully. They come from the same master. How could they look different? What if they mix them up? If they mix them up, so what? They're brothers. They're all brothers. Worst case, they'll have a free-for-all, ha-ha. Limu's joke made Wolf and the others laugh. Even Faker, who always maintained his idol image, couldn't help but chuckle behind his back. Maybe they laughed too loudly. The RNG members turned their gaze over. Yo, isn't this Limu, the famous substitute top laner from S7? Long time no see, how nostalgic. Lemmy greeted with sarcasm, emphasizing the word substitute. Limu only lifted his eyelids, too lazy to respond. Keck out your tongue. Running to the LCK to latch on a Faker's thigh? You sure are shameless. Giving up your nationality. Classic nationality stripping. RNG from top to bottom all knew this trick. Limu still didn't react. He had entered a state of sage. His silent attitude, however, made Faker think Limu was being bullied. This time Lee Sang-hyuk stood in front of Limu. Xiao Mu is now my teammate. We're all riding on his coattails. Please show some respect. It was somewhat unexpected, as Faker usually never got involved in such disputes. This showed that Limu held a significant place in his heart. Hey Sang-hyuk, if a dog on the street bites you, can you bite it back? Forget it. Limu really didn't want to bother with these people, but seeing Lee Sang-hyuk stand up for him, he couldn't hold back anymore. These words made the RNG team bristle. The first to react was ZZ1Tai. I heard SKT got beaten by wildcards and scrims. How shameless. Hi, you're not even on the roster, or what are you barking about? Besides, what's the use of scrims? They're just playing along with you, right? Another critical hit. ZZ1Tai was struck at his sore spot. According to MSI rules, a team could only bring one substitute. The RNG coaching staff decisively chose Karsa, leaving ZZ One Tai as little more than a travel companion. He was even worse off than Limu last year. Keep pretending. We'll knock you down the day after tomorrow. Xiaohu chimed in. Just then Let Me pushed his girlfriend forward a step. Like introducing a product, he bragged openly. You SKT guys are all single, what's the use of winning championships? Do you have beauties to warm your beds? Lee Sang-hyuk, I'm not satisfied with the match in the bird's nest. Let's start over this year. If we simulated 100 matches we'd win at least 97. Uzi as the core of RNG finally opened fire. Hearing this bang was at a loss for words. If the exchange were between SKT and SSG, he would have nothing to say. But RNG, forget it. A lingering rival. Only when matches are back and forth can they be called rivals. Limu took a deep breath, his hands involuntarily rising. Take your woman back, she reeks of cosmetics. I'm allergic to flour. He shielded Faker behind him, then pulled out his phone. Comparing girlfriends, huh? I've never lost to anyone. Yes, come on up. I'll wait for you. Limu put down the phone, and soon 3 gracefully slender beauties approached. Li Jian, Park Ji-yun, and Kim Min-ae. They had come to bolster Limu's presence. Appa, what's wrong? Have a grape. Delicious. Little Mumu, why are you only eating hers? Mine are sweet too. I just bought them. I'll eat both, I'm not picky. And so the 3 top-tier beauties stood obediently beside Limu as naturally as water. Every gesture seemed to serve a sovereign, a chorus of 100 birds. Looking again, the RNG members' faces were a mess of blue and purple. Only Uzi was red. He was truly exceptional. Those ordinary vulgar women faced with such absolute disparity lowered their heads in shame. An internet celebrity can only be an internet celebrity. They are not on the same level as a superstar. Let Me hadn't expected that his earlier actions were entirely self-inflicted. The rumors were true. Limu's girlfriends were each more breathtakingly beautiful than the last. You should thank me, Injuanza. Otherwise, with your qualifications, how could you ever have IU standing before you? Bullshit. Esports is about strength. Let Me wanted to leave. He realized he couldn't gain any advantage. He couldn't fight, he couldn't argue, and he had fewer girlfriends. He had lost completely. Strength is indeed the most important, but you don't have it either. I do. You have nothing. You only play that damn goat every day? Once it's banned in BP, aren't you finished? Don't ban it if you have the guts. Fine. The day after tomorrow I'll let it through. If you dare pick it. Slap. Let Me rejoiced. You said it, don't touch my goat. If you're still a man of the Dragon Kingdom, keep your word. Of course I won't let you suffer either. I won't touch your Yasuo. Upon hearing this, Faker's expression shifted slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Limu nodded at him. Clearly everything was under control. Alright, since we finally met, don't act like mortal enemies. Looking forward to our match the day after tomorrow. Ming was still the nice guy. And just as Let Me turned around, a group of tall European and American men jogged over. They ignored the RNG team, bumping shoulders and even dazing MLXG. Limu looked closely. It was FNC's Bwipo and Broxa, the top jungle duo. Hey, Faker, let's take a photo. Count me in. I'm your fan. Everyone present seemed to forget that Faker was the protagonist of League of Legends. See, anyone paying attention to you. Get lost. Fine. Limu, just you wait. Oh wait, I misspoke. Limu chuckled, then corrected himself. You're not getting lost, you should be rolling, Limu. Who knows how it happened, but these 2 days passed incredibly fast. After the qualifying list was announced, the group stage arrived quickly. SKT, RNG, FNCTL plus FW, and EVS, who had advanced from the play-in stage. 6 teams ready to go. As expected, the first match of the group stage was immensely popular. RNG versus SKT. The pre-match hype had reached its peak, and everyone was waiting for a reckoning. Would RNG execute the traitor, or would Limu be completely vindicated? Everything would be revealed after this match. Today's commentary team was quite luxurious. For the LPL, it was Guan Ziyuan, Miller, and G-Day. And for the LCK, the Roaring Emperor was still the main commentator. Moreover, various second-stream commentators and well-known overseas streamers had come to the venue. This match was the center of attention. As the players from both sides officially entered, the climax was about to begin. My god, I thought you had the most fans in the LCK, but it turns out the World Championship is your stage. When Faker entered, the cheers rang through the sky. The face of the League of Legends #1. Just lucky I managed to win everyone's favor. Nah, you're showing off, you melon head. You need to step up today. This match is very important to me. Limu said seriously. Don't worry, I've already closed my eyes. The first game's BP began. Blue side RNG. Red side SKT. Left side banned Yasuo, Callista, Camille. Right side banned Kaisa, Rock, and Karma. The bans were quite well researched. They had definitely prepared many tactical systems before the match. RNG had managed to win the championship by going through the lower bracket because Uzi was in a very hot state during this phase. With Kaisa in his left hand and Xayah in his right, he could carry almost every game. But in this game, banning Kaisa and Rockin, leaving only one Xayah, would make Uzi very uncomfortable. Wait, why isn't Galio banned again? G-Day's scalp went numb, especially seeing the ID Faker. He had been at the scene for that match last year, and the suffocating despair from that time still hadn't dissipated. It's okay, Let Me's Ornn is also open. I think it's acceptable. The world's best goat, as long as he gets it, he can definitely withstand the pressure from Whip. Guan Ziyuan had barely finished speaking when Let Me locked it in, as if afraid it would disappear the next second. Wasn't choosing blue side precisely to grab the champion. I didn't expect that kid to actually not ban Ornn. Sorry, but all's fair in war. I definitely won't let your Yasuo through. Let Me had a petty look, as if the BP had already given him an advantage. In our pre-match simulations, if you can withstand the top lane pressure, this game is at least half won. Don't worry, I've never lost with my Ornn. With that, SKT's first two picks were decisively Jarvan 4 and Galio. In any patch, these two champions together form a reliable combo. Still daring to pick Galio? His tankiness has been nerfed. What is SKT pretending to be? Xiaohu seemed to recall some unpleasant memories from last year. He was agitated, so RNG locked in Ryze and Xayah. SKT calmly brought out Varus. Remember, your Varus should go for a poke build with the Comet Keystone. As long as you don't make mistakes, Xayah will have a rough time early on. Limu kept reminding. In this patch, Varus was still more inclined toward on-hit effects. I know, I'll give it my all. With that, the two sides entered the second round of bans. Blue side banned Gnar and Gangplank. Red side banned Alistar and Braum. Wow. 5 top lane bans. Let Me is a bit wary. This isn't just a bid, it's clearly targeted. Logically, Jide and the other two would naturally lean toward RNG. But in the commentator circle, they had privately agreed that for matches involving Limu, they should be more balanced. He was a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, and maybe he might even return someday. So they leaned a bit left then a bit right, and ended up being somewhat neutral. We have engage, we have poke. Is there anything missing? AP. Galio can build it. I believe in you, Xianghe. I think your Galio with a death cap would still be unstoppable. Limu looked at his mid laner, which made Lee Sang-hyuk a bit embarrassed. Am I really that good? Trust me, just build the death cap. You'll be invincible. What about you? What champion will you pick to break through Ornn? I know your personality. There's no way you'll pick a tank today. Faced with the question, Limu already had a choice in mind. Ornn was a tier 0 top laner in this patch, tanky high damage, and could give items to teammates in the late game. To break through Ornn's defense, he needed true damage. Unconsciously, Limu's gaze shifted to the RNG team area. His eyes swept around until they landed on Uzi. A wicked person needs a wicked grinding stone. Only magic can defeat magic. Wait. SKT flashed a rumble. What does that mean? Red temperature. Top lane Mecha Poppy. In truth, the casters understood perfectly well, they just didn't want to say it outright. The audience knew it too, but they dared to speak. Showing rumble is just a taunt, isn't it? What the casters dare not say, I'll say it. How uncouth. Is there any need for such passive-aggressive behavior? Whip is a top laner just showing rumble. Why all the fuss? Royal fans are indeed so sensitive. Damn tadpoles. Subject 4. I'm going to blow up with you. Surprisingly, the rumble was not locked in. No rush, take your time, Shamo. I'll lock Thresh, Wolf nodded. Varus has no mobility, so Thresh is a decent support choice. Thus RNG locked in Morgana and Olaf. Both were signature picks for Ming and MLXG. As the blue side's lineup was revealed, the RNG fans in the audience erupted in cheers. So the pressure is on Whip. What will he choose for his counter pick? To be honest, Let Me is in scorching form. His Ornn seems capable of handling everything. Miller was flattering, pure flattery. If Ornn could truly handle everything, why had they banned 5 of Limu's favorite champions in a row? I suggest Kennen. Kennen in team fights. Guan Ziyuan was about to ramble when the final counter pick on the right side was confirmed. It was chosen quickly, almost an instant lock. It was a woman with red glasses holding a cross-shaped crossbow, a cape draped over her shoulders, looking very cool. But in her lore, she was nothing but a filthy fool. Let us hunt those who have fallen into darkness. The Night Hunter Vayne had entered the game. Whoosh. The moment she was selected, time seemed to stand still. Then the entire venue erupted. Damn. Rumble was a fake. Vayne was the real trump card. What does Whip think he's doing? Koma's draft is like a damn roller coaster. Good thing I stayed up all night. This pick is just too explosive. Awesome. Love it. Absurd. Did you submit your application? Oh great God, it's time for divine punishment. Damn it. I actually liked Whip as a player, but picking Vayne right in front of Uzi. Now I love him even more. Fight it out, throw all your cards on the table. Then G2 can sit back and watch the Tigers battle. Hey, we didn't make it this year. Oh my God. Is this right? Top lane Vayne. I've never seen that before. Miller glanced at the LCK stream's chat. Good heavens. The screen was flooded with game over. What kind of skill level makes the outcome known the moment the champion is selected? Director me, you don't watch LCK much. I follow it more closely. The first time Whip joined SKT, he picked top lane Kalista and crushed Smeb. Just saying, his AD mechanics are absolutely world-class. Guan Ziyuan recounted as if counting treasures, and a hint of anticipation flickered within him. Let Me's Ornn, Uzi's Xayah, Limu's Vayne, and Faker's Galio. It was all there. With that, the final lineups for both sides in this game were as follows. Blue side RNG top, Ornn jungle Olaf, mid Ryze bot Xayah Morgana. Red side SKT top, Vayne jungle Jarvan, 4 mid, Galio bot Varus Thresh. Analyzing from the paper lineup. What's there to analyze? Screw it. Fans on both sides were already itching with anticipation. RNG go go go. Purge the house. Come on Whip. Take back what's rightfully yours. Faker. 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 TSM is number one. Amid the fans' cheers, the first round of the group stage officially began. Damn, I can't hold top lane, Yin Juanza said. His right eyelid had been twitching since last night, as if a vast shadow loomed ahead. Didn't you say Ornn means a guaranteed win? Trust yourself. That's under normal circumstances. What if the opponent is on the same level as Uzi? Are you belittling me? I'm the world's best Vayne. Uzi chewed gum, full of disdain. Who still plays Vayne, a bottom-tier champion? In this patch, only Kai'Sa and Xayah are the correct picks. At least from the play-in stage, Uzi's understanding was correct. Just then the personal camera feeds of Let Me and Li Mu appeared side by side on the big screen. Coincidentally, both top laners' hands were trembling involuntarily before the duel. One from fear, the other from excitement. Let me, damn it. They really treat me like a spinning top. Li Mu, bloody hell. Finally got you. Click the record button on the left to start recording this match. The sweet female voice pack of the Chinese client rang out, calming Li Mu's mind. Should we go for a level 1 fight? We can try. I've taken a good position here. You can bait them. Faker took an unconventional path, using his masterful vision control to find an extremely tricky spot. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponents would give them an opening. They'll definitely slip up because I'm here. Li Mu knew the RNG members too well. They would hold a grudge over the smallest thing. And that was exactly why Vayne joined the level 1 fight. All she had to do was show the SKT emblem. Bang. Someone couldn't hold back. Ming hid in the fog of war, planning to flash and cue the seemingly absent-minded Li Mu. Heck, clown. The situation turned instantly. Vayne only needed to instantly learn Q and use it, trying to outplay Li Mu in reflexes. Sure, Sinming was overreaching. Morgana's binding missed by a hair. The skill's projectile was slow anyway. Reacting to it was normal, especially since it was Li Mu. Turn on them. Bang. Without Faker's reminder, the two-time champion support Wolf moved forward instantly. Thresh flash, stunned 2 people. Not only that, but Faker also dropped the act. Galio learned W at level 1 and entered the fight with lightning speed. W flash. This mechanic hadn't been removed in this patch. One of the most unstoppable engage tools in all of League of Legends. Taunted all 5. RNG is doomed. What did I say? What did I say? Why didn't they ban Galio? In an instant, the entire venue erupted once more. From the spectators' perspective, Faker's position was absolutely filthy. Combined with Li Mu drawing the bulk of the opponent's attention, it gave Faker the perfect opportunity to enter. However, not everyone could seize such a moment. Some cowards would never pull off a play like this in their entire lives. Taking W at level 1 on Galio required immense courage. And Faker was never afraid of taking the blame. First blood. Vayne's pressed the attack procced, and Varus drew his bow. The first blood belonged to Li Mu. Morgana had no flash and was doomed to die. So Bang deliberately pressed S to cancel his auto attack, giving the kill. The sacrifice of the AD carry. Junsik, I won't let you down. Spare the talk, keep chasing. The two sides ended up with a 1-for-3 trade, with Wolf sacrificing himself to keep 2 more opponents. Passion. So much passion. All 10 players used their flash. This is the kind of high-intensity match I've never cast before. Holy shit. 10 flashes. Just how deep is this grudge? And what is that Galio trying to do? It's just a group stage match. Does it need to be this intense? In the Maoya live stream, a streamer with a flower pot behind him stared in disbelief. Crystal, a man who bore a striking resemblance to the villain Xie Jian, was speechless. In all his years as a professional player, this was the first time he had witnessed such an outrageous level 1 team fight. No one made a clear mistake. Sure, Sinming's flash Q from the fog of war was merely dodged by Li Mu at the last moment. Both sides were in top form. This is insane. I knew it'd be exciting, but I didn't expect it to start this hot. I think it's fine. As long as Uzi gets the kill, RNG won't lose. The person on voice chat was Amazing J. Really? Vayne got 2 kills, including first blood. Not a loss. Kills without neutral objectives are dry. If you don't understand the game, don't blame me. Otherwise you wouldn't be sitting behind a flower pot. Screw you. But I want to see how much of Uzi's skill this whip actually has. The scene shifted to the main perspective. The director was too considerate, immediately cutting to the top lane. The first thing Vayne did after recalling was buy a pair of boots, a long sword, and a health potion. When the minions gathered, it was the day Ornn went to prison. Hey, it feels like Whip's Vayne lacks pressure. Why isn't he using his champion advantage to bully Ornn? Myler didn't understand. Li Mu had actually let Ornn enter the experience range. Let Me had learned Q at level 1. He couldn't serve the team like Faker. Whip's behavior is strange. He's body blocking his own low health minions. Oh no, Let Me fell for it. Even though he used Q to last hit 2 front minions that actually pushed the wave. Whip is setting a trap. He understands wave management so well. Guan Ziyuan saw through it clearly. No wonder something fell off earlier. Based on that top lane Kalista performance, Li Mu possessed world-class oppressive power. Turns out Li Mu was baiting Let Me. The moment Ornn used Q to disrupt the wave balance, the top lane landing phase of this match was already over. Truly not as smart as Smeb. How dare you use Q to last hit that minion? Then from now on you just spin like a top. The moment his plan succeeded, Li Mu immediately turned hostile. Leveraging his range and Q advantage, Vayne swiftly unleashed his overwhelming dominance. A little nobody in the lore, but a god among men in the game. In the view, Let Me was being forced back step by step. Yet he desperately wanted to soak experience, so Ornn wavered forward and back, pulling and stretching. His left and right brain were at war. In this hesitation, Let Me truly spun like a top. But as he spun, his health bar dwindled. Maybe some casual viewers don't know. These two top lane champions are called the top and the whip. Yet one's willing to whip the other to take it. Unfair. When has our Let Me ever suffered such torment? BYD whip. He's insulting the soul of top laners. So what? If you're so good, pick Caitlyn. Can't play her. Then shut up. Unplayable. This was a landing phase with no solution at all. Especially when Li Mu was the one piloting with an item advantage and playing at 100 capacity. After 2 waves, Ornn couldn't touch a single minion afterward. When Vayne learned his W skill, his damage output surged to another level. In all of League of Legends, Vayne is the only champion without any AoE damage or ability effects. Instead, she possesses percentage max health true damage. In simple terms, all tanks are mere illusions before Vayne, let alone this underdeveloped goat before her. No, I can't play like this. You have to come gank, I don't have TP. After the level 1 fight, both Ornn and Vayne had teleported back to lane simultaneously. That meant Let Me had no margin for error. If Malaxiangwa didn't come soon, the top lane would disconnect in under 3 minutes. Is it that bad? Let me come. Coincidentally, Malaxiangwa never liked farming jungle anyway, so he went for it. Back in RNG, he had a hot temper. No one dared to talk back except Uzi. Li Mu was an exception. Back then the kid didn't know how to read the room. So Malaxiangwa had long been annoyed with him. Here I come. Olaf's gank. Can he dodge the first axe? That's crucial. Why is Vayne rolling forward? The next second, Myler understood everything. Vayne had reached level 3. The massive experience gap, along with the assists and kills from the level 1 fight, prevented Let Me from warning his jungler. No wonder he rolled forward. He was adjusting the angle. E-ability silver bolts fired. A powerful force erupted and Malaxiangwa was pinned to the wall. Help me. Can't help you, bro. I want to last hit minions. Let Me was starving. He just wanted to farm a minion. What crime was that? But the price was Malaxiangwa's head. With movement speed boost and Olaf without ULT couldn't escape. God damn it. I'm never coming top again. Malaxiangwa cursed like a sailor. No wonder they called him La Xiang. SKTT1 whip is killing spree. In just 3 minutes, Li Mu was already on a killing spree. This made Uzi frown deeply, his heart racing involuntarily. No one understood the terror of a fed Vayne better than him. Don't feed, okay? Same as always. Wait for my 3 items. In theory I trust you, but I don't know if I can hold on. After dealing with Olaf, Li Mu returned to lane to continue his harassment. Blank also arrived smelling blood. No need to say more, I'll tank. Jarvan forced an engage, and Vayne followed up with damage. Let Me's health was already low, he died. Ruin. 2 versus 1, and they still lost 1. If I were that Ornn, I'd have already left. This Vayne's mechanics are really good. He hits the 3-ring every time. His skill level is no lower than Uzi's. Can you even compare? Anyone who watched the LCK playoffs knows that Whip's top lane pressure is in a league of its own. If you're already hyping him up, have you ever seen the Shy at his peak? The GOAT. He should be the world's best top laner. Oh right, why isn't he at MSI? For real. First time watching Whip play, he's this good. Why did RNG kick him out? Forget the Royal Club badge, I'm a 10-year SKT fan. The top side was crushed, and the mid lane wasn't faring well either. Xiaohu's rise was struggling immensely. Despite being ranged, he found himself completely unable to seize lane priority. This guy told you to ban fewer top laners. I can't deal with this Galio. You can't deal with him again. You said the same thing last year. And no, last year it was Oriana, Rise, LeBlanc, Talia, Cassiopeia. What does Galio have to do with it? From the conversation between Xiaohu and Ming, it was clear that last year's Team BP was tied to General Hu. As for the real inside story, RNG fans would only blame Li Mu. He hadn't even played a single match, yet he took all the blame. No wonder Li Mu was so ruthless. I can't do it anymore. I've recalled 5 times in 5 minutes. Help. Let Me's voice was tinged with tears. He really didn't want to lose to Li Mu. Now Yanjuan's only hope rested on Uzi in the bot lane. But when he pressed tab, Let Me's world collapsed. His carry was trailing by over a dozen CS. Against a poke, Varasaya had almost no room to retaliate. Moreover, Morgana's Q was extremely unreliable. With Bang and Wolf's positioning, it was nearly impossible to land. In other words, a red-hot Uzi had met his nemesis. Thus RNG was losing in all 3 lanes. Why aren't you farming? Is it that you're naturally averse to scaling? Yanjuan's a shout. When Li Mu had secured an overwhelming advantage, he dropped all pretense and revealed his true colors. The young man began to yell at the top of his lungs. An esports veteran once remarked, soundproof booths and noise-canceling headphones are truly unnecessary. In offline matches, what matters is raw passion. Meanwhile, Li Mu's fervent display ignited the morale of his SKT teammates, sending their spirits soaring. Come, grab the red buff. Blank, throwing caution to the wind, offered his second red buff in the jungle directly to Li Mu. Holy cow, black-yellow, if you're playing like this, then you truly understand League of Legends. Just tell me, who's on your hit list, boss? Let's go for that top laner. He was rambling nonsense in the stands the other day. Ooh, I've had enough of him. Alright, before this red buff expires, if I don't secure a solo kill, I'll stand at attention on the highway. After issuing such a bold declaration, Li Mu entered his peak state. Swish. A level 6 Vayne, her combat prowess surging once more. However, securing the final kill wouldn't be possible through a simple tower dive. Let Me was notoriously timid, always clinging to the comfort of his turret. You like hiding in your shell? I'll drag you out by the head. On the screen, Li Mu's exquisite kiting was on full display. The so-called number one on the heavenly leaderboard possessed far more than just a vast champion pool and mechanical skill. Wow, this Vayne is kiting the turret itself. Every auto attack is perfectly timed between the turret's attack intervals. Remember, the red buff's burn damage is ticking. The attention to detail is immaculate. Whip sheer pressure is unlike anything I've ever witnessed. Guan Ziyuan, dropping his neutrality, found himself genuinely drawn to Li Mu's personal playstyle. The monotonous sight of Xiao versus Ornn had grown utterly tiresome. A non-conventional top laner brings a refreshing novelty to the top lane. In contrast, Miller remained conspicuously silent. This man was a fervent LPL loyalist, having even dreamed the previous night of RNG kicking SKT to the curb. Good. His health is low enough time to stop spinning. The ultimate moment had arrived. Vayne officially entered her hunting state. Let Me attempted to escape using his E ability, but the powerful impact of the crossbow bolt interrupted Ornn's displacement. Where do you think you're running? My priority is above yours. As Ornn was pinned to the turret, Let Me could only resign himself to his fate, wearing a mask of anguish. The demigod of the Freljord had fallen. Solo killed. In that instant, Li Mu abruptly rose from his seat. He did nothing but stare intently at the RNG members. Interrupting, Let Me was completely outplayed. It's only going to get harder from here. Why did he stand up? Without saying a word, is this a silent mockery? Honestly, it looks quite impressive. The aura is there, I like it. Haha, the referee was about to come over, but he sat back down. Interesting, truly interesting. I'm starting to like this kid. Damn it. I'm so annoyed. Why did he stand up? To mock me. Let Me was at a loss for words, wishing he could just vanish into the floor. When he tried to grab his water bottle to mask his embarrassment, he found his aim shaky. His hand was trembling. The frequency was quickly rivaling his mouse-spinning habit. Uzi, my savior, I beg you, come save me. Stop yelling. I'm struggling down here too. Uzi was encountering the Comet Varus build for the first time, having slightly underestimated Bang's prowess. In last season's meta, Varus was predominantly an on-hit attack carry-off and serving as the centerpiece of a protect the DC composition. But today Bang presented him with a difficult puzzle. MLXG, come down, we need help. On my way. I don't dare touch that Vayne lane, he's on his own. MLXG had completely abandoned the top lane this game, placing all his hopes of breaking the deadlock on Uzi. MLXG played it smart, silently weaving through the river wards. But it was futile. As RNG prepared to strike, a righteous stone statue descended from the heavens. Boom. Justice prevails, evil retreats. Simultaneously, Li Mu immediately used his freshly reset teleport. What was supposed to be a 3v2 gank for RNG suddenly turned into a precarious 4v3 counter-engagement. Wow. It's Faker's Galio again. Not only did he protect Bang in the nick of time, but he also initiated the team fight. Morgana's shield goes to Xayah. Uzi is getting away. Uzi abandoned his teammates without a second thought, and RNG lost their jungler and support in that exchange. The red team has destroyed the first turret. The bottom lane tier 1 turret was lost, and SKT pressed their advantage using perfectly managed ways to push down the tier 2 turret as well. The gold lead widened instantly. Then Li Mu stood up again. Oh my god, he's standing up again. Is this the legendary standing god? The posture might be a bit awkward, but there's a real sense of pressure. RNG is doomed to complete collapse. What is Xiao doing? Playing Rise and not helping his team. Go look at the bottom lane. I told you to ban Galio, why don't you learn? Remember that year when the Colossus blocked out the sky? He'll slap you awake from your dreams. What's there to fear? Uzi hasn't died once, why do you think they'll lose? The viewership for this match was skyrocketing. It was only a group stage game, yet its popularity had already surpassed the grand finals of 99 of esports titles worldwide. This is League of Legends. While not exactly a national pastime, it had become the most phenomenal game of the early 21st century. Inside the SKT voice chat. Beautiful. Faker, your Galio provides such a sense of security. If you could have picked him in last year's finals, maybe we would have had a chance. Bang's voice trailed off as the memory of the Bird's Nest defeat, where the entire team was outclassed, resurfaced. SSG played as if they were on something, every single player unleashing their potential. There was nothing to say how a loss was a loss. Faker, however, only paused for a mere second before returning to his composed demeanor. As always, last year's scar was far from healed. Guys, listen up. We must keep the mid lane pushed in. Blanco, secure the Rift Herald, but don't release it immediately. Wait for my signal. Okay. Limu began to issue commands. Faker offered no resistance, willingly relinquishing the shot-calling duties. I get what you mean. No, you don't. I'm going to hit them with something big. Pressing the tab key, Limu's pupils flickered with the fire of excitement. He had already claimed the blood of Let Me Ming and MLXG. Just 2 more. He had to find a chance to take them down. Alright, I don't need to understand your plan. I'll just follow your lead. I'll go secure a dragon. What do you need that for? Invade their jungle instead. That MLXG doesn't like to farm anyway, so help him clear it out. Oh, there's such a perk. Blank's smile stretched from ear to ear. According to LCK Spring Split statistics, Blank's metrics were mostly at the bottom. In short, he had rarely invaded the enemy jungle successfully, often finding himself pinned at his own base. But today Limu had gifted him a grand present, an entire juicy jungle to feast on. Save some for me too. I'll deal the damage anyway. Bang chimed in. From the spectator's perspective, the entire map was blanketed in SKT's red wards, an overwhelming sight. Limu glanced at the timer in the top right corner. Just past the 12-minute mark, it was time to accelerate the pace. Both teams entered the lane swap phase, but every move RNG made was purely reactive, including Xiaohu's split pushing in the bottom lane, with Rise handling a terrible wave. Interesting. You see me coming, and you're still not running. You have already sealed your death warrant. Just as I was worried about having no chance, you delivered yourself to me, didn't you? With the advantage of vision, Limu concealed himself within the fog of war. At this moment, Vayne's equipment was exceptionally luxurious. A pair of Tier 2 boots paired with a blade of the Ruined King. And a quicksilver sash that should not have appeared at this stage of the game. And anyone who has played Vayne knows that she is quite weak in the early game. But once she acquires the blade of the Ruined King, the entire hero's power curve skyrockets exponentially. What's done is done. Facing the RNG crew, Limu wasted no words. He unleashed his ultimate the moment he met them, and a background BGM from Qi Xiaodian seemed to ring in his ears. He's making a move. This whip doesn't even glance at the minion wave. He's coming straight for Xiao. But Rise has a shield and speed boost, and he also has flash and ultimate. Is whip being a bit reckless? I don't know how Xiaohu could die. Guan Ziyuan commented with a tone of skepticism. Upon hearing this, Milu felt his heart finally drop. In the scene, Vayne initiated with the blade of the Ruined King. The massive slow reduced Rise's movement speed to a freezing point. Xiaohu couldn't escape immediately, so he tried to trigger his phase rush with a combo. But he miscalculated. Vayne's continuous rolls made it impossible for him to find a target. The Q skill during final hour allows Vayne to briefly become invisible. Damn, I can't Q him. Xiaohu was extremely anxious, then frantically pressed the W key. In this version, Rise's single W can trigger the root effect. No matter how much Vayne rolled, she would eventually have to show herself. Rune Prison Descent. Xiaohu rejoiced, but the next second his smile froze. Quicksilver Sash Instant Cleanse. So fast that the root's animation couldn't even be seen. Holy crap. Heck. Xiaohu's first reaction was that Limu was using a script, but he quickly dismissed that thought. If Limu were, he wouldn't have been able to come out from the LCK. What to do? What to do? All of Huzi's maneuvers have been nullified. He still has flash and ultimate. How can he escape from this demon Vayne? New viewers might find it hard to accept. A mere scrub was chasing the world's rune mage and beating him up. But at this critical moment, Xiaohu gave his own answer. At this moment, it was the tail end of spring, and Huzi's power had not yet fully dissipated. He was clever. First, he flashed over the wall to block vision, then immediately activated his ultimate to escape. This was the perfect solution from the god's perspective. However, Limu's Vayne could shoot through God. It's like a tadpole tattooing a frog. You're showing off nothing. Buzz. A blue trinket ward was precisely placed over the wall, as if Limu had anticipated all of Xiaohu's escape methods. In the blink of an eye, he locked on with E, simultaneously pulled the mouse in the opposite direction and cast flash. A wall bouncing E flash. A 180-degree fatal interruption. The realm warp dissipated, the runic power faded. As if space had been swapped, Rise was ultimately pinned to the wall. Li Yuanhao down. SKT whip is unstoppable. With the kill secured, Li Mu naturally stood up. The referee was too lazy to step forward, so this guy did nothing but stare quietly at the opponent. The distance was extremely far. It was impossible to see the screen. So they just let him be. Holy crap. That E-flash was really difficult, wasn't it? If he was a second slower, that Rise would have flown away. Such terrifying proficiency. I feel like his Vayne is even better than Uzi. How dare you? God's punishment warning. Nationality warning. Nationality warning. To be fair, is Whip actively chasing down RNG members, so the next target is curry crossover is very Yoshi-eye. Sorry, wrong scene. Barrage comments kept pouring in so dense that they seriously affected the viewing experience. Quick. Time waits for no one. Release the Rift Herald. After Limu sat back down, the SKT players immediately gathered. The kill had just occurred in the bot lane, so they could use the Herald to attack the enemy's inhibitor turret. Mala Xiangua and Let Me tried to come and stop them, but were driven back by Faker and Bang. Bro, how is his Galio dealing so much damage? Holy crap. Mijai's Soul Stealer. League of Legends designers, please do something about this. As for the big hat, it can be put aside for now, but the Soul Stealer can easily be upgraded from a Dark Seal. Limu didn't treat the opponent as human, so Faker's choice was unquestionably one. The overwhelming AP damage directly deterred the RNG members who wanted to defend. Boom. With the Herald's headbutt, the inhibitor turret collapsed. Let Me couldn't take it anymore and wanted to use his ultimate to clear the minions. But at this moment Wolf made a surprise attack, hooking Ornn and preventing the Ram from using its second charge. Of course, in front of Vayne, Let Me couldn't escape. Thus Yen Juan's flurry of operations was fierce as a tiger, but his top lane score was 0-5. As for the overall kill ratio, if Uzi had not secured a kill in the level 1 team fight, they would likely still be down a series. Push, push, keep pushing. Don't give the enemy a chance to catch their breath. Xiaohei, move up a bit, don't let the Rift Herald take damage. Limu's words made the entire SKT roster feel his ambition. This was the rhythm of ending the game in one push. At this moment, the RNG team chat. Xiao, go come back, quickly stop eating the top lane wave, our base is about to fall. At this moment, the entire blue team's hopes still rested on Uzi. Opening the tab, Qixia's last hits were actually first in the entire match. This is the farming ability of the world's #1 AD, at least in this game. Bang won't compete with you. What's going on? I don't even have 2 items, yet how did they all reach the inhibitor turrets? Uzi's expression changed, and he immediately recalled to base. Coincidentally, Xia was near a ward and Faker clearly had something in mind. No, let him come back, a family should be complete. Copy. Moi. Shanghai, your Chinese has improved so fast you can even speak dialects, but you should learn less from that place's dialect, it's quite suggestive. Limu made a humorous joke, then immediately became serious again. We still need to be careful, for some reason Xia's farm has caught up again. It's fine, let's stack 2 waves of minions, and I'll tell you a story. Limu pushed the lane while speaking, leading his teammates in a massive advance. At this moment, Ornn was still at the fountain and Morgana was useless in a losing game. The freshly revived Ryze and Super Soldier Olaf huddled shivering under the lone remaining inhibitor turret. What story? One day a young man encountered a master in a secluded monastery and asked, Master, is Bei Junsuk qualified to hold the title of world's #1 AD? So is he. Bang showed anticipation. The master said yes. The moment Limu finished speaking, Bang smiled happily. Come on, that's the #1 throne in the world. Who could refuse it? Of course, in Bang's eyes, Uzi was no longer a rival. The truly formidable enemy was called ruler. My story isn't finished yet. After receiving the answer, the young man continued to ask, Master, then is Uzi qualified? The master also qualified. Either way, the profoundness of Chinese culture is truly vast. We still have much to learn. Faker, who always maintained his idol image, couldn't help but chuckle in front of the camera. That laugh was everything. Of Faker's female fans went wild. The LCK commentators too were mostly in a state of jubilation, waving their arms and dancing. Support sticks waved back and forth, various signs held high. This one is a sure win. 14 minutes, and we've already reached their inhib towers. What a thrill, you think? Whip has been waiting for this day for so long. What was since last year's defeat at the Bird's Nest? Our Sanghyuk hasn't smiled once. Is he finally going to break free from his inner demons? The one who tied the bell must untie it. Only by facing the person directly can one truly overcome the inner demon. Don't mention that unlucky team. They only won because of the patch's favor. I don't recognize it. First take down RNG. The scene shifted to RNG's base. In stark contrast to the frenzied LCK fans, the LPL fan section was dead silent, like a library. They all knew that this game was most likely lost. The only reason they clung to hope was that Uzi was still alive on the field. Xayah had lifestealed a significant amount, and surprisingly her items were the most luxurious on the entire map. Of course, this was also because the SKT players hadn't recalled for nearly 2 minutes, and had a huge amount of gold in their pockets. There's a chance. They're showing off, trying to farm records on us. The item gap isn't that big, we can fight. As long as we survive this round, turning the tables is not impossible. Uzi began to direct, waiting for the Morgana's shield. Can we really fight? Let Me muttered quietly. By now, Ornn had only farmed about 60 CS, a level comparable to a bronze game. He didn't have a single completed item, just a bunch of random pieces. And against a Vayne, no item was effective anyway. Stop muttering, charge forward. They're already attacking our last inhibitor tower. I don't have my ultimate. Charge even without it. You are the tower. Uzi started to pressure, and Let Me steeled himself to move forward. But he couldn't last 2 seconds. The full health Ornn was instantly melted. Item disparity. Uzi's analysis was correct on the surface, but he overlooked a crucial factor, level difference. Limu held nearly a 100 kill participation rate, and his experience was the highest on the map. Compared to Ming's level 7, Limu was leading by a full. Morgana was only level 7 at 15 minutes. Sure, Sinming, seemed to be controlling his level. Alright, had enough fun. Time to end this. Come on boys, let's go. As the super minion wave flooded into RNG's base, SKT's final assault began. Wolf charged and first, followed closely by Blank. Jarvan 4 used his EQ combo to engage and Faker cast his ultimate. The perfect combo instantly melted Xiaohu and Ming. Meanwhile, Uzi, protected by the magic shield, looked eager to strike. RNG had no retreat, they had to go all out. Now let's focus on the casters Miller and Remember. What do you say? Can Xayah save the world? Uzi appears on Bang's flank, putting immense pressure on Varus. Xayah flashes in. Miller's eyes lit up and Remember immediately followed. Uzi throws caution to the wind. Uzi flashes forward. Xayah keeps outputting. Can the scattered feathers become a turning point? The casters screamed at the top of their lungs, placing their hopes on Uzi just like the rest of RNG. This man had been injured during the spring split, but he made a king's return mid-season. He had already achieved the miracle of a 1-4 run to the championship. Creating another impossibility shouldn't be a problem. But Miller and Remember never considered that SKT2 had won the championship with a 1-4 run. And it was a reverse sweep clean sheet. The quality and intensity of the LCK League had always been a notch above the LPL. Audience, can you lend your energy to RNG? Uzi keeps outputting, but Faker's Galio is so tanky. Like a wall blocking the way. Without 3 items Xayah can't get through. At the critical moment, Limu made his move. His ultimate had just come off cooldown and the final hour began again. The cunning hunter slipped into the shadows, his silver crossbow bolts precisely aimed at the enemy's throat. 3 rings pop. Opt. Xiaogo is down. That true damage triple ring is too painful. Xayah was burned to death by the red buff in midair. The farce truly ended. The 200-pound rain of feathers scattered everywhere. SKT Whip is legendary. Thus Limu completed the harvest of Uzi. All 5 members of RNG had fallen to this vein in one order or another. Ace. 0 for 5. RNG couldn't even trade a single kill. The blue team's kill count was frozen at the number 1. From a certain perspective, this one was more humiliating than 0. Time stopped, the image froze. 15 minutes and 56 seconds. The fastest speedrun record was born. 1,556. Shameless. Geneva. Refund. What they got pushed down by SKT just like that. Whip didn't lie, he really is a whip. To be fair, this game duration doesn't belong to League of Legends, it belongs to Honor of Kings. What a sin. RNG is truly sinful. Why did they kick out Whip? He was their weapon against the LCK. Vayne is a treacherous bastard. Defying Uzi like this, isn't she afraid the designers will delete her? Oh, by your logic, the Vayne championship skin must have Uzi's name on it. For a moment, the entire venue erupted. Thunderous cheers filled every corner of the arena. Whip, 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 Faker, Faker, Faker. Undoubtedly, everyone was chanting the name of the victors. In the camera shot, Limu revealed the most genuine, heartfelt smile. Awesome, brothers. Thank you. We gave it our all, not a single mistake. As they high-fived each other, Limu's nose even felt a bit sour. He had never felt this way even when he lifted the trophy in the LCK. Revenge was sweet, and it felt amazing. Well played. This Vayne strategy to break the deadlock was brilliant. Xiaomu, don't cry, said Faker, applauding sincerely. As the player with the best macro sense in League of Legends, he knew the immense pressure of picking Vayne against the meta. But Limu did it single-handedly, dismantling the Ornn and breaking the enemy's jungle synergy system. RNG's top side was paralyzed and Bang on the bottom lane was very reliable. This victory belonged to the entire team. Damn, I'm not crying. A bunch of kids. Limu adjusted his mindset and continued. Actually, by age I should call you Hyung. What can I say? Your Galio was the decisive factor. Anyway, I've got my wish today. When we face Jen, I'll be the first to strike. Oh my god. Total time 15 minutes and 56 seconds. I just checked. It's the fastest recorded time in MSI history. SKT is back. The dreaded Demon King has returned. And Whip claims the MVP with the highest damage output and second highest CS count. Once again, congratulations to SKT for securing their first win in the group stage. This also raises the bar for the quality and intensity of the entire group stage. The upcoming players will face immense pressure. Compared to Miller and Remember's silence, Guan Ziyuan's voice resounded throughout the arena. His commentary was relatively neutral, at least far better than Miller's. At that moment, the latter's mood was exceedingly oppressive. He had anticipated losing the marquee match, but not in this manner. A toilet plunger. In less than 16 minutes, a single button flushed everything straight down the drain. Even in ranked games, it rarely ended this fast. Usually there's time for trash talk, so it takes about 17 minutes to wrap up completely. From this perspective, SKT was indeed a bit ruthless. Alright, stop sucking on that. What exactly is in your cup? Gulping down incessantly, Limu let out a long breath and turned to Faker. This melonhead is really indulging himself as if he hasn't had water in 8 lifetimes. It's just plain water. The venue provides it for free. Why not drink it? I thought it was Unyung's foot bath water so addictive. Hey, watch your tongue. Don't you know who's boss here? Bang came to defend his master. Of course they were all joking. The next step was the handshake with the RNG members. Boiling beans, burning beanstalks, beans weep in the pot. Born of the same root, why rush to roast each other? Limu recited a line with each step. Though the RNG brothers might not fully understand, he had to maximize the aura. When he passed Uzi, the latter gave a LeBron-style death glare. What are you looking at me for? I'm not Li Yuanhao, you can't scare me. Also, I took the time to watch your LPL championship interview. It was quite stirring. Limu's mouth was like a machine gun today, rattling on endlessly. The kid immediately mimicked Uzi's tone and words from that interview, causing Faker and the others behind him to cover their faces in embarrassment. You said your form is great this year, leave the past behind now, and the future are yours. Good. Now pick up your mouse and keyboard. Prove it to me. With that, Limu strode off victoriously. After waiting so long, today had finally come. Even if he faced a fine from the officials, he couldn't care less. With President Lee backing him, his spine was straight. As for Let Me, a clown, Limu didn't even bother to look at him. To be fair, among the entire RNG roster this year, only Uzi posed any threat. MLXG was a ticking time bomb, but at least this game he failed to make an impact. When the top and mid lanes are completely crushed, what can a jungler do? You're too arrogant, kid. Switching the handshake to a fist bump is one thing, but you didn't even bend down. You should show some respect. Faker casually mentioned. Respect my ass. If I had even a slightly weaker mental state, I'd be a year old already. Limu was the type to repay every grievance tenfold. A drop of kindness shall be repaid with a gushing spring. The reverse resentment also held true. Alright, I just learned this one. Never judge others unless you've walked in their shoes. Whoa, nice word choice. You must have studied well in high school. Limu was slightly surprised. Of course I was ranked 191st in my grade at Mapo High School. Passing the main stage, Faker confidently flashed his trademark thumbs up at the camera. How many students in your grade? 443. What about Deft? He was 190th. Well, worse than Deft. No wonder you both ended up as pro players. Scripted for effect, not real. After a bunch of nonsense banter, the official post-match interview began. Faker was invited to Korea's exclusive channel. Lee Sang-hyuk would always be the pillar of the LCK. And as the MVP of the previous game, Limu was invited to the main stage for an English interview. Since he always handed in his English exam papers within 10 minutes during school, Limu couldn't understand English. An interpreter was assigned to him, but Limu thought the guy looked a bit shady and not very professional. But there was no choice. Everyone has their expertise. Click-clack. The sound of red high heels approached, and a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed female host walked gracefully onto the stage. Fair skin, beautiful features, curvaceous figure. City accent, passionate demeanor, and her dress was slit all the way to the thigh. Taking advantage of his height, Limu had a panoramic view. What a profound host. In one word, top-notch. Hello, everybody, welcome back to our interview segment. Whip, it's hard to imagine the effort you've put in behind the scenes to stand here. Everyone here has read about your experiences online. They all sympathize and understand. The host's meaning was simple. His earlier outbursts and sudden standing were perfectly fine. This is esports. As long as you're strong enough, everything you say is right. The strong earn the respect of all. Oh, it's nothing. Just passing clouds. I only want to say 4 words. Justice prevails. Though he said it was nothing, Limu's grin was harder to suppress than a sow's during New Year's. Micro-expressions don't lie. Limu wished he could take off and fly right in front of everyone. Huh. Why is he laughing? I want to laugh too. Well said. Justice may be late, but it never fails to arrive. RNG is such trash. If our white-clad youth were here, it would be 10-0 by now. One group stage game, and you're already smug. Let's see what happens next. The rest will be even more hilarious. Wait, what's going on in the official stream? So many rockets. Goddess Eunji and Goddess Jiyun are going all out. Scene shift back to the main interview stage. That was amazing. When you came on stage, I heard some fans calling you the world's best top laner. How do you feel about that title? Through the interpreter, Limu frowned slightly. Calling himself the world's best top laner now would be utterly presumptuous. In his understanding, one must at least win an S-tier championship to claim that title on that day. No championship, no talk. Avoid first. Isn't that just a shockwave? So Limu shook his head. He wasn't qualified yet. World's best is too soon, too soon. Originally these words were innocuous, but the interpreter embellished them into English. It's just SOSO. I've surpassed the world's best. Silence. First stillness, then shock. Oh my god. So you're saying you're a world T0 level top laner? Whip so confident. The local fans hearing the interpreter's words gasped just like the host. What? This kid is that arrogant. If the young aren't arrogant, then who is? Haha, killing me. A bunch of foreigners. He didn't mean that at all. That interpreter is insane. Suggest he become a security guard at Wanda. Spread the word. Whip declares himself world's best. Equal to the Uzi god and the horsehead god. Okay, 3-time champion ignored, but the crownless is the current best. Hey, why does the crowd's reaction seem off? What are they shouting? Did I say something wrong? Limu's handsome face was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the interpreter beside him wore a smug expression like a schoolboy waiting to be praised. Yar, you did this, didn't you? Limu instantly understood. Then the interpreter thumped his chest and winked at Limu saying, "No need to thank me. I'm your fan. It's only right. You'd better really be my fan. I noticed the cheering down there sounds a bit off. There's even whistling." Limu scratched his head, finally paying the price for his poor English. The host shook the two large panels, then asked the final question of this interview. "Player Whip, in your opinion, which team poses the greatest threat to you at this MSI?" Upon hearing this, Limu smiled. "First, let's eliminate a wrong answer." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the LPL commentary booth. "Explosive. This kid rarely stirs up drama, but when he does, he goes big." On the commentary desk, Miller and Guanziyuan and the others felt extremely awkward, yet after thinking it over, they had no reason to refute. Their own region's #1 seed getting speedrun in the first match. It wasn't just the team's face that was lost. LPL as a whole region was flushed down the drain. The remaining 4 teams, I think, are all quite formidable. But I only want to say one thing. The best players in the world are always on SKT. After speaking, Limu took a deep bow. The entire audience erupted below, applause thundering. "Well said. SKT is the greatest team in history, no exceptions. Now humble, now arrogant. I'm obsessed, wah. Come back, Whip. Stop tormenting us, it hurts. Yeah, at this rate, is our dream for this year shattered again. What return is there to make? Even if Whip joins our LEC, he'd never come back to LPL." With the barrage of comments flowing, the first match interview came to an end. When Limu returned to the lounge, Faker had just come back as well. "Felt pretty good. I'm still walking on air. Some things shouldn't be dwelled upon. The more you savor them, the happier you feel. Hey, wait, don't close the door. Why can I hear sounds from the RNG room next door?" SKT and RNG's lounges were surprisingly close, and through the crack in the door, Limu happened to notice that RNG's door wasn't fully closed. Limu's mind stirred, and he immediately stuck his head out to look. No, eavesdropping on someone else's tactics like this could get us reported. I'm not actively eavesdropping. I just like placing my chair by the door and meditating. It's my personal habit, no problem with that, right? Limu certainly wasn't going to miss this opportunity. For this, he was willing to steal Bang's training methods outright. Since he was already enjoying himself, might as well enjoy it to the fullest. "Alright then, if official staff hand you a fine notice, just sign my name." Faker shook his head helplessly. "That's the spirit. You're the bossly. You're my daddy." Putting his thoughts aside, Limu concentrated all his attention on his ears. Within his auditory range, he began to enjoy. Meanwhile, in the RNG lounge. Under 16 minutes. Under 16 minutes. Are you playing League of Legends Speed Edition? Coach Sun Daeong was furious, jumping around in anger. Failure was acceptable, but never this kind of humiliating collapse. The highly anticipated first match was so casually overturned by SKT. Did it live up to the coaching staff's day and night preparations beforehand? Failure isn't scary. The key is communication. Come on, stop playing dead. Each of you say a few words and analyze the root of the problem. Hart was clearly furious as well. With the stage handed to these 5 RNG players, their heads were bowed lower and lower, as if they didn't even have girlfriends underneath their bodies. "Let's talk, brothers. It's just the group stage. Adjust your mindset early. Our raw strength is still #1 in the world." The one speaking was Karsa by the water cooler. He felt fortunate, glad that Spicy Hot Pot had volunteered to go up first. Judging from the previous match's utter destruction, whether Karsa or Spicy Hot Pot went up, they'd both get slapped. "You go first." Yen Juanza. After being named, Let Me's gaze remained blank. Limu had kept his promise. The aftereffects of that spin hadn't worn off yet. "Speak up. Look at the big screen. Those lane handling details were way too sloppy. He sent out Varus specifically to demolish you, and you just pushed the minion wave forward as the opener." Facing the face-to-face scolding, Let Me could no longer play dumb at this point. He looked left then right and found everyone glaring at him. There was no way out. He had no choice but to use that method. Let Me spread his hands wide, his whole body beginning to shake, his head forcibly changing the subject. "I've noticed our communication really has problems. I say something and you don't listen. I do something and you give no feedback, so I've become numb and don't know how to play the game anymore." At first glance, this kid, Let Me, actually seemed wronged. After all, his lane opponent had been farming like a daddy. Sun Daeong was speechless, but it was Uzi who stepped up the intensity. "You said picking Ornn would guarantee a win, but I didn't even get a chance to upgrade my items by the end. Why didn't you use your ultimate at the F6 camp? I think your mindset is the real problem." Exactly. Seeing Uzi start attacking, Xiaohu immediately joined in. "Wake up, Juanza. Can't you accept any fault? Do you have any idea how completely broken your lane mechanics were?" Let Me knew this without needing Tiger to remind him. Rather than saying he played badly, it was more accurate to say Limu was simply uncontrollable. Forcing trades with Ornn was one thing, but he could even outplay the turret. What a hook. The skill gap between the two top laners was clearly not on the same level. Of course he thought this way, but he would never admit it out loud. At this moment, all the pressure in the RNG lounge landed squarely on Let Me's shoulders. This was the team's tradition. When they lost, someone always had to take the blame. And the last victim had just become the world's #0. "Come on, take another look. How did you even get a 2-8 score on your Ornn? I thought AFK players got at least 3-0. Ming also piled on. Don't look at those post-game ratings. They distort people's efforts. So what did you contribute? I contributed my life to discover that kid's Varus was his signature champion. Let me's words weren't without merit, at least the facts before them were bloody. And Uzi's face was still flushed like the sunset clouds on the horizon. You still need to practice your Ornn. You got carried away against EDG. I wanted a world championship. Alright, stop talking about me. Am I the only one playing badly here? Finally Let me couldn't take it anymore and angrily poured a bottle of mineral water over his own head. This gesture seemed to work. The arguing stopped abruptly. It was only the first match of the group stage. And just as everyone was adjusting their mindset, an untimely laugh came from the lounge doorway. Brilliant. Isn't this better than the Spring Festival Gala? At this moment Li Mu's facial muscles were tense, doing his best to suppress himself from laughing out loud. Yanjuanza, oh Yanjuanza, when your teammates criticize you, just listen. Your Ornn plays like trash, you can't even last hit minions properly. If it comes to that, just go home and sell sweet potatoes. Excuse me, a team has filed a complaint that you deliberately disrupted the atmosphere in their lounge. Here's the fine notice. When the staff member appeared before Li Mu, the young man looked around nervously with a guilty conscience. You're truly something else. If you're going to eavesdrop, fine, but why did you have to confront them face to face? Getting fined is the least of your problems. In the end, it was Faker who signed the document. For him, this was pocket change. What he feared was the damage to the club's image. But on that front, Li Xianghe was overthinking. After his victory, Li Mu had amassed tremendous public goodwill. Even after this incident, public opinion still leaned in his favor. Wow. Even after the match ended, he kept pursuing. Such audacity. It was only a few taunts. How could that justify a fine? The officials are ruthless. Couldn't they just deduct some honor points? No class. This guy will crash eventually. History is written by the victors. Whoever wins is right. Hubby, you're so handsome. Sister, I'm willing to be the secondary. My bad. You have no idea how hard it was to hold back. I didn't think it through. After MSI ends, I'll treat you all to a blast in Dragon Country. Li Mu chuckled, sealing a pact with his teammates. Regardless of the outcome, you've all worked hard these past weeks. Let's refocus. We should also watch the other team's matches. The first day of the group stage wasn't over yet. LCK was about to face FNC, the European powerhouse. This team defeated G2 to secure a dominant MSI ticket. Top laner Bwipo, jungler Broxa, mid laner Caps, AD carry Reckles, and support Hylisang. Among them, the top laner and jungler had taken photos with Faker that day. They were Li Xianghe's diehard fans. The other three were all renowned players from the LEC. Xianghe, be careful of their mid laner. That Caps is pretty formidable. I've watched his matches. During the preparation phase, Li Mu deliberately cautioned Faker. Faker, however, brushed it off. After all, being a prodigy was merely the threshold to meet him. Those who could truly defeat him were few and far between. After a round of strategic bampick maneuvering, the lineups were finalized as follows. Blue side SKT, top laner Vampire, jungler Zac, mid laner Orianna, and the bot lane Phoenix duo. Red side FNC, top laner Ornn, jungler Skarner, mid laner Zoe, bot lane Tristana, and Brown. Knock. Look at this guy. Disgusting, isn't he? When he played against me, he picked Vayne top, then suddenly refuses to play it again. He switches things up with a scaling Vampire. Am I wrong or what? Down below, let me paced back and forth in frustration. As they say, patience brings a moment of calm, but taking a step back only fuels the anger. Let me refuse to be Li Mu's highlight reel. What can we do? The man's just too skilled. No, I have to find him privately. I have to make him agree not to use infuriating top laners like Vayne. But before Let me could finish, Team Bully Uzi spoke up. Enough. You're not embarrassed enough. Last time you said you wouldn't touch his Yasuo, and you didn't keep that promise either. Damn it, how did I end up with a teammate like you? If you can't handle it, just go back to Gotham. Batman says he won't beat you anymore. My verdict, you're not even a fraction as good as ZZ1 Tai. Beneath the ferocious roar was Uzi's indiscriminate assault. He didn't just scold Let me. Everyone present was nothing but trash in his eyes. And so RNG's lounge fell into silence. The group stage was in full swing and SKT encountered some early troubles. Faker got solo killed. He underestimated Zoe's numbers. Moreover, Caps was equally skilled with his mechanics. The slacker let his guard down, giving Cap the opening to exploit. For the first 10 minutes of the game, SKT's mid-jungle rhythm was completely suppressed. The economy fell behind and Vision was in a terrible state. Tisk, little black, are you doing this on purpose? Why do you keep standing in the bush leeching my experience? My experience isn't for you. Li Mu immediately regretted saying that. He seemed to have leaked some private game content. Huh? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Shut up. I'm the vampire and you're the vampire. Who's stopping you from siphoning? My jungle was prepared just for you. Hearing that, Li Mu's mood brightened instantly. Black eunuch, who do you want me to kill? Farmwell, I'm really annoyed by that Zoe. King K. Thanks to Little Black's resource sacrifice, the vampire's items kept upgrading. At the 20-minute mark, the two sides finally clashed in the first full 5v5 team fight. Guess what happened? SKT was aced. Fortunately, FNC suffered heavy losses too, so there was no threat to Baron Nashor. Huh. Is SKT playing badly this match, or are the rumors about FNC true? Their scrim win rate is as high as 95. Today's guest commentator happened to be ZZ1Tai. The moment he heard Miller mention the word scrims, he immediately got excited. Scrims really matter. FNC is going to win the championship. Also, I think this vampire is playing just average. LCK loves playing vampire, but is he even half as good as the Shy? In an instant, the barrage exploded. Forget horse heads or bull heads. Where did you buy that RNG branded laxative? You don't know Jack. They're hiding tactics in the group stage. They'll make a splash in the knockouts. Gotta admit, Caps is truly impressive. He can even suppress Faker in lane. Could this be LEC's most promising year? Didn't RNG rank first in the pre-tournament ratings? How come against these two teams, they can't even last 20 minutes? That ranking was done by Shinwright. Anyone who believes him is doomed for life. By the 28-minute mark, SKT had successfully curbed their economic slump through superior macro play. Looking again, Limu had completed his Rabadon's death cap. Okay, from now on I'll perform a deathless, unstoppable run. The Vampire is the quintessential late-game champion. Without CDR and AP early, his teamfight impact is lacking. It's like putting on socks before shoes or being the underdog before becoming the boss. Come, watch me. This spot, Zoe. Faker set in differently as a shockwave brimming with destructive aura silently approached. The puppet, enraged, solo kill. After Caps solo killed Faker in lane, Faker successfully struck back. The old ginger is spicier. Caps is too young. The next instant, Limu teleported behind their lines. The Vampire descended at full strength, all abilities ready, right into the enemy's belly. Reckles' heart pounded wildly. He felt something watching him. In the next second, the Ghost King descended. Whip is diving in. Blood Plague hits 4 of them. EW pulls the damage again. Reckles was burst down. Whip melted FNC's backline. FNC's backline has been eliminated. Oh no, the front line can't withstand the damage from this Vladimir with Rabadon's death cap either. FNC is completely crushed. Then let's congratulate SKT on securing the second point. GG. The Roaring Emperor was delighted, for the match had ultimately ended without a major crisis. SKT's overwhelming pre-match support rate nearly made people forget. This is MSI. Only the elites from major regions can enter here. Looking back at all these years of competition, apart from that one team whose emblem resembles a spinning top, every other team has had their moments of glory. FNC suppressed SKT for such a long time in the early and mid-game. That was already a remarkable performance. Undoubtedly, this European powerhouse will have a chance to challenge SKT in the future. Phew, that was close. We need to seriously consider the Zoe pick. Wolf took off his headphones and began contemplating the next bans and picks. As a 2-time world champion, support Lee Jae-won was extremely dedicated. I don't think it's a big deal that was my mistake. Faker believed it wasn't a champion issue, but his own error. Sang-hyuk, don't be so rigid. Ban it when you need to, play it when you want to. Don't always keep a straight face, you're not a machine. Limu walked over casually. In the previous game, his Vladimir turned the tide in the late stage and secured the MVP once again. Of course, Faker's surprise attack on Caps later was also crucial. It's safe to say that the young Caps couldn't stir up much trouble against the old fox. I'm not pretending that this is just how I am. Oh, come on. Victory isn't yours alone. Don't always force yourself. Dignity isn't worth much. Look at me. Limu first pointed at his own face, then suddenly made a funny face. He wasn't scolding Faker, he just wanted to wake the old fox up in this way. The ceiling of SKT largely depends on Faker's on-site performance. Lee Sang-hyuk has always been the core of this team, while Limu is more like a hired gun who joined midway. But this hired gun is ruthless. So ruthless that even his teammates can't hold him back. I know. I'm aware. Faker enjoyed this post-match atmosphere. It wasn't all about praise, there was room for self-criticism. Correcting the team's shortcomings after every match. Isn't that a form of progress? For SKT, today's matches were over, and they could head into rest early. Let's go back. I'm a bit hungry. Eating while watching others play. What could be better? Sure. Dreams are shattered. Kara, always okay. Limu was in a good mood and hummed a tune again. Little Moo, since you love singing so much, you must have been a songstress in your past life. Of course I. Damn it, Junesick. You set me up, didn't you? Scene shift, the LPL commentary desk. At this moment, ZZ1Tai's face was extremely grim because Limu's performance had completely slapped him in the face. The Ghost King emerges, leaving no bones behind. Speak up. Apologize to our whip. So how good is the Shy's Vladimir? Can he deal 58000 damage in a single game? Who is the Shy? Which team is he on in MSI? I'll go check him out. I find every single person in RNG more clownish than the next. Maybe except for Karsa, the rest are a complete mess. 94-94, especially that ZZ1Tai, can't even make the main roster, yet he keeps boasting about this and trash-talking that. More disgusting than doing. What nonsense. Compared to clowns, I hate monkeys more. Alright, I admit, I underestimated Whip's strength. But this is just the group stage, anything can happen later. Now let's welcome RNG. As his own team took the stage, ZZ1Tai perked up. They were facing Flash Wolves, what could be considered a true all-Chinese civil war. Karsa's old team, a great battle was about to begin. Just watch. RNG lost the first game to SKT because of jet lag. Now that they've found their form, they'll take it out on the provincial team. 30 minutes later, ZZ1 tie was silent. Flash Wolves crushed RNG. What's going on? Can the LPL region not even beat a team that came through the play-in stage? Why isn't the caster talking? I still preferred your arrogant attitude from earlier. Flash Wolves are actually pretty good. Remember last year at MSI they double-swept SKT in the group stage. Sure, they got swept in the semis, but at least they proved they're strong in Bo 1. They get stomped by SKT, fine. But now they lose to everyone. Is their martial soul really a spinning top? Seeing you cry, they say, watch the Royal for international matches, huh? Again the Royal. I think Uzi is like that aloof senior girl in school. Never gives anyone a good face in the domestic league. But once she goes abroad, she gives it away to everyone. Can't hold back at all. The bullet comments were quite aggressive. This was the first time seeing an LPL team disliked by LPL fans. Even some of the true fans were on the verge of breaking down. Losing to SKT was one thing, but now even losing to Flash Wolves. It's not just the team's face that's lost, but the entire region's face. When the news of defeat hit the trending list, the esports circle's attack power immediately showed its tip of the iceberg. Always shouting about becoming the first region, now can't even hold on to second place. Is there a single human being on that team? You could pick 5 random bullet comments, and they'd probably do the same. What does it have to do with the players? It's clearly the coach's fault. Honestly, might as well let IG play. At least the horse head isn't as useless as let me. What the hell is IG? For MSI you gotta look at my EDG. Yeah right, without Deft and Pawn who still cares about your national power. It's hard to imagine, but the comment section was exploding at a terrifying rate of hundreds of new posts per second. And amidst the chaos, Jackie Love's ID appeared in the comments. As the AD carry with 100 teamfight participation, Jack had something to say. RNG swim back quickly. Get President Wong to buy your club, and you might still have a chance to substitute in. In an instant, the comment section surged again. Normally, Jackie Love wouldn't say something like a Ning-style statement. Thus, the Sherlock Holmes of the comment section went into action. Check the IP, check the typing style. Jackie Love's account was hacked. Who hacked it? How? No one knows. Ha ha ha. Damn, this comment section is killing me. But now what am I supposed to watch for the Spring Festival Gala? Limu was satisfied. That night, he slept soundly. In his dream, he saw the goddess Ife, and the two walked hand in hand toward a bright future. The next day, Limu's eyes snapped open, and he immediately threw off the blanket. Damn, lost another pair of underwear. Day 2 of the MSI group stage. SKT dispatched EVS with ease in their opening match, and TL fell by the wayside as well. Though TL as champions of the North American Spring Split did possess a measure of skill. Doublelift, ever the devoted champion of RNG, sought vengeance on the bot lane. Yet this time he struck against unyielding iron. Bang would show him no mercy. SKT continued their undefeated streak. Meanwhile, RNG had also found their rhythm once more. Perhaps it was the boost Doublelift had given Uzi earlier, but RNG secured their own 2-game winning streak against the rookie team EVS. Well, at least the team I've come to despise isn't going to get eliminated in the group stage, right? Limu whistled casually, looking utterly nonchalant. Stop worrying about them for now. Our 5th match is coming up. SKT versus FW. After this game tomorrow would mark the beginning of the second round robin for all 6 teams. The schedule would tighten and the pressure would mount. Only those with enough points in hand could afford to remain composed. Clearly SKT stood alone at the top. We need to be careful of Flash Wolves. We never beat them in the group stage last year, Bang chimed in. That's because I wasn't there. Do you know why I wasn't born in the same era as Sir Isaac Newton? Why, oi? Because a king never meets another king. Aish, you're insane. As the BGM began to play, both teams entered the band and picked face. This match, however, unfolded without much surprise. Perhaps due to Karsa's departure, Flash Wolves' early game looked like a headless fly scramble. Yet Blank was also one of those flies. The mating season was nearly over, and the guy still hadn't adapted to the current meta. Speaking of which, it's time to talk to the coach and see if we can bring Peanut back. Hey, can you at least consider my feelings when saying something like that? Blank's face, already dark, turned even darker upon hearing Limu's words. I'm saying it right to your face. Because you're inconsistent, and we genuinely need a rotation player. The World Championship is fleeting, you can't just keep following us around. Limu disliked underhanded tactics and certainly wouldn't waste energy on so-called palace intrigues. That was beyond human comprehension. If you're good, you're good, if not, you're not. Limu's suggestion echoed the sentiments of everyone else on SKT. Well, let's see how things go. I hope we can re-sign Wang Ho for the summer split. At the thought of this, even Faker's usually calm heart stirred with a flicker of excitement. That day at the Bird's Nest, he had let Peanut down. He had promised to win the championship together, yet he had broken his word. He could only blame the MSI performance being too outstanding, causing the meta to target SKT's mid-jungle duo with heavy nerfs. Wang Ho should be having a smooth time with this patch, otherwise he wouldn't have easily clinched first place in the regular season. Alright, let's discuss this later. For now, let's close this game out. With Lee Mu's surge, SKT finished the first round robin with a perfect 5-0 record. The only undefeated team in the world. Teams like FNC and RNG followed closely behind, keeping the score gap tight. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the second round robin. Higher intensity matches are coming your way. Are you ready? As the tournament progressed, every team pulled out all the stops just to climb higher on the standings. The most eye-catching among them was undoubtedly SKT's Lee Mu, MVP in every single game. He single-handedly brought the term boosting to the World Championship. Bro, if you need money, go deliver food. Don't be doing solo queues at Worlds. Whip is a pure booster. Hasn't had a single bad game. Oh no, this isn't just a booster, this is a god-tier booster. His Yasuo is something else. I heard he utterly dismantled Khan's Renekton in a counter match during the finals. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to the hype. A 10-year SKT fan has arrived. Every single game ends before the 30-minute mark. The gap is just too huge. Aren't SKT supposed to be a slow-starting team? I thought their form was ridiculously hot. Oh wait, I guess it's because I'm using Oppo, a 5 not bad. RNG is catching up on the scoreboard. I don't dare to dream of first place, just surpassing second place FNC will do. As time went on, SKT's undefeated legend continued. EVS was effortlessly crushed, and according to the standings, SKT had eliminated them from contention. TL remained fragile, with Lee Mu consistently dominating the top lane. FW faced a similar fate, only managing to cause minor trouble in the early to mid-game, without posing any real threat. Congratulations to SKT. They have secured the top spot in the group early. Even if they lose both remaining matches against strong opponents like RNG and FNC, they will still advance as the first seed. The situation for RNG and FNC, however, is quite delicate. These two teams are battling fiercely for the second-place spot. In other words, their final ranking might depend on SKT's performance. This was exactly the moment he was waiting for. Lee Mu glanced at the standings, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Xiaomu, are you plotting something? By now, Faker had completely gotten used to Lee Mu's devilish expressions. I want to ask you guys, do you have any particular attachment to a perfect 10-0 record? Attachment? Not really. The coach said we can use these 2 matches for practice, which means we're allowed to experiment. Having already claimed world championship titles, the team naturally didn't care much about an unbeaten group stage record. It simply wasn't useful, so they might as well use the opportunity to test out other compositions. Oh good then. How about this for the next match against FNC? All the draft calls are on me, okay? Lee Mu's smile widened. If you want, I'll even let the coach step aside for you. No need for that. I'm just a strange top laner. Following Lee Mu's gaze, the perceptive Bei Junsik instantly guessed his intention. Could it be? You're thinking of exploiting the tournament rules to pick in the semifinals? Chill. If you've seen through it, keep it to yourself, and we'll stay friends. A man needs to maintain an air of mystery. Alright. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. By now, Lee Mu had become an indispensable part of SKT. Since the young man had a plan, no one else raised any objections. The crucial match, SKT versus FNC, began. Meanwhile, in the RNG lounge. The situation is quite favorable for us right now. The conditions for us not finishing second are very difficult to trigger. FNC beats SKT, while we also lose to SKT. That's a tough scenario. Given Lee Mu's current state, FNC can't win. Xiaohu analyzed intensely, holding a tactical board like a strategist. True, but do you think that kid will let us off easily? Coach Sun Daong had a sense of foreboding. He should show some mercy. He's already treated us like doormats, what more does he want? But if it were me, I wouldn't let it go so easily. Ming offered a fair comment. Just at that moment, the ban and pick phase on stage was reaching its climax. Lee Mu was on the counter pick position again. Whippo took Urgot first. Stop pretending he's going to pick Vayne. Or Callista. Wait, how many trump cards does this guy have? Uzi thought he understood Lee Mu, but the very next second, a suffocating wave of dread washed over him. Oh my god. This bid picked Garen on the last pick. Lee Mu, are you even human? Oh, I got solo killed, damn it. In this crucial match, Lee Mu was single-handedly broken through by Whippo. It makes sense after all. How exactly should one play Garen against Urgot? Hey, this plot doesn't seem right, doesn't it? You're usually the one getting solo kills at this point in the game. There's nothing I can do. I made the wrong pick. I was supposed to choose Darius, but I accidentally clicked on Garen instead. Lee Mu's cheeks were puffed out so much that anyone who didn't know better would think he was cosplaying a pufferfish. In fact, he was holding back laughter. The previous solo kill was so sloppy. Garen's Q skill collided with Urgot's shoulder throw, basically a performance of rushing headlong into one's own destruction. You can fool others, but can you fool us? Faker didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Lee Mu shot back immediately. I don't think you're much better either. What's the difference between picking Ziggs in mid for this patch and feeding? You don't understand, my Ziggs is deadly. As soon as Faker finished speaking, Poppy in her cannon form executed a hilarious jump. He was aiming for Caps, but ended up jumping right onto the enemy jungler's face. Faker's mistake. A massive wave of minions pushed into the tower, and Caps unilaterally declared a near 1,000 gold solo lead. Could it be that today, SKT's unbeaten record is finally broken? Come on, even an idiot can see it. SKT is clearly throwing Don't talk nonsense. This is called drilling troops. It just didn't work out well. Don't pick it next time. Can you imagine a booster who got MVP in 8 consecutive games picking Garen in the 9th? Private watch. I'm reporting this. It's unfair. SKT is throwing. They don't want my royal team to get second place. Go ahead and report it. See if anyone cares. If your score was high enough, would you even need to care about others' opinions? Group 2nd and Group 3rd should be the same. After all, SKT will definitely choose the weaker FW as their opponent unless someone has ulterior motives. When the game reached 15 minutes, SKT started to have trouble winning the side lanes. Limu seemed possessed, rushing in to trade blows with Bwipo at close range every time he saw him. But each time it was just a little short, resulting in 3 solo kills in a single match. Hey, that's enough. If you keep feeding, you'll get checked. Wolf reminded. Damn. I really wasn't feeding this time. I played perfectly, but his ultimate execution was just too cheap. Obviously, you've already fed the enemy to a 2-item build. What makes you think you can trade with them on 1 item? But if I pick Garen and don't fight, what's the point of playing him? The advantage of Garen is that he can make others as ordinary as himself. But the disadvantages are equally obvious. He's completely useless in team fights. Caps only needs to throw out any skill to kite Limu to death. Of course, Faker wasn't blameless either, dying instantly in team fights. After this game with Ziggs in mid, he'd probably be banned for sure. Nevertheless, SKT still managed to last 30 minutes. From this you can see just how valuable 1556 truly is. SKT's invincible record had finally been shattered. A fierce horse. Too deliberate. SKT is clearly refusing to give us any mercy. Let me ground his teeth in frustration. There's no way around it. Our ranking is below theirs. When the final match comes, we absolutely must defeat SKT. The priority pick advantage for second place is still very important. The RNG players wore serious expressions, yet beneath that lay a hint of secret delight. SKT's condition seemed rather mediocre. Moreover, in the previous match, they seemed to have found a flaw in Limu's gameplay. Reckless. Once he gets single target killed, he will relentlessly chase fights, attempting to claw back the disadvantage. That's why we're counting on you. If you can get a solo kill on him, just once their upper side of the map will collapse. At Uzi's words, me pointed at himself in utter confusion. Me? Who else would it be but me? I believe in you. And so me found himself receiving shoulder pats from his teammates one after another, the weight of responsibility suddenly bearing down on him. Yes, Limu was indeed a troublesome kid. No one had ever called him weak. The scene then shifted to the main stage. Bwipo had made the home crowd proud today. Not only did he decisively defeat SKT, but he also earned the lane MVP against Limu. I told you so. I've always been evenly matched against him in lane. Though of course I don't think he was playing seriously, Bwipo was quite an amusing person, humorous by nature, and a devoted fan of Faker. Precisely because of this, Limu showed him mercy and allowed this crucial victory. Of course, FNC was strong in their own right. Limu had only gone easy on them for 15 minutes. After that, he stopped holding back. Still, they ultimately could not withstand FNC's assault once their equipment was fully built. Our group stage matches are drawing to a close. The most crucial ranking match is actually SKT versus RNG. What are your thoughts? Facing the host, Bwipo appeared remarkably confident. I believe in Faker because he is the nightmare of all Chinese lineups. Those very words sent every home crowd member into a frenzy. At the same time, a representative from the defeated SKT was also being interviewed. That person was naturally Limu, who wore a cheeky grin showing absolutely no sign of defeat or dejection. Mr. Bwipo, may I ask what led you to pick Garen for this match? I couldn't help it. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. Restarting the match would waste too much time, so I decided to just practice with him. I was careless. They're quite strong. I'll need to adjust quickly. So for the finale against RNG, your goal is... Let's see if we can finish another match in under 20 minutes. The interviewer was startled, grateful that this segment hadn't been broadcast. Observing Limu's performance, the gathered media finally understood. He was definitely holding something back. 10 minutes later, the next group stage match began. At the player tunnel, Bwipo and Limu exchanged a knowing smile. Well played, big guy. You won't be able to save that Urgot for the next round. Haha, then go ahead and pick Garen again. I have 10,000 heroes that can crush you. We'll see how I feel. Limu waved his hand and Bwipo turned to leave. Haven't you finished your match? Why are you leaving so early? Weren't you going to watch the rest? Not right now. I'll go buy you some sunflower seeds. Darn it. Are you treating me like a fool? After days of round-robin matches, the group stage qualification spots were largely determined. SKT sat firmly at first place, and there was nothing to say about that. TL, with accumulated effort, successfully squeezed out Flash Wolves to take the 4th spot. The remaining suspense was simply whether RNG or FNC would secure second place. In other words, as long as RNG could beat SKT, they could personally send FNC down to 3rd place. The final chapter of the group stage officially began. Here they come. We stayed up till now just for this rematch. Do you think Whip will pick Garen again? It wouldn't affect their own team's ranking anyway. Do you think that's possible? They're up against RNG. Whip probably wishes he could ride their horse out. If Whip doesn't pick Garen, it proves last game was a throw. I curse your whole family. Why is Let Me already wiping sweat before the match even starts? Is there really that much pressure? As the barrage of comments poured in, both teams entered the final round of Group Stage BP. Blue side SKT, red side RNG. Let Me continued his petty behavior to the extreme, immediately banning Yasuo. A champion Limu played very smoothly. Limu remained calm and composed, leaving Ornn open for the opponent. The banned champions were much the same as their first encounter, with the addition of Vayne being the only difference. Blue side first pick Orianna. Faker continued with his signature pick. Mid lane priority was always crucial. Without Vayne, what can he use against my Ornn? Let Me locked in Ornn, and Karsa added Sejuani. MLXG didn't play this match because in their first encounter he had a 1556 score, which was a bit embarrassing. Compared to MLXG, Karsa had more rational early game jungle planning. In response, Blank chose Nocturne. Indeed, this Nocturne pick was strongly requested by Limu. NOC is a great champion and no one had picked him in current matches yet. Oh, showing something new. Let's see SKT's third pick. Wolf thought for a moment and chose Braum. Braum can absorb Ornn's ram, making him a counter pick in a sense. Subsequently, RNG locked in Kai'Sa, one of Uzi's two mainstays. Why didn't SKT ban both? Because there was no need. It was precisely because they were unafraid that they chose not to avoid. The second round of picks was still quite targeted, and Limu's choices were again restricted. RNG then picked Alistar to add an engage point. Come on Xiaomu, give me a clear path. What should I pick? The five of them had been playing together for a while, and their trust in each other was steadily growing. Bang didn't even bother to think. He skipped Koma's idea and directly asked Limu. Since you had Blank pick Nocturne, you must already have a mature system in mind. You know me well, Junsik. Limu nodded, then highlighted Twitch. Wow. Since the start of Season 8, this champion has basically never been used. Just trust me, it's a system champion, works great. Okay. Without any hesitation, Twitch was locked in. This was Bang's trust in Limu, or rather Limu's hatred for RNG was written all over his face. Everyone might throw a game against RNG, but Limu never would. So what are you picking? What do you think I should be? If nothing unexpected happens, Xiaohu probably only has Talia left. Since he wants to play it, let him have it. Limu began calculating internally, even simulating the opponent's BP. Then let's go with this. Let's see who flies faster. In an instant, a champion with a shield and crowd control was locked in. This is Sparta. Wow. Whip is bringing something new again. Last time against Let Me, he chose Vayne. This game he's still taking an unconventional path, starting with Pantheon. Miller and Guan Ziyuan exchanged glances, feeling another bad premonition. Remember, this was the old Pantheon. His early game combat power was absurdly strong, not listening to any reasoning. Even Darius had to yield. Of course, his late game scaling would plummet. Unlike Vayne, Limu faced significant pressure to be aggressive this game. Go, go, go. I knew he was doing it on purpose. Against Bibabu he played Garen, but against me he plays Pantheon. Isn't this pure double standards? Let Me was dumbfounded, his lips trembling slightly. As a top laner, he naturally knew Pantheon's early game numbers. It's just that no one plays him in high yellow, because his margin for error is too low. But the opponent was Limu. Let Me looked like a frosted eggplant. Before the game even started, he was already slumped in his gaming chair. Look at your pathetic state. There's a good way to deal with Pantheon: stack armor heavily. Our two champions are tanks, and after 15 minutes, he won't be able to hurt us. Karsa analyzed. Indeed, and as always, just wait for my 3 items. Uzi still chewed his signature gum, smacking it loudly, quite annoying. For RNG's final counter pick, they chose Talia, just as Limu had predicted. See, I told you this. Who Daliobian's champion pool had issues. With Limu's smile, the final lineups were as follows. Blue side SKT top Pantheon jungle Nocturne, mid Orianna, bot Twitch Braum. Red side RNG top Ornn jungle Sejuani, mid Talia, bot Kai'Sa Alistar. Without a doubt, this matchup was much more exciting to watch than the one against FNC. The only oddity was the Spartan on the top lane. With a Braum, why not contest level 1? I don't want to, and they won't accept anyway. Why? Last time they played against us they collapsed at level 1, so this time they'll likely turtle from the start. Needless to say, Limu guessed right again. They didn't even contest River Vision. RNG was unreasonably steady. They stuck to one principle: stall into the late game and let Uzi carry them. With this style, RNG had been tearing through opponents in the latter half of the tournament. Although it wasn't pretty, and every game dragged past 30 minutes, as long as they won there was nothing to complain about. What is the director doing? Switch the camera to me. Limu said it casually, and the director actually turned attention to the top lane. From the first encounter, Limu subjected Let Me to ruthless suppression. If Vayne's terror lay in her 3-hit passive, and kiting Pantheon had one single advantage: raw stats. Oh my god, you're playing too aggressively, slowed down. Blank reminded, hoping Limu wouldn't expose a weakness behind him. Don't worry about me, and I'm not being reckless. It's just pure hatred. Oh, it was peculiar. Every time RNG clashed with SKT, an inexplicably euphoric sound would drift down from the top lane. Nothing better to do, let's bully Let Me. The old Pantheon dominated the top lane because his Q was a point-and-click ability. Coupled with its incredibly short cooldown, it was sheer harassment. Especially with Ignite equipped, Pantheon assumed an invincible stance. Pantheon had his ultimate for map movement, so teleport wasn't necessary. Li Mu, however, started with Corrupting Potion. After all, sustaining constant ability pressure demanded a reliable source of mana. This potion restores mana a bit slowly, doesn't quite hit the spot. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a scheme already forming in his mind. Blank, once you hit level 3, head up here and see if we can force Ornn's flash. Compared to the last game, Let Me was far more cautious this time. Uzi had issued an absolute order. Under no circumstances was he allowed to die in a 1v1. Moreover, Pantheon's lane pressure wasn't as overwhelming as Vayne's, so despite Ornn's constant misery, he wasn't in mortal danger. Alright, but I don't know where their Sejuani is. Should be in the top half too. Wolf offered a rough assessment. He had just patrolled the area and found no trace of Karsa. Through simple deduction, Karsa was likely active in the top half of the map. Are we looking at a 2v2 here? What's there to fear? I've got this. Li Mu, spear in hand, regarded no one with any concern. Casually tabbing the scoreboard, he saw Let Me in his usual miserable state, barely able to secure a single last hit. I'm on my way. Having cleared most of his jungle, Blank quietly crept into the top lane brush. From the spectator's perspective, however, a Sejuani was crouched in the adjacent bush. Both junglers mirrored each other's movements, each suspecting the other's presence, yet lacking absolute certainty. Holy moly. This is why League of Legends is so entertaining. I wonder what these two watching the fireworks from their bushes think of Whip's oppressive landing. The top lane presented an utterly comical scene. Blank was overseeing, monitoring Li Mu's every move. Like a spinning top, he had to keep lashing. His whip couldn't afford a moment's rest. Meanwhile, Karsa was thoroughly amused, finding genuine humor in watching his teammate being perpetually tormented. Come out already. I'm dying. Let Me's face tensed up. Buddy, this is no laughing matter. See, you're panicking again. Just eat one more Q. He's almost out of mana. Damn it. Helpless as the underdog, Let Me had no choice but to heed his jungler's advice. And just then Li Mu sensed something was amiss. If I'm not mistaken, there's a jungler lurking in that brush, Li Mu said, dropping his playful demeanor. Huh, how do you know? This bastard's experience just hit level 3. That's highly irregular. This isn't Vayne, I can't be pushing that hard. Someone must be siphoning his experience. Holy cow, so that's it. Li Mu, your foresight is truly commendable. Where did you pick up that phrasing? Stop listening to those bizarre songs. With that, Li Mu prepared to dangle a tempting bait, a deliberate positional lapse. Exhausting his mana completely was a fool's errand, so, instead, he chose to bait himself. An Oscar-worthy performance was unfolding and Karsa could resist no longer. Go. In an instant, a 2v2 brawl erupted. Karsa and Let Me were shrewd enough to know that instantly bursting Pantheon was impossible with his passive up, so they dumped their entire damage rotation onto Blank instead. As the saying goes, 3 brittle procs from Ornn and even gods would be torn asunder. Let Me had earned his title as the King of Goats through sheer mastery of the champion. Brittle's magic damage scaled by maximum health caused Nocturne to melt under the focused assault. Li Mu, of course, was no pushover either. He slapped Ignite on Sejuani and relentlessly pursued her. Liars must swallow 1,000 needles. Expending the last of his mana, Li Mu cast his E, dealing critical damage to low-health enemies. This was the early game, and critical strikes hurt immensely. Karsa broke first under the pressure. Pantheon's raw numbers ultimately outweighed mechanical finesse. First blood. The first kill of the game was secured, and Li Mu smiled. Not for the 400 gold, but for the twin buffs, red and blue, now swirling beneath his feet. Quick, trade for the Nocturne. It's the only option. The moment Let Me flashed in to finish Blank, Pantheon's double kill was all but sealed. Double kill. Li Mu was off to the races again. Game over, game over, game over. Honestly, this game's competitive intensity is completely different from the last one. Whip is actually taking this seriously. Why aren't these two focusing Pantheon? Is SKT's backing starting to exert influence? Pantheon is just that oppressive. As long as he holds his Aegis passive, he's virtually impossible to burst down. Pantheon is useless with kills. I'll stake my reputation on it. If SKT wins this game, I'll cosplay Gragas on stream. The scene shifted as both top laners returned to lane after replenishing. Guan Ziyuan suddenly noticed that Pantheon's Ignite had nearly refreshed. And with that, Li Mu's offensive pressure intensified in an instant. Let Me was hemorrhaging HP. This serrated dirk-wielding Pantheon was no joke. Why the hell does this always happen to me? He's got a blue buff under his feet, endlessly harassing me. With no teleport at hand, Let Me was gripped by fear. Just then Karsa arrived once more. Karsa had done everything a jungler could possibly do. If Let Me still couldn't hold on, the fault would lie squarely with himself. This pathetic excuse of a health bar, and he still won't retreat. He's got backup again, does he? Think I can't call in my own reinforcements? With Li Mu's soft chuckle, a teleport landed in the top lane. Faker's Orianna. Mid lane had shown nothing on the screen moments before. No one knew what had transpired. In reality, Faker had forced Xiaohu to burn his summoner spells without even using his own. With the teleport advantage secured, the encirclement was complete. I'll tank the tower. Li Mu was stacking his passive, his killing intent already ignited. Witnessing the impending collapse, Karsa made the decisive call to retreat. Blank had also arrived. Oh, by the way, my grandma's getting remarried. I need to go slip her a red envelope. Karsa chose to cut his losses. If he lingered, the second tower dive risked costing him his own life. And so let me fell once again. Limu selflessly conceded the kill to Faker. Pantheon scaled poorly into the late game, even worse than Renekton, so hoarding kills served little purpose. Left with nothing else, let me stared at the massive wave crashing into his tower, once more forced into deep contemplation. To be honest, your champion is really broken. The stats are higher than others, and the mechanics are brain-dead easy. Faker couldn't help but complain. Pantheon's passive can block one incoming attack, even including tower shots. It truly embodies the phrase, go take it up with the designer, to the fullest. You idiot, you get the benefits and still want to criticize. So what? Damn it. Can't you learn something good? That kind of talk usually comes out of a moron's mouth. Alright, I guess it's pretty abstract too. I picked it up from scrolling through your short videos. Faker collected his thoughts. Oriana's landing phase in this game was quite successful. Xiaohu was annoyed by the Q poke, so he bought Mercury's treads first. You know, when Talia builds that item first, her item progression really stalls. As the game went on, Tiger suddenly remembered something Limu once said in the lounge. When playing against Faker, you mustn't build two defensive items, because in the late game you can't outplay him. At that time, Limu was still a substitute for RNG, so he offered some neutral advice. Unfortunately, back then Tiger the big noob was a bit lost, even getting so frustrated by Faker that he couldn't listen to anything, and instead kicked the well-meaning Limu into the scapegoat position. Looking back, Xiaohu was the spark that ignited it all. But now it's too late. Limu has found the team that suits him best and his own playstyle. When Pantheon reached level 6, the pressure on RNG's mid and bot lanes increased sharply. Looks like you scared them in the first game. They don't even dare to cross the mid lane now. Blank loved leveraging the top laner's advantage to invade the jungle. He grabbed every neutral resource with ease. It was incredibly satisfying. With a strong top laner, anyone would play like that too. I haven't even bought items yet. They'll have a rough time soon. Limu ducked into the bush, having enough gold for the Black Cleaver. But just as he was about to recall, Ornn sent his ultimate from afar. Lemmy was furious too. He would rather waste his ultimate than let Limu recall. Seriously, I've seen people afraid to die, but never someone actively seeking death. Close the door, release Black. Since his recall was interrupted, Limu decided not to go back. He was short on gold for a control ward anyway, and that let me look pretty juicy. It was almost New Year time to feast. Coming bro, Blank arrived at the sound, and without Ornn's ultimate, he took him down with almost no effort. The kill was given to Nocturne. Limu stuck to the principle of not putting all eggs in one basket. Wooey, you're so kind. In all my years as a pro, this is the first time someone gave me a kill. Blank was a little dazed. It's fine as long as you can accept Peanut's return. Damn, I never said I disagreed. Alright, then hurry up and farm in the game early. I'm hungry. By the 8-minute mark, Nocturne had successfully reached level 6. Thus the pressure on RNG's side lanes increased once more. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel really uneasy. Ming's intuition told him that staying under tower might not be safe. Don't worry, I'll save the world when I get my 3 items. Uzi chewed his gum with increasing satisfaction. Alright, I suggest the junglers still take a look. Okay, Karsa was the obedient type. He had his own game plan, but always prioritized the bottom lane. So Sejuani started moving toward bot. However, while she was still on her way, the sky suddenly went dark. Lights out, switch off. A dark and windy night. Perfect for murder and arson. They're on the move. SKT's top jungle duo. Pantheon and Nocturne's gank efficiency is insane. Karsa rushed toward bot lane as fast as he could. Will he make it in time? Miller was terrified yet also eager to see what would happen next. Back in the LPL, Uzi had saved his team from desperate situations more than once. He believed he could do it again. Whoosh. The sky brightened again as if nothing had happened. But the 2 corpses under the tower sent chills down Miller's spine. RNG's bot lane duo was wiped out. It happened just when Kaisa was level 5, the weakest point in her power spike. Karsa finally arrived just in time to collect the bodies. Huh. A Sejuani dares to defend the tower alone. Want to take her out? We can, but are you that aggressive? It's not aggression. I just feel excited seeing a former teammate. Limu smiled a cruel smile. Watch closely. This landing will be utterly stylish. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Pantheon slammed down right onto Sejuani's head. Hey, don't be reckless. Nocturne and Twitch don't have their ultimates. Wolf, controlling Brown, hurriedly forced his way in to follow up with crowd control. The damage is enough, just add a little. I know you're eager, but calm down. Hurry, shut down. SKT Bang is killing Spring. Clearly Limu traded his life for Twitch's 3rd kill. Egu, ruthless, respect. Bang was thrilled. Twitch's development had officially taken off. It's fine, I picked this champion with no intention of surviving. 2 strokes and a vertical, just fight. Limu's death brought no loss, instead it secured the enemy's first tower. Hate. This playstyle is too extreme. Full health Sejuani got dived. They really don't treat RNG's players as human. More and more people are supporting Whip anyway. This hybrid region LPL should just disband. Don't disband yet. Let's start a game. Uzi's ivory tower was torn down. His most cherished bot lane sanctuary was completely cleared. The perfect farming environment was gone, so Kaisa moved to mid lane. Opening the shop, Uzi was shocked to see that Bang's CS and items were better than his. His face turned visibly red. Not only that, but in his anger he swallowed the gum he was chewing. I'll take this lane, you go bot. Naturally, Xiaohu was forced into the pressure position. No way, it's too dangerous for me as Talia bot. Yanjuanzi, you come. I believe you can do it. No, one can't go bot this time. Last time I faced SKT, I didn't even get the upgrade item. This time you have to stay in lane until level 14. Uzi gave the order. Let me secretly rejoice. Xiaohu went along happily. And Karsa thought he was safe, only to find his jungle completely empty. No wonder he's the world's best AD. His terrifying suction rivals the void black hole. Alright. Hey, this Pantheon is coming for me again. I can't take it. Mercury's treads and Archangel's staff aren't enough. I guess I'll need Banshee's veil and Zhonya's hourglass too. At 18 minutes the scales of victory had tilted increasingly in SKT's favor. The dual flying combination of Pantheon and Nocturne was simply too overwhelming. As soon as their ultimates came off cooldown, RNG's side lanes were bound to suffer. In the early phase it was still manageable, as there were no crucial neutral objectives. The Baron was about to spawn, and the Dragon was also respawning accordingly. Time was running out for RNG. Uzi, exerting every ounce of his strength, had barely pieced together his two core items by devouring all 3 lanes of farm. His third item was still a distant goal, and every scrap of gold on the map that could be taken had been consumed by him. What remained was likely being divided among Li Mu and the others. Damn, I didn't sweat this much even when I cheated on exams. How am I this drenched just from a match? Xiaohu, seizing the tail end of spring, actually managed to trade a couple of blows with Li Mu. However, the first blow forced out Talia's ultimate, and the second forced her flash. Xiaohu had no more abilities left. Facing the tempting minion wave ahead, he dared not move an inch. Talia is a carry too. If you don't take the farm, aren't you essentially dead? But I'm scared. Cowards don't deserve to win. Don't you understand that? Uzi gave a cold smirk, then began to cautiously farm under the protection of his support. At 19 minutes Kaisa had 220 CS. It was hard to imagine that an AD who had been ganked into oblivion early on could achieve such a statistic. Looking at the top lane comparison, Li Mu had 180 CS, which was an excellent farm count for Pantheon. After all, his record was stellar, and Li Mu had been constantly roaming to fight. Ornn, on the other hand, Let Me had only 100 CS. But that wasn't all. The official broadcast suddenly struck a psychological blow. In the 2 games between RNG and SKT, Li Mu had solo suppressed Let Me by 6 levels and nearly 200 CS. At first glance it might not seem exaggerated, but upon closer inspection, one could feel Li Mu's terrifying dominance. After all, the first game didn't even last 16 minutes, and this one was far from over. See, I ate the minions, and nothing happened. Don't be so timid, be brave. Uzi's mood brightened whenever he secured farm. The red tint faded slightly, and Uzi wore a satisfied smile. However, Xiaohu's face was etched with worry, though he dared not voice his discontent. Come on, you ate, so what am I supposed to eat? As if guessing Xiaohu's thoughts, Uzi pointed ahead. Lure them in. When they fly over, we'll catch them like a turtle in a jar. Admittedly, it was a brilliant idea. Yet using one's own carry as bait was a stroke of genius. Alright, if it's you, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Xiaohu took each step forward with trepidation, trembling with every move. 1 step, 2 steps, 7 or 8 steps. Why aren't they coming? By now I should have already used my stopwatch. Xiaohu's voice grew softer as he glanced back at the bush where Uzi and Ming were hiding. Motherfucker, there's a ward under your feet. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Forgot. Xiaohu had indeed forgotten, as fear had completely consumed his mind. That meant all 3 RNG members were exposed on SKT's vision. Baron! Roar! In an instant the agonized cry of the Baron echoed from the top side. The timer in the top right corner read just over 20 minutes. Yes, no mistake. The Baron Nashor had been revealed and instantly deleted. It's over. Barbecue. RNG had no idea their position was exposed on the enemy's vision. Crucially, Karsa and Let Me were both tanks, immobile champions who could barely approach the pit. The Baron was gone in 20 minutes. No one understands Baron Nashor better than SKT. Guan Ziyuan clutched his head in shock, igniting waves of cheers from the audience. It was true. No one knew the Baron better than SKT. Whether it was the speed of the rush or the positioning, SKT was undoubtedly the world's elite. With Faker in the team, his mind was as precise as a machine. As long as he didn't lose his head, Faker in a winning position was the most formidable commander. It's over, GG. With SKT taking the Baron, can this game still be played? Such an incredible decision. Did Whip intentionally show himself mid just to fool Let Me? I don't think we can blame Ornn. It was a rare chance to farm, and I'd have been greedy too. RNG's brilliant calls. Jackie Love, come out now. We know you're hiding under Sher Siming's desk. At this moment in SKT's voice chat. Holy crap, it's like magic. Do you have a system? You said the Baron would be taken in 25 seconds, and it was exactly 25 seconds. Li Mu was astonished. Such precision was beyond even his imagination. Take it down as soon as it's called, not a second off. It's nothing special. There's no such thing as a perfect counter in this world. The more you play, the more accurate you become. Faker replied calmly. Damn, you're showing off. After securing the Baron, SKT prepared to recall and replenish their items. But the next second Li Mu interrupted. Since you put on that show, how about you listen to my call now? What do you want to do? Look at them. They want to push our mid tower while we're backing. Can we tolerate that? No. You want to go for a perfect game again. Why not? I'm not going to indulge them. With that, SKT immediately canceled their recalls and quietly moved toward mid lane. This was a classic ambush, a feigned retreat. Darkness. The casters exclaimed. What? SKT isn't backing. They're being too arrogant. No. RNG's formation isn't defensive. They never expected SKT to stay. The moment darkness fell, both LPL casters and fans felt a chill run down their spines. Years of watching matches had taught them. This was a disaster. In this very mid lane, SKT had once orchestrated a 10k gold comeback. A funeral. The funeral of EDG's hopes. And now it was the turn of another member of the Royal Three. Take flight. As Pantheon landed, Nocturne charged ahead. Destruction command shockwave. Crazy. Nocturne and Orianna's combo. This is an incredibly difficult, but almost unstoppable fusion of souls. Faker's ultimate timing was flawless and Pantheon's leap cut off all of RNG's escape routes. Ornn tried to summon the ram, but Braum's shield was right in his face. Silently, a green figure appeared on the flank. Uzi's pressure was a bluff, but Bang never deceived. Sewer skewers for everyone. Exploded. Exploded. Has anyone noticed Bang? The rat is going all out. Uzi has been taken down in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the most fed member of RNG and the sole hope for a comeback was instantly obliterated. The combo of Nocturne and Orianna paired with the rat's furious barrage. Uzi couldn't make any move. Kaisa with 230 CS erased in an instant. Following that, Li Mu entered the fray and Pantheon relentlessly pummeled Xiaohu. Truth be told, the Talon's build was quite tanky. It took considerable effort for Li Mu to solo kill him. Turning around, Bang and Faker had already dispatched the rest of RNG's lackeys. 0 for 5. A sudden collapse from RNG. Good heavens. Is this the Nocturne and Rat composition? Only now do I realize that when Nocturne ults, the Rat can output with virtually no pressure. With such a safe range, who can possibly deal with it? No wonder they're so ruthless. SKT is really pulling out all the stops against RNG. Guan Ziyuan laughed, utterly stunned by the match. At the same time, he felt a bit dismayed. The LCK's gameplay was just that overwhelming, always pulling out unexpected tricks. This is what research means. The LPL players dare not experiment, afraid of the pressure and too lazy. They spend their free time studying the jungle instead. Thus, when facing the LCK, they always suffer greatly in the first encounter. But there's one absurd thing about LPL players. Their ability to copy. They copy the bans, they copy the strategies, even the playstyle is copied verbatim. As expected, after tonight, those so-called prodigies of the LPL will start studying the Nocturne and Rat composition. Awesome. I went to the restroom, and when I came back, the team was gone. Another perfect game. At least they lasted a bit longer than last time. Progress, I guess. I give up. Uzi had both summoners. Why didn't he use them? He's saving them for Worlds at the end of the year. You haters don't get it. Now I finally understand. Whip purposely lost to FNC last match. As a Royal fan, I'm furious, but helpless. Brothers, time to trash the RNG club again. Who's up for forming a party? The Imperial fans have grown this year. Need backup. Instantly, the chat exploded. Many viewers stayed up all night, not for the match itself, but to watch the two sides hurl insults at each other. It was truly spectacular. Li Mu once joined a fan group, and if you didn't speak within 3 seconds to declare your stance, even if you were neutral, you'd get roasted. Looking at all sports events in recent years, the only clash of this magnitude was the Lakers versus Warriors rivalry. Alright, let's first congratulate SKT, and also send our applause to RNG. With that, the group stage of this MSI officially concludes. The final standings are confirmed. Please look at the big screen. Miles' voice was lackluster. If not for his role as an official caster, he would have fallen silent by now. First place was SKT, losing only 1 game to FNC with Garen, while the rest were essentially stomps. Second place went to FNC. In the Western team's lounge, they were overjoyed. After all, second place in the group was already a decent result for LEC teams in recent years. Moreover, as the only team to defeat SKT regardless of whether they went easy, a win is a win. Third place was RNG and fourth was the already decided TL. Based on past records, SKT would surely pick the weakest team TL. Did you feel it during the fist bump? Their hands were so hot, they almost scorched mine. Li Mu was delighted as everything was going according to his plan. Don't mention it. When I shook hands with their mid laner, he nearly crushed my hand. Ridiculous. Faker, who already had some hand issues, felt uncomfortable after that encounter. If he were to report it to the referee, Xiaohu might even face a suspension. Of course, Faker wouldn't do that. He just saw it as a harmless act of impotent rage. Shaking it off, the SKT squad went for the post-group stage interview. After a lot of rambling, all the spectators waited. So as first place, you have the right to choose your opponent from third or fourth. What is your decision? With the host's question, the audience fell into an eerie silence. In the past, everyone would have assumed the obvious. But this year, with Li Mu and his tangled grudges against the opponent, it was uncertain. It was hard to say. Esports was always full of surprises. So when the microphone was handed to Li Mu, he smiled. A smile of immense delight. Before speaking, he glanced at Faker. The latter nodded, his eyes calm, as if to say, "You decide, go ahead." Ahem. Let me announce something. I know this mid-season invitational is called the Mini Worlds, and we're thrilled to be here. Likewise, facing top professionals teaches me a lot. So in my view, RNG is a team worthy of great respect. Yes, that's it. As soon as he said that, gasps and cheers erupted from the audience. All the official and co-streamers were stunned. They weren't fools. They could read between the lines. He was going to pick RNG. Wasn't the whole point of SKT's stellar performances in the 9th and 10th games to push RNG into that cursed third place? Holy crap. This is insane. The first time in MSI history that a first seed picks a third seed. That's we say exploded. All the casters jumped up in shock, and the shoutcaster on the LCK side cheered. Brilliant. He can actually choose his opponent. Explosive. I'm not sleeping tonight. The forums will be on fire. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. Finally dropping the act. SKT is going to toy with RNG. Now this is truly chasing them down. First picks third, so FNC gets lucky. TCH, do you really think RNG can lose a BO5? Don't you know the value of a reverse sweep? As the interview concluded, the fervor of the day subsided somewhat, yet it had not dissipated entirely, for it had migrated to the various forums. The semi-final match was scheduled for 2 days later, and the grouping of the opposing sides was the most extravagant in history. SKT versus RNG. TL versus FNC. On one side was a direct confrontation between LPL and LCK, on the other a clash of supremacy between Europe and North America. Li Mu with his own strength had created the peak of tonight's excitement. Thank you, Whip. Let's fight together, see you in the finals. This was a comment left by FNC on SKT's official forum. As soon as it was posted, the number of likes instantly reached 5 digits. There were those watching the spectacle, those supporting SKT, and even those from the gaming circle next door seeking to join the excitement. In short, this semi-final was worth watching. Xiaomu, now it's truly irreconcilable. You are so bold. Faker raised his signature thumb, sincerely admiring Li Mu's courage. It was good, quite like his former self. At this moment, Faker was not wearing glasses and his face was filled with arrogance. There was a strong sense of everyone present is garbage. Compared to Faker back, then Li Mu at least managed to say some polite words. This is nothing to me, KT is the real deal. Huh, KT, what does it have to do with them? Haha, nothing. Maybe you'll know later. Li Mu suddenly thought of something very amusing. Using the first place position to pick seemingly stronger opponents. KT was the pioneer. It was just that due to the timeline and the transmigrator factor, Li Mu had done it first. As I said, BO5 and BO3 are fundamentally different. Be sure to prepare thoroughly before the match. Rest well tonight. Go to bed early. Really? I'm going to reward myself with a game, haha. Wolf was very happy because he had just managed to snag an autograph photo of Li Jian through Li Mu's connections. Damn it. This photo is for looking at, not for playing with. You mind your own business. This. Xianghe, is this right? Li Mu was truly left without a retort. On one side was his girlfriend, on the other side was his brother. It was hard to balance. But upon reflection, Wolf's behavior seemed only human. What's right or wrong? Playing with what? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Faker blinked his bewildered eyes. No way you don't get this. Haven't you ever taken off? I don't know what you're talking about. Probably not. Damn. Then what's the point of living? If you want, I'll have someone call Unyung back and you two can study it. Whatever. My Dao heart is quite solid. You can't disturb me. As he spoke, Faker lowered his head and started playing with his phone. This guy. Maybe his alias was Xiao Chunan. What a remarkable person, Xianghe. In this regard, you are the most impressive I've ever seen. Oh, by the way, what's your usual level? Li Mu asked Wolf. The latter proudly held up one finger. Just once. You need to take care of your health. No. My meaning is always flying. Qingdao doesn't fall, I don't fall, as snowflakes don't float, I don't float. Wolf didn't know where he had picked up that slogan, but he felt that the culture of the Long Kingdom was absolutely several levels above theirs. Interesting, must learn. Brag. With your little peanut, I won't say more lest I get locked in the dark room again. In terms of Jax, Li Mu was quite confident. Just as he was about to leave, Wolf asked another question. In the end, what level are you? A pair of hands tightly clasped together. I won't go into specifics, but I'm second only to all the handsome guys in front of the screen. Li Mu waved his hand, not dwelling on this topic. Meanwhile, over at RNG, disgrace. When have we ever been pushed to third place? And that's not all. They actually chose us. Hart was agitated again, jumping up and down like a monkey. If this were LCK, there would definitely be some profanity. What kind of feeling is this? It's like we're fish on the chopping block at their mercy. Wake up. We can't keep getting beaten like this every time we face SKT. The one who said this was none other than Ma Xiangwa, which no one would have expected. His current mindset was somewhat similar to Karsa's earlier. Luckily, I wasn't the one playing, or I would definitely have been the background. You're judging now? You've only learned this one idiom, and you're using it already. As soon as Uzi spoke, Ma Xiangwa immediately fell silent. Such was the power of the team bully. Forget it. Since it's come to this, there's not much we can do. Rest a bit, then quickly come up with a strategy. Watch each match replay 10 times, and find your own mistakes. Sun Daong declared. Let me shook his head, feeling no need to scrutinize the replays for details. Pantheon versus Ornn. He could do it too. What? Do you have something to say? I think next time we face SKT, I don't want to play Ornn anymore. I'm not weaker than him. I don't want to play these weak champions anymore. Let me also exploded. The 2-game stomp had triggered his full outburst. In one sentence, he no longer wanted to be a blue-collar player. He wanted to draw his sword and clash with Li Mu. Alright. We'll talk about it later. Everyone take this seriously. If we get beaten this badly in the knockout stage, we're done for. The conversation ended there. The next day or two would still be shrouded in this oppressive atmosphere. At the same time, in a different place. Unlike RNG's oppression, TL was in a state of universal celebration. How interesting. SKT has gone mad. They actually chose RNG. Don't you know Uzi is the universe's #1 ADC? Doublelift laughed heartily, joy written all over his face. Bro, are you a fan or a hater? You sound like a troll. Impact was confused, listening intently. This was SKT's first-generation top laner who had a long-term vision and had come to North America early to retire with a big contract. In his understanding, if Uzi was the universe's #1, what level was Bang, who had repeatedly trampled him underfoot? Don't worry about that. Anyway, Xiao Go is truly formidable. He will tear through SKT's defense in the semifinals. Besides, we've drawn the easiest opponent, FNC. It's a godsend. Seeing Doublelift's laughter growing louder, the mid laner who had always dared not pop the champagne early couldn't help but join in the laughter. The two exchanged a glance, their lips curling up to the sky. This year's championship is ours. With Li Mu's audacious choice, in the end, RNG finally clashed with SKT. The two teams had a history dating back to Season 3, which was also one of the peak periods of League of Legends. China's top mid laner Lu Benwei faced the prodigy Faker, who had reached his peak right from the start. Yet a single phrase, 50-50, ignited hope across the nation. However, Faker seemed born to be the bane of the LPL. With a mere moment of ease, he could force Lu Benwei into retirement and shatter the all-Chinese team entirely. Such was the power of the Demon King. Faker now might not be at his absolute peak, but a genius had emerged by his side. Right? We're going after RNG. I'm done hiding. I'll come clean. I'm targeting them. In the waiting room, Li Mu was still brimming with passion. Whenever he faced an LPL team, he would become this excited. Good. Young people should have energy. Bang learned from him. Koma nodded toward Beijun Sik. Of course, Bang's performance this year was beyond reproach. Before Li Mu arrived, and when Faker hadn't regained his form, he was the most crucial carry on the team. Koma said this to remind Bang, never think that holding 2 championship titles makes you invincible. They absolutely must not repeat past mistakes. Don't worry. I've already paid the most expensive tuition in the world. This time I won't mess up. Bang's demeanor was resolute, but then he suddenly frowned. A meaningful scent seemed to waft through the waiting room. Come on, did we used to have an employee from Master Kong's Sour Cabbage? Whose aroma is that strong? Li Mu's nose was as sharp as a dog's. Back when he played hide-and-seek with Li Jiun and the others, even blindfolded, the young man could accurately pinpoint everyone's location. A true connoisseur of scents, this was a unique talent. No matter what skin you used, no matter which champion you played, if you had ever gamed with Li Mu, his olfactory system would unfailingly identify you. Found it. Damn it. Wolf, how many days since you last bathed? That smell. Warned by Li Mu, everyone immediately distanced themselves 10 meters from Wolf. I shower every day, don't slander me. It's just genetics. So you have athlete's foot? Yes. Wait. There are too many people here. It's not convenient to demonstrate. Wolf's expression had been aggrieved, but when he heard Li Mu's words, he immediately switched to a sly smile. Demonstrate what? What are you talking about? Cough, think about your words carefully. Do you have athlete's foot? Li Mu instantly got it and gave Wolf a thumbs up. Awesome. Indeed, SKT has only one Li. Your Chinese level has improved so fast. Even I, a native Chinese, almost missed it. Hee. Amid the confusion of the others, Li Mu waved his hand. These words can't be explained too much. Those who get it are already laughing. Alright, today's meeting ends here. Everyone get some early rest. Okay, let's all rest early these days. Since we chose to face them, it would be too embarrassing if we lose. Don't worry. With me here, even if I lose to GM, I will never lose to RNG. After the meeting, the young man swaggered back to his room. But when it was time to sleep, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. With nothing to do, Li Mu started visiting other rooms. The hotel had single rooms, and SKT always treated its players well. They not only had immense popularity, but also provided abundant resources. The only possible issue was performance. In this team, if you didn't win the championship, you'd be criticized and pressured. Knock knock. Junsik, are you asleep? Wolf. Oh my god, what time is it? Still watching action movies. Can you keep it down? Xiao Hei Xiao Hei. After knocking on each door, Li Mu found the one who was still awake. Faker's door was unlocked, and the crisp sound of keyboard clacking was particularly distinct. Sanghyok, I'm coming in. Li Mu went straight in and quietly sat beside Faker. It was already this late, and Li Sanghyok was still playing ranked. This guy's internet addiction was truly severe. To be honest, on this LeBlanc, you could wall jump to harass the jungler and not let them take Baron so smoothly. A true gentleman doesn't speak during a game, but Li Mu had never been a gentleman. What gentleman would play games alone with so many superstars? If I were at my peak, you wouldn't be qualified to advise me. But my touch is gone now. Say what you want. Faker sighed. His mood wasn't exactly low, but it was far from excited. What he missed was the version of himself that was once invincible. Emo again, emo again. Staying up past 2:30 a.m. never leads to anything good. Wolf next door is soaring while you're gaming. Every time it's like this. Don't you have work or school? Li Mu rolled his eyes. Of course, he was just talking nonsense to annoy Faker. To be fair, Li Sanghyok was truly persistent when it came to gaming. While others were learning C1, he had mastered C13. While others shouted for Ultraman, he also learned to seize the D. Only Faker never changed, always pure and steadfast. But then again, life isn't just about games. Facing RNG isn't worth putting that much pressure on yourself. If it's too much, let me handle it. You can pick Karma Lulu or something and pass the ball to me. In the SKT team, there was no red-hot bullying, no mindless for protect one. Here you could even have the greatest player in League of Legends practice with you. But it couldn't go on like this. Faker's inner knot still hadn't been fully untied. I wish I could be as carefree as you. Maybe you should see a psychologist. Actually, forget it. I can cure you. As long as we reach victory, right? For someone as pure as Faker, the championship was the best medicine. Li Mu understood and gave him a heavy punch. Faker almost couldn't catch his breath. Such a fragile Sanghyok. Alright, I'll take over this ranked game. Go wash up, and by the time I finish you'll be ready to sleep. But, no buts. In my eyes, all opponents are trash. I'm done showering, you can go back. You took so long, I've already played 2 games. Li Mu looked with a suspicious gaze at Faker, who had just walked out of the bathroom. Li Xianghe's face is truly ascetic. There was a female blogger who imitated him who, despite having such a great figure, so alluring it still made it hard for anyone to harbor impure thoughts. Faker is more effective than a damn purity mantra when it comes to lust. Actually, I think you don't need to hate RNG so much. They're not in the same world anymore, no need to be so fixated. Yes, you're the best in the league, so magnanimous. Well then you have magnanimity, and I have style. How about I stay here tonight? Li Mu smirked. His words were also problematic, similar to what Wolf had said earlier. Faker didn't understand his Chinese was not as good as Li Jiewan's. Shanghai, do you think a cow lowers its head to eat grass? Then what about humans? Probably for survival. Good. Since it's for survival, then how do you eat this cow? By lowering your head. What are you talking about? I don't know exactly what you mean, but it's definitely not something good. Li Mu wanted to say something flirtatious, but Faker simply pushed the door open and left. Before returning to his room, Li Mu heard the faint, ambiguous sounds coming from Wolf's room. He took out his phone and sent a message. No one replied. My little wolf brother is really amazing watching an action movie and still falling asleep. No wonder SKT is a team of champions. It turns out this team is full of gods. Game day, the semifinals begin. RNG versus SKT. Finally. The past 2 days have been so agonizing. Same here, I've had 3 or 4 social accounts banned, can't even post. Today neither team has a reason to lose, and this bracket is pretty strong. Whoever wins is probably the champion. FNC's club even commented saying SKT's mind is muddled, so this year is Europe's most promising year. Suggestion: RNG should quickly sell its branch to IG, only the shy can smash SKT. Suddenly, as the match was about to begin, the hype instantly reached an unprecedented height. The all-Chinese team versus SKT. At first people thought it was just a gimmick. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? This gimmick would go on for more than 10 years. How long can a game stay popular? Perhaps this is the difference between League of Legends and other games. Good evening, everyone. I'm today's host, Miller. I'm Guanzi Yuan. Hello, everyone. I'm the special guest, Rakai. No one expected that today's commentary team would include Song Yijin. Rakai used to be from LCK, but for the sake of money, he chose to stay in LPL. If there's one thing LPL has always had over LCK, it's definitely the more money than brains aspect. Rookie, who do you think has a bigger chance of winning today? Right off the bat, a death question. Guanzi Yuan knew how to attract attention. Sometimes you even have to wonder, maybe this guy has some traffic agreement with the forum editors. Still the same thing. RNG eliminated us in the playoffs, so I think RNG can laugh last. Rakai struggled for a long time before squeezing out that sentence. Well said. Truly a talent of our LPL. Let's take a look at the support rates for both sides. As the big screens switched, a shocking scene emerged. SKT's support rate was actually as high as 80. This was a truly unbelievable number. LPL has nothing else, isn't it? Just a lot of people. But now even the support rate can't be won. RNG's reputation in people's hearts has truly fallen again and again. Maybe the data statistics are not complete. Hard to comment. Let's quickly welcome the players as they enter. Miller's face couldn't hold up, and today various secondary stream commentators were already prepared. People like Wei Xiao Chao Mei Ma Chao, they were basically just trying to ride the wave. Liu Benwei and PDD gathered together, arms around each other's shoulders, just like Gragas and his barrel. Grandpa Liu, please sacrifice your own life. We can't lose this time. Who's we with you? Isn't RNG the public enemy? How ironic. Not long ago Whip was despised by the whole internet, now the target of attack has changed. Blame Muwakai. Why didn't he crush Faker's hand when they shook hands back then? What's that in PDD's mouth? So cool. I'm underage, I want to learn. The barrage grew more and more, and Liu Benwei also gave his opinion. If RNG can win, I'll give away 50,000 caddies of rice. If SKT advances, then it's only 5,000 since it's not our region. Of course, all the expenses are paid by the pervy pig, you agree. The two of them were being affectionate again, neither conceding to the other. And during the opening of the semifinals, the officials rambled on and on. Liu Benwei couldn't wait any longer, so he opened Happy Fight Landlord. Hey, your beans are almost gone. PDD smirked. How I just love this feeling of making a comeback. Back then Chen Daizai could turn 20 yuan into 35 million. Liu Benwei can do the same today without issue. You? Damn. Starting with 3 bombs. You must have charged a lot before, huh? I'll play it safe for now. I don't believe this landlord can kill me with 17 cards. Of course, first give Auntie a cappuccino. As the card game began, the main event had already completed the entrance ceremony. Of course, pre-match trash talk was essential. Faker was the first to appear, but to maintain his idol image, he didn't say anything harsh. As for the RNG crew, needless to say, their attacks were obvious and unsophisticated, all just passive-aggressive remarks. So when it came to Limu, even though it was pre-recorded, he still went all out. Hello everyone, I'm Whip. On the surface, I'm a League of Legends pro player, but actually I'm also a hardware store owner. If you ask me if I have any tools like wrenches, sorry. My store only has one thing. The RNG brand spinning top. It can spin forever, never stopping. LPL, I'll make you unable to even keep the title of second region. Get up, wash your face and go eat. Today is our match day. Bang knocked on each of the team members' doors. Wolf had dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept well last night. Blank, however, was hard to tell because he was naturally dark-skinned. As for Faker, whenever he heard that a match was coming, he was always full of energy every day. He had been feeling somewhat depressed in his heart, but after a long conversation with Limu last night, he clearly felt much better. This ailment was periodic. In the end, recovery still depended on Faker himself. What's Xiaomu doing? Why is there no movement? I'm coming in, Bang said lightly, but in fact he kicked the door open. Fortunately, Limu had already put away his tools, so there was no awkward situation. I've been up for a long time. You're like a ghost caller. Then you overslept. This match today is crucial. You know that better than anyone. So you don't need to call me. Let's go. As they were leaving, Bang posed a soul-searching question. On Limu's computer wallpaper were engraved ancient calligraphy characters of the Longhua. For big characters. I'm curious. No matter whose computer or where, you always change your wallpaper to these 4 big characters. What does it mean? Haven't you been learning a lot of Chinese recently? Read it carefully. This was Limu's motto, which he took everywhere, symbolizing that good luck would come. Bang squinted and read carefully. Woman's treasure. Damn. No wonder you have such enviable romantic luck. You really did pray for it. Tis the girls like me because of my personal charm, not because of this. In our Longhua, ancient calligraphy is read from right to left. Limu raised his middle finger. He was actually quite shameless. Personal charm was one thing, but a handsome appearance was another. The real key was his naturally gifted jacks. Read from right to left. That would be treasures woman. Idiot. It's Benji Rugue, welcome home. If you don't know what it means, go look it up. You have no culture at all. What's that look? Our South Korea doesn't have much cultural history itself. So what? So what? Small and cute. Sybil Whip. Love you all. The two bickered and joked, and their spirits recovered at this moment. MSI semifinals. The venue was packed with people, not a single seat empty. SKT versus RNG. No matter what kind of competition, whenever these two teams faced each other, they were always the most eye-catching focus in the world. The official livestream had just switched to the main perspective, and the number of viewers had already surpassed 6 figures. Moreover, this was only an incomplete count. The more famous second-stream commentators also had a huge amount of traffic. This is the charm of League of Legends. Or rather, this is the energy that Faker can bring. On the LPL commentary desk today were Mi Lu and Guan Ziyuan, plus a mysterious guest. Hello everyone, I'm Decima. Hey, why are you all covering your ears? Is my mic too loud? The LPL side was in full force, and almost everyone was hoping that RNG could break through. Oh no. The ones who truly hoped were probably only the royal fans. Through the influence of public opinion during this period, Limu was the one who truly commanded universal support. Some hoped that the truth would once again be revealed to the world, while some LPL warwolves hoped that after Limu vented his anger, he would return to his own region. He was a rare talent after all. Why keep sulking and wandering abroad? Without further ado, let's kick off the first match of the semifinals. Since SKT was first in the group, they had the priority pick side. It had to be the red side, because both Limu and Faker were qualified to take the counterpick position. SKT T1 fighting. Even if the wind rises, the royal clan never gives up. TSM. 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 It must be said the audience was really enthusiastic. From the cheers, one could feel that SKT still had a fanbase that crushed all other teams. And what was even more enviable was that many of the fans were girls, and very beautiful ones at that. Still, as the saying goes, if Faker were willing, his child would probably be running errands by now. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is for the players. BP begins. Blue side RNG, red side SKT. The first round of bans was roughly the same as the group stage. But this was a BO5, the intensity was clearly different. Blue side's first pick. Xayah, one of Uzi's two signature champions in this patch, with very high priority. Bang locked in Jin, and in the second pick chose Bard, a champion with low pick rate. Oh, this must be one of SKT's hidden trump cards. Bard seems simple, and indeed it's not difficult. Listening to Decima's words was like Shuang Zhou taking cleanse. That's right, Bard's mechanics are indeed easy to understand, but to make it effective is no easy task. In fact, this Bard was strongly requested by Limu. To defend the glory of SKT's bot lane, Jin Bard must be mastered. Don't worry, I've been secretly practicing this period. Bard's ceiling is very high. Leave it to me. Originally, Wolf had a hand injury and wasn't in good form. But as time went on, the other members of the team were getting hotter and hotter. The little fatty was infected. He dared not say he was back to his peak, but at least he was in the ranks of top supports. Tisk Bard. Then I'll have to take Karma. Ming was a bit frustrated. He hadn't expected this BP. He had no idea that Wolf would pick Bard. Ming was the ceiling of LPL's tank supports, good at various Alistar and Nautilus types. Bard was very strong against tank supports. It was better to use a squishy support. Then Karma, and then Nocturne. In this game, RNG let out MLXG, aiming to achieve a brawler's miracle in the first game. They had suffered from Nocturne before, so they didn't dare to leave it open. Then give me Trundle, I'll crush him. Blank volunteered. You can play it, but don't sabotage your teammates. Don't worry, I'm the top 3 Trundle in Korean solo queue. If I get this champion, it's a win. Oh, is the so-called top Trundle the one from that girl group? What's their name? Limu tried hard to recall. He couldn't remember exactly the girl group that sang the No. 9 battle song. He only remembered that their legs were uniformly white and their dances were each spicier than the last. Hey, you can't say that nonsense. Play the match, play the match. After the first round of selection concluded, the second round of bans began. RNG banned many of Limu's champions, offering him almost no opportunity. Does that top laner want to pick on again? Can't he learn his lesson? Wolf mentioned. It's not on its own. You still need to practice your pronunciation. But it doesn't matter. You can save the counter pick for me. I'll win you the world. It was indeed a rare sight to see Limu requesting a role from Faker himself. In the coach's pre-match BP simulation, Limu was the absolute core. Faker nodded, agreeing to yield the first pick and resource priority, while the top lane is the carry. Then I'll lock Ryze. When Faker picked Ryze, Xiaohu immediately locked Corki. The moment it was locked, Li Yuanhao's head seemed a bit sharp, and he even tried to imitate Faker's meditation. A mere clumsy imitation. Xiaohu's Corki. Interesting. Seeing the opponent pick Corki, Limu and Faker both smiled. Xiaohu could handle LPL opponents with this champion, but on the top-tier international stage, he ultimately fell short. So don't look down on General Hu. With him, you essentially have a ticket to the World Championship. Limu said with a righteous tone. And then, what comes next? I'm waiting for the punchline. Sang Hyok, you know me well. Having Xiaohu is indeed like holding a ticket, but it also means wasting one. This remark was quite artful. The SKT members only understood after a moment of thought. What a sophisticated way to insult. They still had a lot to learn. 1 month of practice was far from enough. Stop pretending. We left Ornn open for him, and he's still dawdling. Just as Limu urged, Let Me made the final pick for the blue side. The desperate Camille. Oh, finally not playing Ornn anymore. It made sense. Whenever Whip picked a ranged champion, Let Me spun like a top. He wants to change. Break free from the fate of being whipped. By now, even the official LPL casters were using this meme, showing how much the region had been ridiculed. Since they couldn't argue back, they had no choice but to endure it. When Camille was revealed, a spark lit up in Limu's eyes. Very well, you made the first move. Quick, lock this for me. The next second, a spirited red-haired girl was locked in. A sharp blade, sharp eyes. Fiora, the grand duelist, enters. The moment she was locked, the crowd erupted. Here it comes. The battle of the top lane, 4 sisters. I never expected Let Me to voluntarily pick an aggressive champion. And I certainly didn't expect Whip to draw his sword without a second thought. But come to think of it, when the Whip meets the top, there's no reason to back down. Guanxian dared to speak his mind, but his voice grew quieter. If nothing unexpected happened, his private messages would be flooded again today. Guanxian's surname was Guan, not Park. He wasn't deliberately favoring LCK, his favorite team was actually Jin. Love for one extended to another, so SKT also earned his respect. The top lane was a prodigy who had experienced a reversal of fortune, a symbol of youthful ambition. The mid laner was the undisputed greatest in League of Legends with both skill and character beyond doubt. The bot lane was the strongest duo in history, an embodiment of synergy and coordination. The jungler was the Earth Tiger thrown in as a free gift. So the key to this game lies in the top lane. Let me versus Whip. Let's wait and see. After some adjustments, the final lineups were determined: blue side RNG, top Camille jungle Nocturne, mid Corki bot Xayah and Karma. Red side SKT, top Fiora jungle Trundle, mid Ryze bot Jhin and Bard. Looking only at team composition, depth RNG had multiple combos. Moreover, Camille's team fighting ability surpassed Fiora's, bringing many uncertainties. On the red side, the top jungle duo had almost no synergy, so their coordination relied on Ryze and Bard's roams. In short, while Blank's ceiling wasn't that high, Limu was under immense pressure. He had to withstand the combined assault of the enemy top and jungle. This game's draft was not very favorable. He drew his sword. Trust Whip. I remember Let Me started his career playing Camille. Has he finally remembered he's not just a blue-collar player? What's the use? Even if he wasn't before, he's been trained into one by now. A waste is still a waste, and he'll never beat those prodigies. You don't know anything. Our RNG deliberately advanced as the third seed to lure in the haters and destroy them. Brother above, do you even believe that yourself? Even a fan like me can't hold back laughing. Candidate 54, were you sitting in the passenger seat when you took your driving test? Amid the crowd's cheers, the match officially began. At level 1, SKT was quite active. Limu did not participate in the skirmish. He controlled Fiora and headed straight to the top lane early to seize the advantage. Coincidentally, Let Me arrived as well. Let Me knew what he was doing. He was smart enough to secure the bush first. But it was useless. Limu would teach him the law of the jungle. He initiated with an auto attack at the very edge of the range, and his Q skill immediately struck the vital on the side. Conqueror began stacking. Limu held nothing back. Oh dear. Let Me was ambushed and took a beating. Camille auto-attacked to stack her shield, but Fiora turned around and retreated into the bush. Whip suddenly stopped trading. He's playing so slippery. Camille took precision protocol at level 1, but she couldn't land the second Q. Let Me felt like he was punching cotton. This was a simple detail that showcased Limu's micromanagement and traits. Why would he keep fighting once the shield was up? That would be foolish. The moment the adaptive shield disappeared, Limu charged out again. Coincidentally, the vital refreshed right in front of him. Auto-attack, plus the freshly cooldowned Q. Bleed. Let Me lost half his health. The minions were about to arrive, so he had no choice but to chug a potion and endure. Decima noticed that Camille had Doran's blade instead of Doran's shield. Let Me clearly wanted to fight head-on. But he failed. The lane was already over before the minions even arrived. I'll take that one. Fiora is too broken. Riot, do something. I'll take that one. Fiora is too broken. Riot, do something.